Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 233rd episode of the Fake Nerd Podcast, where Ben is just being rude, and we're all hanging out to talk about how perhaps, maybe, other creators know how to do things better with a franchise than the person who started it. It's talking about the Alien sequels, and I'm here with Ryan Eliopoulos.
It's true, all of it.
Brandon T. McClure.
Hello. Happy anniversary.
Thanks.
Oh, is it?
It's our quarantine anniversary.
Oh, okay. I was like, did I miss something? I'm bad with dates.
Oh, so bad. Okay. And Ben Magnet.
Hey, four of these people on this cover know how to kill aliens, so I'm trying to figure out how to kill some damn aliens over here.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. And I'm Sparks.
Welcome.
It's tomorrow, Monday the 22nd. If you recall, a year ago on Sunday, March 22nd, we started doing this.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad we did, because otherwise there wouldn't be a podcast, right?
True.
Probably.
I mean, we might have figured it out.
I think
it would have been on phone calls, maybe.
I think if we hadn't figured it out at that time, we would have quit.
Yeah, I would have figured a way. Don't you worry.
Ryan
would have been with a tin can.
Ryan finds a way.
I do find a way.
Brandon took the joke. I was going to do the finds a way joke, but Brandon took it. All right.
Great minds. It's all right.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, guys. No links in the description. Suck it.
We'll have WandaVision up tomorrow if you're watching this.
No, we
live.
won't.
No, not WandaVision.
Sorry. I keep doing that. Falcon and Winter Soldier.
See,
Yep.
It's all the same.
I, for some reason, just thought we didn't put it up yet. So I was just like, sure, it's late for some reason. Whatever.
Episode 9 of WandaVision.
Actually, I was working on an article for oldschoolgamermagazine.com before we started recording for Falcon and Winter Soldier today, and then I had other stuff I went to, but I'm probably like, depending on how late we finish this, I actually might finish it tonight. Who knows?
And Ryan, your downright annoyed was not this week.
No, too many busy schedules, unfortunately. Next week.
Definitely look at Fake Nerds Watch for our 2-hour episode where we talk about the assembled behind the scenes of WandaVision.
Vision with ears.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh man, it was so cool how they talked about him being blue. So
Yeah.
that they keep the black and white right.
That was he looked very scary.
Hey guys, if you want to
cool.
if you watch WandaVision, definitely watch that behind the scenes special. It's really neat.
Yeah.
I think that's probably going to be cooler than most because of the filming, the style of filming and filming it in a live studio audience and all that. It's probably going to be cooler than most of them ever will be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. But I do have a quick announcement, if I may.
No.
Okay.
Totally not.
Let's talk about our weeks. I'm just
as I mentioned last week, Conversation will be out this coming Thursday on March 25th. Where I will release 2 episodes, one with Phil Better and the other with Stephen White of the Super Mega Crash Bros Turbo podcast.
Right on.
And Phil Better of the Invest in Yourself podcast. Those are 2 episodes. Those are going to be up this Thursday. You can already subscribe. It is on iTunes already. I put up a little trailer to cheat the iTunes system.
Ooh, I already did it.
So you can listen to that if you can listen to that. You can subscribe to that. Check it out, guys. This is gonna be a really fun journey I'm going on.
I love journeys.
Yeah,
I love them when they're unexpected too.
So remember, Brandon, don't stop believing. All right.
Oh, wow. Those are both pretty good jokes. I can't choose between which one. So,
It's like your children.
who wants to go first with their week?
I'll just do it.
All right.
I'll just do it. So, what did I do? Because I'm done with Critical Role catch up, so I'm not, spending most of my days doing that. I still found myself paralyzed with choice, as most of us do when we have 12,000 things to do. So I spent a lot of time watching YouTube, as I do. But I decided to get back into Kingdom, which is that really, really cool South Korean, 15th century zombie show. That show, I watched 2 episodes of that. That show's still really cool. It's got great characters. It's got great cinematography. The zombies are really unique in the way that it's done. They're fast zombies, so they're an actual threat. And just the way that information travels when it's like 1450, it's just, dudes with letters. So populations are getting decimated and nobody's finding out, and people are trying to hide that the king's the first zombie. So there's this whole government conspiracy, and there's the whole people trying to deal with it. There's so many layers. It's such a really good show. I'm glad I'm back into it, and it has 2 seasons. I think it's getting a 3rd. I'm trying to find that webtoon because it's based off a webtoon, and this show like looks like Game of Thrones, and I'm really curious what the webtoon looks like because if it looks like the Pokemon one we're reading, I'm like, what a translation! Holy shit! I'm very curious. Let's see, a couple Marvel things. We got a Marvel show coming out, so I watched that. There's a new Avengers game update. We got the new Hawkeye. We got Clint Barton, Future Imperfect with the Maestro. I actually finished that right before we started podcasting. Each of those updates are a couple hours of new content. Last was Kate Bishop. Now it's Hawkeye, Clint. Really cool stuff. And every time like you finish the update or like the set of missions, it gives you a nice little tease of what the next thing will be. So like we have a next tease, and it's not tying to the Black Panther thing. It is tying to like the next like mini update, which we saw in like the roadmap that they showed us this week.
I was just going to say that I just realized now that it's not in our trailers, but there was a trailer reveal for the Black Panther next.
Yes, for the next character, which again, like these character updates are like 2-3 hours of like their own little core mission that you do to unlock them and get like cool stuff.
I really want to believe that the Black Panther is going to be bigger because they're taking you to Wakanda, so I hope that's more.
As someone who just played the thing where you go to a new location, it's not as impressive. Yeah. But I'm really hoping that they do something different with Wakanda. Ben?
Yeah, I want to say the Wakanda because I watched that whole I watched that whole thing, the Square Enix Presents, and it looks like it's a own thing, but it might be like paid DLC.
Nothing. No, it's not. All the characters are free. No,
all the characters are free. It's better. That's
but
better.
I'm saying like every time you get a new character, it's like 3 hours of like their own content, and like the map looks different enough, but like also the map I just played today was a new map, but it's still kind of generic, and you still fight the same robots. So that's something that the game is gonna fight. Are we gonna still fight the same robots? Because as Claws try to build an army to fight Black Panther, I really hope it's not the same robots I've been fighting for a year. That's all I'm saying.
Because it definitely is one of those things. Like once you guys start getting into it, it'll be nice because we can at least go through some of that stuff together, which is going to be the part that makes it fun to play at that point.
Yeah. And again, getting back into it.
Yeah, it's a podcast listener.
100%. And like the story stuff, again, really, really good. Like I love the stuff. And like Clint is this is a really cool interpretation of Clint. And I love this interpretation of Kate Bishop. Really all of them. I think this is a really cool Hank Pym. He's like a major character. You don't play as him yet, but like he's a very different take on Hank Pym that I really like. You've met these characters.
Met him,
the characters are great. Gameplay is good. It just needs more content and more variety. That's the biggest problem. So I'm glad I did that. Did I do anything else before I watched the Snyder Cut? Did I do anything else? No. So I watched the Snyder Cut. It was 4 hours. I did a live thing with Bored and Annoyed. Guys, I think that movie's really good. I think Zack Snyder is the best superhero movie. It's got a lot of problems. Obviously, it's a Zack Snyder movie. It's really overindulgent, but I have no reason to watch the Joss Whedon one ever again because, hey, guess what? It's the same movie, but better. Everything in that movie is better in every single way. Flash is awful. He's actually worse in this cut. And it makes me really worried that the Flash movie is going to have.
So not everything is better.
No, not everything is better. No, yeah. I like it so much better than that Justice League movie.
Sure.
And I think it's worth a watch. It has, without a doubt, one of my favorite things I've ever seen in a superhero movie. And I'm so flabbergasted that they cut it from the original movie because it is so cool. It left me on the edge of my seat how cool it was. I loved it. And I'm really shocked that the movie we got is the movie we got. It's for you specifically. It's an experiment in editing and how you turn a movie into a different movie.
Sure.
It is so fascinating. And that movie is so different. Things happen at the beginning that happen at the end and vice versa. You're like, it's really impressive they even got the 2-hour cut that they did. But like, it's, I'm not here to hashtag restore the Snyderverse. That's not me. But I'm here saying that I think Zack Snyder actually got to make the movie he wanted to, and he succeeded. It's still really long and it's too much slow-mo, but like, I'm glad I watched it.
Sure.
You guys are planning on doing something for this channel on Snyder Cut.
I'm not rushing you guys. It's long. It's really long.
Yeah. I have my spring break coming up, and likely during that time I'll watch it, and then we'll put something together.
Yeah.
I could find time to watch it, but funny enough, because I was looking on HBO Max, and because I was using that to watch the Alien films, and then I see like the Snyder Cut, and I don't know how.
Real quickly, Ben. They're leaving. All the Alien movies are on HBO Max, which good thing we did this now because they're leaving at the end of this month.
Oh, thank God we did it. Thank God we did this now. I would have been screwed.
I was on Netflix and The Dark Knight and Batman Begins are on there right now. And I'm like, what is HBO Max? What is going on with them? Like, it's so crazy.
That's weird.
Anyway, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
Well, yeah, because I was looking and then it said like the Snyder cut. I'm like, yeah, I'll watch that eventually. And then I scroll down, it's like the Lord of the Rings. I'm like, and then I was like, and I just kept scrolling. It's like Return of the King extended edition. I'm like, what? Only the Return of the King extended edition is on there, not Fellowship or Two Towers. Only Return of the King. And I think, how long is Return of the King extended? 4.5 hours long.
That's the way it got
the extended cut of Lord of the Rings Return of the King is 4.5 hours long, and you know damn well I can sit through that whole thing in one sitting.
I can't because I have a bad bladder.
If you real quickly on HBO Max, they have a Kong versus Godzilla page where you can click on it, and it's like choose one, Godzilla or Kong. Which side are you on? And then it has if Team Godzilla, all the Godzilla movies they have on there, which include the old ones and the one MonsterVerse one.
A selection of the old ones.
Yeah, what they got from the Criterion Collection, and then it has for Team Kong bunch of movies just listed, like as it would be like Godzilla picked these movies for you.
This is my selection,
and it's really weird assortment. It's like Aquaman, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, and like go down.
It's because it's like actors from those movies or something.
I don't know. And then it's like Kong has like the old Kong movies they have on there, and then Kong versus Kong Skull Island, and then Team Kong for Team Kong movies, and it's like the Snyder Cut, Birds of Prey. It's like what?
Trying to give them like movie
so
personalities.
So
it's really weird.
That the interactive thing that like Netflix got a little bit too, but like I think that's a cool idea of like having like interactive menus and like, are you Team Kong? Here's the Kong movies, and it's like a little display. That's kind of cute.
Actually,
yeah, but I just don't understand the movie selection.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Funny enough, I'm actually glad the original 1954 Godzilla's on there because I actually want to watch it before Godzilla versus Kong.
Have you ever seen it?
I've never have, but I would really like to watch it. I'm going to watch the original Japanese. I'm not going to watch the Ray Parker. It's Ray Parker, right?
No.
Steve Martin?
Steve Martin is played by Ray. Oh.
It's Ray
Bradbury.
Raymond Burr.
Raymond Burr. Yeah, I'm not going to watch the Raymond Burr cut first. I want to watch the original Japanese one. Then maybe I'll go to the American one.
You don't need to watch the same movie twice.
They are not the same movie. Like honestly, they are not the same movie. Having watched them both,
are you telling me that
recently,
one Godzilla is the Snyder cut of the other Godzilla?
honest to God, like it is entirely. Look,
no, I'm being serious.
There's a reason. No, I know
it's a very different.
There is
movie,
a reason why Kaiju Ramen has given me permission to write an article all about how the Japanese cut makes it clear why location and character development of the people involved matters.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Godzilla American remake translation puts everything in a third person perspective, like this tragedy isn't really happening to Raymond Burr and therefore isn't happening to Americans. So there's no real weight to it as he's just watching. It's like, oh, that's really bad for them.
Yeah.
And that's the tone of that movie. And if you watch Gojira, it is just national tragedy for every character that's going through it.
Yeah. I've seen
two totally different vibes.
I unfortunately think I've only seen the American version, so I would like to eventually.
Up until a couple of years ago, I said it was the same way, but then I got the Criterion because they put out Godzilla first for Criterion, and I picked up that on DVD years ago. That was the first time I watched the Japanese cut.
Yeah,
sticking with the Japanese cut then. Awesome.
I think I played a bunch of video games with my friends here. I did have to watch a bunch of movies for various things on the podcast, so that took up some of my time. I went to the comic store, but I read only one comic this week, and it's not even on my pull list. I just opened up Marvel Unlimited, and I saw that Spider-Man 54 came out, and it was the revealing of who Kindred the villain is through the entire 50 issues of this entire arc, who the big bad is. I mean, I won't reveal it on here in case you read it or whatever, but
yeah, I'm not caught up yet.
Yeah. That's fun. That was a pretty fun issue.
I've been enjoying Spencer's run.
Yeah.
Where I'm at, I think I'm about at issue 44.
Yeah. Okay. You're still. It's surprising that it really took like over 50 issues to reveal the villain, and that is long-term planning that I didn't expect to happen because Kindred is revealed in like one of the first issues.
It was honestly really refreshing to have the pace be that way.
Yeah.
In a Spider-Man comic, anyway.
I read a lot of that run and then I stopped, and then I read some of the back issues and I stopped, and I kind of just jumped a couple issues ahead just so I can find out who the villain was after all this time. It's really cool. The art right now, it's Mark Bagley. And I'm not. He's a great Spider-Man artist, but for me, he's a little too cartoony. But he works for Spider-Man, so it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that.
Big fan of him because
Ultimate
Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the one comic I read. I keep saying it, but I'm really gonna try to double down and get on these comics because like I literally have like 100 comics piled up, and I'm like, oh my
I'm living in the same space. Yeah.
It's gonna happen. I'm gonna push it.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell myself I'm not gonna go back to the comic store to get my new stack until I finish the old one, which is a few months old. So
I just don't want my pull list to get big. That's my scare.
I need to be careful with mine. I need to be careful with mine too.
Yeah,
I'm looking at my pull list isn't as big, but at the same time, I gotta also be careful. But I want to read the books, and yeah, I really gotta like message the store and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna come in soon. Just please don't cancel my pull list." I forgot to do that.
Let them know.
Yeah,
that is me.
I'll go.
Okay, Ben goes.
All right. So I did quite a bit this week. I wasn't feeling the best, so I called out from work. But luckily, I'm feeling okay. I'm good. It wasn't COVID. It was just like a tiny little.
Ben, you told us last week. Never mind.
We brought it on the show, Ben.
No, shut up.
It's at the end of the show. Hey guys, if anybody from his work is watching the show, go to the last episode and go skip to the end. Ben, we have 5 listeners. Do you think 4 of them are people who you work with?
No. I'm pretty sure I told you guys after we were done recording too. Anyway,
they won't find anything.
Yeah. Anyways, so I was able to consume quite a bit of media this week. One of the shows I watched was Brandon. You're gonna be happy about this. I started watching Lower Decks on Paramount Plus.
Oh, cool!
And I'm on episode 7, and I freaking love it.
It's awesome.
It is a great show, and I love the cast of the Cerritos. I love everyone on that ship. I love Rutherford and the alien girls whose name I completely forgot.
I forgot it too.
I know. I love those two together. I love.
Get to the dog.
No, I haven't gone to the dog yet.
Okay.
The last episode I got to was when Brad was meeting his girlfriend and
yeah, that's a funny one.
Yeah, and is it Marilyn?
Mariner.
No, Mariner, thank you.
Mariner.
And Mariner was like convinced she was like an alien and about to kill her or kill him.
Assault vampire. Yeah,
it was just that whole episode of them like finding them eventually bonding was just awesome. They got approved for season 2, right?
Yeah, they were renewed for 2 seasons when they got started.
Awesome. Yeah, well, we're only gonna have Paramount Plus until the end of the month, so I need to finish this season, and maybe once season 2 comes up, I'll probably just like do a 1-week binge or something. But yeah, Lower Decks is awesome. I freaking love it. Fanny's been watching it with me, and she doesn't know lick about Star Trek, so she's enjoying it too.
It's best of the modern Trek shows by far.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely Lower Decks. That show is. That's some good stuff right there.
As a big fan of the Star Trek shows, you agree it's the best of the modern shows, Ben?
I really
watched through all of them.
I'm just saying, I'm like, hey man, he's a big Stephen King fan. Maybe we found his next best thing in Star Trek.
I mean, that's true. You have not seen Discovery or Picard, so
no,
I'm just
can't really say.
Actually, I watched part of Discovery and Picard because my roommate was watching it, and let me tell you, when we got to the Klingons and Discovery, I'm like, wait, those are Klingons?
How do you think I felt?
Yeah. You were probably like, what the hell am I looking at? Even I was like, those can't be.
I remember. We talked about it.
Hi, Meg.
Hey, Meg.
Meg, the best bro. Number 1 fan.
Yeah, so besides watching Lower Decks, I played video games with Sparks and Ryan a little bit. We played some Fortnite. We played some Dead by Daylight. So some video games were played. And yeah, I got the physical copy of Hades because that came out this week. I haven't played it yet, but I got it. And
Ben, can you do like a behold,
my physical copy of Hades. And one thing I really love about this is that it actually came with a booklet and a digital download code for the soundtrack. And I really miss it when video games don't come with like little booklets for the physical copies anymore. I mean, I get it. You don't really need an instruction manual anymore because all the tutorials there and all the controls you need, you can find it online easily. But
also, every game has basically the same controls.
Well, if you know Mario, it's like if you're playing a Mario game on Switch, B to jump, Y to run and use the fireballs. You don't need anything else.
All the luckily, because I play a lot of open world games, pretty much every single open world game I buy comes with a map. Every single one. Every Rockstar game comes with a map. Every Elder Scrolls game comes with a map.
That kind of shit, I love that.
Yeah, I when I was in high school, my entire wall was filled with fake maps of fake worlds. It was incredible. I loved it.
People, grandma and grandpa come over. Right? Have you been to these places? Yes, grandma.
Many hours.
It's like, oh yeah, I spent so much time in a freaking Skyrim. You have no idea. I know that place like the back of my hand.
Witcher 3 has a big ass map. It's beautiful. Comes with a free soundtrack too. It's great.
Yeah. But yeah, so I was able to pick that up. Also, I picked up a few other books which are video game inspired. So you guys are like, oh yeah, nostalgia's bitch. That's totally Ben. And I played some board games with Fanny and my roommate and just had a nice chill week. It was nice. I relaxed. Got to play some games. Got to read a little bit. Not my comic books, but I got to enjoy it.
I love it.
Cool. I'm glad for you. Sparks?
Brandon?
Damn you. You bitch. It's really weird going second to last.
Why?
I don't know. It just throws me off. All right. Anyway. Okay, I'll go next. So I didn't do a whole lot through just busyness things. I had to go to the vet. Got some bad news about my father. He's fine. It's sick, but he's fine. And got vaccinated, which kicked my ass. So yay, vaccinations, guys, do it.
Trying to.
But damn. I was sick. I was out for like 2 days. Anyway. But I did get to watch some things. I watched How Do You Know, which is a movie that I do not remember, but apparently, according to my Letterboxd, I watched it. pretty sure it was a movie. It was a romantic comedy with Paul Rudd.
How do you know?
Jack Nicholson's in. Oh, it's Jack Nicholson's last movie. That's what it is. Are you upset by that, Ben?
No. I had something I was going to talk about during my week, but it was the Square Enix thing. But we'll just go into it when we start the news.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you know? But I memorably unmemorable completely. I think Owen Wilson's in it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's Owen Wilson, Reese Witherspoon, Paul Rudd. Wow. Jack Nicholson apparently not good.
It's Jack Nicholson's last movie. He retired on it, and Teyonah Parris is in it.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
I remember saying that.
31% on Rotten Tomatoes.
and I'll be good.
Hey, Zara
Catherine Hahn's in it too.
Who?
Catherine Hahn is in it too.
Oh yeah, she is. Wow, she is. Yeah. She's pregnant.
And Tony Shalhoub. Man, it's a bummer. This movie sucks.
I'm pretty sure. Also, I'm not just saying this. I'm pretty sure Hayward's in that because there's a scene that people are like, "Oh, this is a deleted scene from WandaVision." It's Hayward.
Not that one.
Together. Not that one.
Not that one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Think it's about a baseball player. Reese Witherspoon's a baseball player.
Oh yeah.
I think so. I don't remember.
Wow. How do you know?
Maybe that's why they called it that. All right. Anyway, I also watched 2 other films for Zara. She got lucky this week. She got 3. So we watched an animated film from Belgium that's on Amazon Prime called Son of Bigfoot, which, as you would imagine, is about the son of Bigfoot, which is an ill-explained thing in the movie with completely fine voice acting and a story written definitely by a 5-year-old. It's cute, but that's about it. But she loved that so much that we watched the Netflix original sequel, Bigfoot Family.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Which is exactly the same quality-wise.
So, do we know that the people who made this movie were just really big fans of that one song from Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny?
Oh no, what I think it is, honestly, it's the if you remember a couple of years ago, and this lines up, Missing Link, Abominable, and Smallfoot all came out in the same year.
Yeah, that was the year of the bomb.
It did.
That was the year of the Bigfoot. I think this movie also came out. This was the 4th Bigfoot movie. This was the Lost Bigfoot.
Oh, you found it.
So weird. Yo, I didn't put it in trailers because I didn't want to, but if anyone wants to check it out, because we're talking about Bigfoot, there's a very fascinating looking Hulu docuseries about to come out called Sasquatch, which is all about how there's a place in California called the Emerald Triangle, which is where all the largest weed farms are.
Oh yeah. And
how many people have been murdered and disappeared suspiciously in that area. And a lot of people locally in the area attribute it to Bigfoot. And it's really, really fascinating. Because
definitely not because there's a criminal organization happening there.
For sure. But it's really fascinating because the team that did it was able to get don't show their face interviews with a crap ton of the people who were working the weed farms.
Oh my god, that's awesome!
And I'm like, yo, I bet this is an entertaining.
This is like a Tiger King where secretly everyone on Tiger King's like a criminal when it's just it's about tigers. Like, oh my god, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, so check out that trailer.
Okay. And we talked about it a bit. I watched the Assemble documentary for WandaVision. That was awesome. Mm-hmm. Really liked seeing how they made that show. Catherine Hahn being really excited when she watches Wanda, Elizabeth Olsen fly on a thing. It's like, oh, that looks like so much fun. Blue Vision with ears, which will never leave my nightmares.
That definitely made me think about how much flying there was in the episode. There was a lot. The last episode, I was like, wow, there really was a lot of flying.
Vision just flies.
Yeah.
I watched, I'll say Aquaman next. I love Aquaman. I think that movie rules.
You're right, it does.
We had a review of it. My opinions have not changed. When the Karathan shows up in that final fight, holy crap. He's riding dolphins. That is such a cool movie.
I still cannot believe the Kraken's voiced by frickin' Julie Andrews of all people.
I didn't mean to do it at the same time that the Snyder Cut, so it wasn't any like statement on my opinions of that, which I thought was weird. But that movie is just so wild and bonkers, and I just have a blast watching it, and it makes me really eager for a sequel and just Jason Momoa as an actor in general. Love it.
Aquaman's very good. Big fan. Was my favorite DC movie until Birds of Prey came out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've since really upped my opinion on Birds of Prey because at first I was a little lukewarm on it. But Aquaman, Shazam, Wonder Woman, and Birds of Prey are all kind of like in a line of like, I love these.
Yeah, like the next generation of the not Snyder movies, like they're all great. Like I like them all. Like I'm so glad we got those movies.
Me too.
Yeah. Except Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah. What movie are you talking about?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm talking about, you said Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
The other ones, that's it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Definitely push that memory down.
Life is good.
James Gunn's Suicide Squad.
Need it to be better.
James Gunn's Suicide Squad is the first Suicide Squad. I'm so excited to see what they do with those characters.
Speaking of, actually, I'm Team Ayer Cut. I'm Team Release the Ayer Cut.
You can't do that.
Why not?
You can't just do that.
I want to see it. I want to see if there's a watchable movie in there because I think Justice is watchable.
I agree.
Yeah.
We have to stop it at one point.
I know we definitely do, but like, because we get them like we're gonna talk about one actually, Alien 3, but like the Richard Donner Superman, like they happen like years later. I don't mind like 20 years later, David Ayer wants to come back and fix it.
Yeah, I would suspect, given the success, quote unquote success of how much people are responding to this movie, I wouldn't be shocked if in a couple of years we do see something like this on HBO Max. 100%.
Yeah.
That would be cool. I'm not against it. I like directors having their visions come true.
Most optimistic version I can see right now of like this increase in conversation about release the blank cut, release the
director's vision cut.
Is this desire for them to keep returning back to, and I hope that it just really leads to maybe just the studios interfering less with final products.
That's the dream, dude.
Because I feel like this demand is going to increase. People are going to be talking about the Snyder Cut, but they're going to be talking about other cuts that they're now thinking back on. And they're like, the Aliens director cut. And they're like, well, this is just so much better. Yeah. Like all these kind of conversations are going to happen. And it's like, even where it falls short, it usually has a superior artistic choice to the studio mandated version, where at least even if it doesn't necessarily make the movie great or anything, we're going to talk about this today with the Aliens films. It still makes it feel like there's something more going on than the more run-of-the-mill release that ends up happening in theaters.
Yeah.
So I hope if that demand increases, that not what happens is that we just keep getting people going back and redoing the art and constantly getting these new cuts, but just studios start to go, maybe we just trust them and let them do the thing.
Well, it's very much like a video game remaster thing. Like we want to be better for the future, right? So future movies, we don't have to go back and remaster because there was mistakes. Like movies from the past, we have if we can fix those, sure, right?
I think the tough thing with like things going forward is that studios have to make that bet early rather than trying to interfere in the middle, because the Snyder Cut cost $70 million to finish for a reason. It's
Yeah.
a lot of CGI that didn't get done. And CGI is so important to so many of those ones that we're talking about, because usually the lower films that are artistic, they usually are the person's vision. They're not really being interfered with as much. It's because more money is on the line that the studios interfere as much.
Yeah.
And I hope that they start to just go, we're going to dump it and we're going to hope. And we're just going to put the faith and the money behind the person rather than like having to go back and recorrect.
And again, I think that's why like this newer generation of the movies, like Wonder Woman and Shazam and Birds of Prey and Aquaman, those are all visions. Like Aquaman, like that's a movie. That's a movie with someone's idea.
But even then, like, we love Birds of Prey. But the director has already come forward and said that's still not the cut that I wanted to make.
Okay.
So we're still dealing with that. Even when we're happy, it's like we're still not seeing it all.
Yeah.
And I want to be perfectly clear. It's not that I was against the Snyder cut. I was against the Snyder cult.
No, of course.
That'll come up later too.
That'll
come up later too. I just you guys talking about like cuts, and I was thinking about the popularity of them, so I wanted to.
You're totally right though. Like, you know, we look at the Superman 2. Superman 2 was mostly filmed by Richard Donner, and then he was fired and Richard Lester came on. So, and then 20-40 years later, they're like, hey, do you want to do this? So he put out the movie he wants to make. Hey, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, is vastly superior.
Yes, it is.
That's the only cut, like when they released the Superman 5 film collection.
Yeah, they include that.
They only include the Donner cut. I have never seen the original cut of Superman 2.
The collection I have. The collection I have has both of them.
I don't know if I've seen the original either, actually, because I like went out of my way to like make sure I watched like the good one. You know,
I definitely saw the original the first time I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to know something funny? I think the last time I watched Superman 2, it must have been on like Stars or something. This was way back in the day, but it like if you look on the TV guide, it specifically says Superman 2 : the Richard Donner cut.
That's what it's called.
They don't play that. I was like, Superman, I don't know why it says Richard Donner. This is back before I knew about Richard Donner. I was like, I don't know why it says Richard Donner cut, but I'm going to go ahead and watch Superman 2. And I watched Superman 2. I was like, man, that movie's great.
It's the official title.
We should definitely get back to our week, but clearly this is a topic we could do someday.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
I watched Godzilla.
Which one?
2014.
2014.
Nice.
Snyder cut topic. I'll know what that means, right?
We will.
Anyway, yeah, I watched the 2014 Godzilla movie. It's I really like that movie. It is my it's in my top 5 Godzilla films in general. I'm not ashamed of that. I think that movie was really good. Except I really wish Aaron Taylor Johnson was a better actor in it.
Yeah. I also watched Godzilla 2014 this week. Man, I want that 4K.
I wish I liked that movie better. I really do.
Man, you know, I was watching it this time and something stood out to me, which is that it's a lot of really great individual sequences that don't necessarily sequence together.
Yeah.
There's a lot of incredible, like just this moment, I'm like, this minute to this minute, I'm like, oh man, this is incredible. And like, oh, this is so good. And they clearly made it with the trailer in mind. And this is a really good moment isolated on its own. But interwoven into the film, they just don't all coalesce together for a strong narrative.
If the finale for me wasn't so cool, I would not be talking about this movie at all.
Gareth Edwards' idea of tone and like the score and the visuals,
the look of it, I love it,
are going together so well, and the tension is there. The heart and emotion of what should be going on is there.
I also think it has a lot to say. You know, it's an American Godzilla film with a lot to say. We're about generational pain, about our relationship with nature. I think that's what, for me, elevates it, is that it's saying those things and that resonates.
I just have to follow someone I kind of don't like for 2 hours, and it's hard.
I think it has those things to say. You're absolutely right, Brandon. But the problem is that the protagonist isn't engaging with that narrative.
Not at all.
That's true.
And that's really the issue, is that.
But he should, because he's the reason why the narrative is the way it is.
You're right, but he doesn't, and that's the really the problem, is that like that narrative is there, but he's not your main character you're following is not part of it.
I did see your tweet, Brandon. I remember that you did watch this movie. You like they killed the wrong characters in both of these movies, and I 100% agree. Like, you didn't have to have Bryan Cranston be the main hero, but you really should not have put him into marketing so much and kill him in the first part of the movie.
It's always bewildering to me that he falls off the bridge and that looks like him dying, and then they keep him alive, but only long enough to kill him on the chopper.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't get that. I don't understand that choice at all.
I just feel like... So I said that in regards to because Sally Hawkins dies in the second film, and I don't think she should have.
Right.
Which we've talked about on a review of the second film.
Mm-hmm.
But Bryan Cranston, everything with him is honestly incredible. He's really selling the script, and the writers clearly have an understanding of his story, of his character that they don't have with Ford, which is Aaron Taylor Johnson. So killing him, especially so early, just feels like the movie is empty.
Yeah. Also, like, coming out of having read recently, again, Godzilla Awakening, I wish more of what's there for Serizawa's background was more present besides the one scene where he passes his watch to the commander. And he's like, that's my brief explanation. And I'm like, you clearly have an understanding and like preconceived relationship with Godzilla. You've been thinking about this for a long time. I wish that was more on the page, because he just says, I believe that he's a power balance, but we don't get anything about where that comes from, what his instigations for that are. And that's not there, which is a weird choice since you're reestablishing Godzilla's presence for a new take and a new generation.
Yeah. What are you waiting for the 4K for?
Oh, I just want it. I watched it. I just want it because it'll look better.
Okay. Because I was going to get the 4K because it looked brighter. Because the film is pretty dark if you watch it on Blu-ray, but they didn't brighten the image. They lied about that, and everyone found that out. So I'm not getting the 4K anymore. Instead, I just brightened my TV.
I'm still gonna get the 4K because it's gonna, even then, like, color balances are easier to mess with on a 4K television and things like that.
Mag says, and teasing fights instead of a full scene fight. I actually disagree with that. I think it did become kind of a joke for the movie that it does cut away from the fights too often. But watching it more, I think it actually works in that film's favor, and that final fight is really cool.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think it's a better idea to hold it off so that the finale has the right punch to it, and it ultimately does.
Yeah.
The problem is that still I'm following Aaron Taylor Johnson, who's not engaging with the narrative I want to be engaged with.
Not like people. Not you, Mag, but people have this expectation that the Godzilla movies are just like always Godzilla fighting, and that can't be the case. You just can't make movies where that's the case. So you have to have protagonists that you follow, and it's just unfortunate. Like, if you don't like the protagonist, then you're just waiting for Godzilla. But if you don't like it, but there's only like 7 seconds of Godzilla in this movie,
and it really bums me out that Gareth Edwards and Jordan Voight Roberts are the only two that even try to engage in making good characters for a Godzilla film, because Michael Dougherty doesn't give a shit.
I was going to say, Mag, if you want like full fight scenes, like King of the Monsters is the movie for you. That has monster shit in spades. That has maybe even worse characters. So what are you going to do?
But that's the thing is, like, you're right. You need better characters, and American directors now are in on the joke of like, oh, nobody wants to see the humans. They just want to see the monsters.
That's not true.
And that's not true. You need to still try to give us engaging human characters.
I need someone to care about that the things are getting destroyed, or else, like, who cares if people die? I don't care. Like, I'm supposed to care. That's the point.
Yeah. It's definitely like that film in particular. It is not necessarily a problem with like the characters aren't interesting. It's just that they're not letting the characters really express themselves enough to be connected to what the story's about, or they're in it too little.
Yeah.
As is the case with Bryan Cranston and Serizawa.
Yeah.
They're just not in it enough to get to connect really with what's going on. Visually, just such a really inspired direction. And I will say, like, the marketing hurt it a lot because the marketing set you up for a movie that it ultimately just wasn't. Same thing with King of the Monsters, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with all that. Okay, last week I told you guys I was reading Thor: The Complete Collection Volume 1 by Jason Aaron. And this week I finished it, which went to the League of Realms team up when Malekith escapes hell.
With like the troll and the dwarf.
Yeah.
Like the international. Yeah.
Real quickly, Mag says, like the wacky plot in Mechagodzilla 74. Yes, but good characters in that film.
Yeah, and to be fair, like that's a really good example of where the dub and the sub are not served the same way. If you're watching the dub version, they do treat that in a very B camp way. If you are watching the subtitle, then you're going to get a lot more of the subtext about why specifically where that movie is happening is important culturally.
Yeah. Anyway, so what was I talking about? I was talking about Thor. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. So I'm going to start Volume 2. Just bummer. I found out that Volume 2 does not collect Original Sin. It just moves from Thor to Mighty Thor.
You're buying like the big ones, right?
Yeah. But I bought Original Sin, so rectified. Because I need to read that before I go to Mighty Thor.
I want to say that because I think the biggest collection I have, like from runs that have like tie-ins like that, like my Iron Man run, I think there's a specific volume that's just called like Fear Itself. And instead of it goes from like volume 9 to Fear Itself, then to volume 10 or something, and that really messes with me. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it. It's the same issuing. It doesn't make sense.
The other thing is that Thor, the complete collection volume 2, goes up to Thor's, which is the Secret Wars tie-in, but Secret Wars is not collected in this obviously because it's Hickman,
and it's also like 10 giant issues.
Yeah, so I'm like, well, okay, I've read Secret Wars, so that's not as egregious, but still.
Thor's and again, all those tie-ins are cool. That's a murder mystery about why are all the Jane Fosters in the multiverse getting killed. And
very important to go into the Unworthy Thor comic book.
Yeah.
Which I only know of, and I'm excited to get there.
One day.
All right, that's coming out in May. I read a couple of comics. I didn't have a huge pull list this week, so I read the X-Men, obviously, and I read Thor, which is great. But I read Nightwing, and I want to talk a bit about Nightwing. Tom Taylor has started his run on Nightwing, and if you've been following Nightwing for the New 52, he's not had a great go of it.
Man, Kyle Higgins had an awesome run. An awesome run that was with Scott Snyder's Batman, and that coincided together. That was a great run, and then it was all downhill from there.
There was Grayson, which is being looked back on more fondly than it was at the time.
I think that book was good from the get-go, and I didn't even know Tom King was on that book because he co-wrote that book.
Yeah. And then Rick Grayson, obviously, more recently. He's had a rough go of it. He was pretending to be dead for a while after Forever Evil. Oh, that was Grayson. I remember that. Okay, anyway. Wild. Anyway, this is kind of back to basics. Nightwing. This is Dick Grayson. He's in Bloodhaven, dealing with bad guys in Bloodhaven. And Tom Taylor is such a great voice for Dick Grayson, for Nightwing, and even Barbara Gordon. I had a blast, and I'm so excited to be reading a Nightwing book.
I'm glad for you. I'm glad to also be picking up a Nightwing book again. Like next to Swamp Thing, I'm a Batman guy, but like Nightwing is my dude. Like I love Nightwing. Like he's my favorite Batman. There's the thing.
We get a Fortnite skin.
Just no way we're not getting a Fortnite skin. We got classic Raven, bro. Brandon, there's some really good Raven skins. They are so good. It makes me mad. Like how much I want to level in that game. But I'm just so excited. I love it all. It's all good.
Nightwing's great. If you have room in your pull list, you should pick it up. I think it's awesome.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I went down. This is my last thing. I went down a Prometheus rabbit hole. I texted Sparks about this while we were a couple days ago. We were going through the Alien films, all 6. And I decided after our discussion to look up some things about Alien Covenant through my search. To look at my things of Prometheus, but I started with looking for Alien Covenant Advent, which is the prologue to Alien Covenant we talked about. Epilogue. And I couldn't find it anywhere, so it ended up going down this rabbit hole of Prometheus and what things mean and what the original intention was, and
that's upsetting that's not just like on YouTube.
That's crazy.
That's like one of the best things.
Yeah.
So I found it. So I watched a documentary for Prometheus, and I did eventually find Alien Covenant Advent. It's on movies. It's on the digital version of Alien Covenant. Just like this documentary for Prometheus is on the digital version of Prometheus. So I just fell deep, and like 3 a.m. one morning, I was like, I'm still researching alien stuff, and intentions and things. And there's 20 drafts of the Prometheus script.
I believe it.
I will talk more about my findings on Prometheus when we get into our topic. But I did watch some short films. That my rabbit hole led me to some short films that Alien did for its 40th anniversary. I believe it was 40th.
Oh, they had like animated stuff too, right?
No, this was all live action shorts.
Okay.
So these are 6 live action shorts that are on the YouTube channel Alien Anthology, which is the official Alien YouTube account, where you can find a lot of interesting stuff about Covenant. So I watched these all 6 shorts. They're like 10, 15 minutes long. Let's talk about the ones I don't like real quickly. Alien Containment, Alien Night Shift, and Alien Ore. Fine, they were all right. They didn't really do anything new with the Alien thing, with the Alien franchise. So what these are like student shorts. So I'm not criticizing them too harshly. Just kind of saying that like the reason is because these 3 were really good, which were Alien Specimen, Alien Alone, and Alien Harvest. I thought those 3 were excellent and did some really fascinating stuff with the Alien franchise in just a short amount of time. I really recommend them if you have the time to watch them. Again, like 10 minutes.
I would love
Sure.
to.
But that's it. So I guess Sparks.
Yeah, okay. I watched some Gilmore Girls still. That's always just like kind of interwoven and in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I've been trying to slowly catch up on the CW DC verse. That's really mostly just been Batwoman because Batwoman was a lot ahead in weeks than everything else. So it was a lot of watching Batwoman. Batwoman's going to come up later in our news, but I just want to talk about one of the most recent episodes I watched was this one where they introduce a whole new concept of extra childhood trauma and add this character in her life that's going to be like a quasi criminal that she knows it's just a lot. It's a lot of trying to lay a lot on so that she has extra personal stuff going on as Batwoman.
So it's a CW show?
Which is hard. Well, it's because, they're inventing her from nothing. So they have to force all this. It just feels like it's very shoved in. However, I will say it had one of my favorite things that the show's done so far, which is that she's dealing with some criminal stuff. And then she finishes that, and nearby she hears like a break-in alarm going off. And so she goes to check the break-in alarm, and she's standing there and she doesn't see anything. And then a little black boy tugs on her cape. And she's like, did you do this? And he's like, well, I don't have a way to light the bat signal. So I just... And he wanted to just let her know that his brother is missing. And he's like, will you help me, Batwoman? Do you care? And I was like, that's a pretty nice Batwoman moment, guys. That was pretty good. Every once in a while, the show's impressing me right now. And that was one of those. I was like, that's a nice little thing. I've never seen that in a Batman-related thing. That's pretty good.
I love that.
I had no time to watch Black Lightning this week, so that didn't happen. I watched some more Dr. Stone because that's our anime right now, and Dr. Stone's great. And I'll say that every week that I'm watching it. Dr. Stone is great. I don't think that show's ever going to get bad. So there it is. Watch WandaVision Assembled. We talked about that. We watched Falcon and Winter Soldier, and we have an episode coming out about that. Godzilla we covered. I read Dragon Ball Super because the new manga chapter is out. That is doing some cool stuff, and it's also introducing something that feels kind of like filler while expanding the universe. So it's both like kind of cool and kind of like, we're just gonna spin our wheels. I will say that like this whole thing is there's this group that wants to overtake Frieza's army to take control of the galaxy because Frieza's back, and it's really thrown away their plans for like running criminal activity.
He's back again?
Yeah, he's been back since Broly. And after the end of the show. And so this kind of like up and coming criminal empire kind of got cut short because of his return. And so a dude got access to some other Dragon Balls, again, expanding the universe.
Wait, there's a fourth set of Dragon Balls?
Yes. It's it's actually totally reasonable. Again, like it's a Namekian that lived on another planet, same deal as Earth, kind of thing. They're a unique set. It's a cool dragon. This set of Dragon Balls only requires 2. Yeah, but it's also a different kind of power set. So there's cool stuff to it. Anyway, he kind of makes this whole thing to make himself stronger. And they're like, okay, that's going to be a problem. We can't have him kill Frieza yet. Let's distract him. We're going to throw him at some Saiyans because he hates the Saiyans too. Because Frieza and the Saiyans destroyed his home back when they worked for Frieza. And so that it's just like forcing this dude on a collision course with Goku and Vegeta. And I'm like, that's all right, I guess. But the concept of like these guys out in space trying to take over a criminal empire under Frieza is pretty cool. Expanding the idea of the extra Dragon Balls. It's just kind of this generic shonen character is being tossed at Goku and Vegeta, and I'm kind of like, oh, all right.
Wait, that happened again after Jiren?
I would argue this dude's even a little more generic than Jiren in the sense that like he's like every aesthetic idea you could think of from Toriyama compiled into a single person.
Oh man,
original character.
That being said, like they can still do some cool character stuff with him. That could still come. He's just definitely he himself is the least interesting part about what's happening. But there's still interesting stuff happening. Vegeta just got to the point where he can take a little pebble and he can destroy it with God of Destruction energy. So. Awesome. Yeah, so some good stuff's happening.
Very slowly getting there.
Very slowly. But,
oh my god, he's gonna become Topo.
That's what's gonna happen, and I'm so into it.
Topo.
That's clearly the inspiration for it because of how he faced Topo. Mm-hmm. It's clearly like, oh, he's gonna be like even better at it than that guy.
I mean, he is really destructive, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So excited. Animate that, guys.
Yes, the other Nomad Namekian is actually he's an interesting dude. There's a whole history there that I hope that they go a little more into. I want to talk about Fortnite. Fortnite had a new season this week.
Sure
there's a kick-ass opening video for the new season. Brandon, you could watch it. It's just this fun cinematic. You get a lot of licensed characters.
Halo, the Terminator, everybody.
Kratos. You watch Linda Hamilton, Sarah Connor, and Ellen Ripley both help each other face off xenomorphs and Terminators.
I gotta tell Brandon about this one part. There's this part where a super buff kitty punches the Predator in the face, and the Predator just like looks over, does the growl, and the kitty's eyes go all big because he knows he's screwed because the laser dots go on his head,
and then he dies.
Then you hear an explosion.
So we've played it long enough, and this season introduced this opening video introduced elements that I don't know what they are, and I'm like, okay, I'd like to know what's going on. So I watched a bunch of lore videos, and I now know the story of what's happened in the major season events to lead up to this point. What's going on? I didn't realize it was as complex as it is, but it's very fascinating. The only cliff note I would really want to give about it is that there's actually a pretty surprisingly impressive logic to why there's like. Let's say Ryan's playing Ripley and then I'm playing Ripley, and yet that makes sense in the lore of the game, which is that every time that a character from the multiverse has ended up at the nexus of the island, it has created a snapshot of them. The snapshots of them become these ripple effects through time who live their own identities, but they're also trapped in the loop of the nexus, which is why, if you die on the island, you just go back and start a new cycle because the island is constantly looping. And that's
so if you get transported there, you get a clone made.
And that's what the storm is. The storm is the loop repeating. And there can be more than one snapshot. Jonesy, who's that blonde-haired character, there are multiple snapshots of him.
This sounds like a movie.
In fact, it's unclear if the character that you see in the video is the original Jonesy anymore, or if he has become a snapshot.
Ooh. No, that's real quick. That's multiple man Jamie Madrox from the X-Men. That dude dupes himself so much. Sometimes they live such long lives that they don't even remember who the original guy is. Really dramatic. So the core conflict of Fortnite is that the IO, who we were dealing with in the last season, they are an organization that is trying to protect the Nexus point. They don't want it to ripple throughout the multiverse or anything. Whereas the Seven, who have been around, but our first encounter was this season. They are a group who wants to set all the snapshots free
to live free of the loop.
That sounds
and
like a
live
good
their own
thing.
identities. Right. So there's this constant like back and forth on that. It's actually kind of
Are
interesting.
we the
and cool,
baddies?
and I'm pretty impressed. No, because we're the snapshots.
No,
and we're trapped. That's every player is a snapshot.
Oh my god, Fortnite 2 is just like a giant open world game where you're just like, we can do anything we want.
It's pretty wild. So anyway, Fortnite's pretty cool. They started this new season, which is called Primal. There's a whole lot of they really introduced a whole lot of new cool stuff like crafting weapons, wildlife. You can tame them, you can hunt them. There's going to be dinosaurs very clearly.
There's dinosaur eggs everywhere.
Because there's dinosaur eggs, and they've already said that they're going to hatch at some point. There's a lot of cool stuff. Tomb Raider, Lara Croft is here
I just got
for this
Lara
battle
Croft.
pass. She's in her modern look, but then you can unlock her classic look, and then you can unlock her retro
The
look
polygonal
where she
look.
looks polygonal and everything.
Yeah,
They
it's
do it
weird
really
because the super classic one, because that's like I think that's like a time exclusive if you're a part of like the Fortnite crew.
Yeah.
Man, it is. I mean, it looks good, but you can tell that's what it's supposed to like. This is like the original 3D model of those old Tomb Raider games.
The super like epic Raven one, which is there's an artist called Piccolo, and he draws like these very cute like OG Teen Titans hanging out as like teenagers, and like it's the look from his graphic novel book of Raven and like looking like cool goth, and I'm like that's the Dr. Doom for the season where I have to get that. Fortnite has a way of just like giving me the needle. I just like can't help it.
There's also we don't find out for another like 30 days or so who the extra special characters you can unlock with the battle pass are. There's 4, it looks like, based on the question mark labels. Actually, based on the narrative of the season, I am willing to bet money one of them is Dr. Grant from Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
To bet money that is what's going to happen.
Okay, if we go down that logic, Indiana Jones then for Lara Croft.
Almost.
Indiana Jones is definitely showing up. This is like Explorer, like forestry stuff. What if Brandon, if the librarians show up as characters, will you play this game with us?
Well, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll make that bet. If the librarians show up as characters.
Sophie, Halle Berry's character from John Wick 3 showed up. So I'm not ruling anybody out.
Look, Brandon, all I'm saying is if Dr. Grant is one of them, you could log in for 1 month, just get 1 month of the battle pass, get Dr. Grant, and then just play Dr. Grant whenever you want.
For the rest of your life.
And you could play the rest of the time for free. And I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Look, this is... You have mentioned we trying to get me to play that game for a while. This is the closest you've gotten.
Yeah. Let's see how that season unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, what? How long did it take for me to finally start playing with these guys? And they freaking.
Now you're giving them the money. You're giving them the cash.
Damn it!
It's pretty fun. So that wasn't the only game I played this week. I also started Miles Morales. And I started on my PS5, and it looks so good. So good. Absolutely ridiculously good. The frame rate with the ray tracing is incredible. And also the game just plays great. They've created, this would be regardless of PS5. They've done such a good job creating a dynamic play style for Miles Morales. I'm not going to talk a bunch about it. I really like what I'm playing, but we're going to do some kind of discussion about it in the near future. So I'm not going to say too much about that. And the last thing I want to touch on isn't something I did. It's just something I want to bring up. It's a little bit tied to something I did. So for one of my classes where I'm working in American Studies, we had a guest speaker this week. Her name was Carla Cornejo Villavicencio. She wrote a book called Undocumented Americans. It's all about the perspective of illegal immigrants in America. And it was... Luna, sorry.
Puppy!
It's a really, really... I didn't get to read the whole book, but I've read like passages from it. And I've read some of her other work, and I listened to a podcast where she talked about her family life and working up to the book. And she's really, really cool. I highly recommend that if you're interested in like a really personal perspective on what it's like to be undocumented in our country. Anyway, while we were doing that, she also talked about the fact that she was on a podcast episode. In fact, the second podcast episode of a brand new podcast called Yeah, No, I'm Not Okay. That podcast is created by Diane Guerrero, who plays Crazy Jane on Doom Patrol, who's also lived her life with her parents as undocumented illegal immigrants who were deported. And she's finally like putting a podcast together where she wants to talk about like living the life of what that has done to her and things like that. So I want to direct your attention to that podcast, and certainly to that podcast episode, which I haven't had the time to listen to yet. But this podcast just launched at the beginning of this month.
Nice.
And I love that actor. Diane Guerrero is also from Orange is the New Black. You would know her from there.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot of value in that. So definitely check that out, guys.
Love it. Cool. I follow her like on Instagram and Twitter. Like she's radical. She's really cool.
I forgot a couple of things that I wanted to say. One was that through my conversation, I interviewed a couple people that I think have cool podcasts. And two that I just learned about are Oh Gosh, Oh Golly, Oh Wow, which is a podcast where they go through every issue of Excalibur, the original Excalibur.
Nice.
So every episode is another issue, and they go into the whole thing.
Are you gonna read Excalibur and then read this in that podcast?
I'm thinking about it. I gotta make sure I want to make that commitment.
Yeah.
And then the D20 Future Show I wanted to mention because Ryan, you're doing your. Actually, you came up on the episode. You're doing your role playing game because of that. That's how you came up.
Got it.
And Ben, you listen to role playing games. So it's a D20 Future Show where it's doing like the game is the D20 Future, and they're doing like a superhero thing in 2070. It's like Dungeons and Dragons, but but in the future.
Got it.
Okay.
Love it.
More sci-fi. Yeah.
All right. That sounds cool.
I'll probably mention more podcasts as episodes come out, and because of that. Anyway, that's it. All right, let's get into our book club bit news.
Let's get into our book club.
Let's go to the book club. That was not the book club intro.
Don't mess with me right now. I'm not okay. All right. Anyway, I did play the bread and butter one, right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, good. Whew. Had me for a second. All right. So we're going to talk about some sad news this week. First is Yasuo Atsukpa. Sorry. Who is a legendary animator from Toei Animation. He mentored a bunch of people from Studio Ghibli. He passed away this week at the age of 89.
Ooh, yeah. He was a major animation animator on the Lupin the Third anime series, and also on Castle of Cagliostro, amongst other things. But yeah, he was also a big mentor of a lot of people, including Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, who did the character designs for Evangelion.
Oh,
so yeah, that was sad.
Rest in peace.
Yeah,
rest in power.
And then something of bizarre timing. Yaphet Kotto from Alien passed away this week at the age of 81.
Sorry. That is, this dude was a prolific character actor. I did not realize how much stuff they did. Oh my god.
Yeah. Crazy that the timing when this came out, I was like, wow, we just watched Alien.
Yeah.
Sigourney Weaver actually had a really nice thing to say about him, about how he motivated her as an actor. I thought that was really nice.
Yeah, I did too. He was a Bond villain.
Yes,
that's how I recognize him too. Yeah,
he was. Yeah. What Bond movie?
Live free and die.
Which one?
Live free and die hard. It's what is it? Live and let die. Sorry,
live and let die.
Okay. The Beatles song. The John Paul's whatever.
Paul McCartney song.
Yeah, that's what I said.
John Paul McCartney song. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
All right. Big news happened this week, and I'm not just talking about the Snyder Cut. Zack Snyder went on a stream, and Sparks, you wanted to talk about this.
I think we all want to talk about it, but yeah.
In some ways. Zack Snyder went on a stream and denounced the YouTube channel Geeks and Gamers while advocating to stop hate against Asian Americans because he has...
Yeah, I watched I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch like him saying the thing, which is the important part.
It's great. Definitely, like real quick, a content warning on some of the stuff we're about to talk about.
100%.
We're about to discuss like the reaction to what Zack Snyder said, and there's definitely some quotes in there that are really, really bad, and about violence against Asian Americans and Asian people in general. And so just be aware that we're going to be talking about that and quoting it, and I just want to get that out of the way first. So if that's a trigger or anything, like skip past what we're about to talk about.
Mute us because we're live.
Yeah. Or
yeah, either one.
So Geeks and Gamers is a known how would you describe them? A harasser, alt-right assholes.
I wasn't super familiar because I try to stay away. If you know what Comicsgate is, I would say they're somewhat of an equivalent. They're
in some ways born out of it.
Yes, they are anti-progress. They're anti-social justice.
Born out of Gamergate too.
Yeah,
but you know what? They are not anti-chicky nuggies.
What's that? What do you mean?
Wanted to turn that off when I heard that. That was one of their people. What we talked about is the reaction to it, and one of the reaction was to say, "Are we evil people? No." And this guy was like talking about how great he is and how great his YouTube channel is, and said, "What do you think about?" "Oh, I only think about chicky nuggies." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness,
nothing
is happening."
So we're gonna have to do this in kind of parts. So Zack Snyder, what he said, let's just talk about that first. What Zack Snyder did was he was really trying to separate, because either on his own volition or through Warner Brothers, we'll never know, he became aware of kind of the hate that's going on with Geeks and Gamers, at least what's attributed to them. Whether or not you subscribe to the idea that they're really at fault for that, whatever. There's a lot attributed to them creating a negative dome within nerd culture. And again, like a kind of a content warning, this is all related to the tragedy in Atlanta, which we're not directly talking about, but Zack Snyder felt extra compelled to bring this up, I would imagine, because of what happened this week in Atlanta. Really horrible thing that is already far too quickly being painted as not that big of a deal, and it is a big deal. This is stemming from a lot of violence and hate towards Asian Americans, especially in the light of the coronavirus and a year now of blaming Chinese people for the virus. Not directly attributed to the Atlanta thing, but it certainly is the environment that this is fostered in. Mm-hmm. And Zack Snyder, having Asian descended kids himself, really wanted to get ahead of that idea, and so he expressed that very blatantly on the stream that, we're not affiliated with that kind of reputation. I am not familiar with if Geeks and Gamers said anything related to Asian hate in particular recently, but that is what compelled Zack Snyder to say it. He was pretty blatant about it. I also think he handled it in a pretty nice way, where he just said, "I just want to be clear that we're not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers." Then he had a pause and he separate thoughted that I just want this to be something that we all come together. I'm paraphrasing him, but we all come together.
It's not about
around,
hate. It's not about hate.
It's not about hate, especially in light of what's happened this week. Yeah. And I thought that was really nice. Overdue in some ways, because certainly us on the podcast, our biggest problem hasn't been with the fact that like Zack Snyder's getting to make the movie. It's been with the fact that the people who have been the most vocal about it are also very, very aggressively dangerous and hate-filled people who share a rhetoric of negativity and racism and sexism on the internet. Those people are the people who we didn't like were getting rewarded.
Which I don't understand, because the Snyder Cut is 1,000% more diverse than the original Justice League movie. There's so much more Cyborg, Ryan Choi, so many more things that I'm like, do you guys even know who you're supporting? He's not. He's like a nice guy, all things considered. He's a liberal dude. Like it's really funny that like they're not even looking at the movie that he's making when like your lead's a black actor.
Well, what it came down to was his silence, and his silence to them justified them.
It's again that is very true, and silence is just, if anything, is just as bad as it's not condemning it. It is really nice that he did this, and it is again awful that how quickly his fan base turned on him. Like it is that day on Twitter was insane. I couldn't believe it. Like the people who had like Snyder Cut in their like Twitter handle were changing it and like vilifying him. I'm like, you guys are just, I think you're just angry. I think you're just angry.
Demanding a boycott.
Yeah, I think like you guys have been fighting for years for this. Now you're angry at him. Like it just goes to show you it was never about the movie.
Yeah. And that I texted Sparks the night that I saw it happen, and I was like, the Snyder Cut movement is eating itself from the inside right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Geeks and Gamers had a 3-hour live stream response to this.
They were crying.
Where they complained about his, and again, like he said 2 sentences.
Yeah.
And I don't think either of them put such a condemnation on Geeks and Gamers. Like he didn't even directly connect them to hate. He just made clear that they weren't affiliated. And look, I get that the implication is that, but I don't know that warranted a 3-hour live stream response. But that's what happened. That one wasn't so much the worst of it, though. The worst of it came.
I want to talk a bit about that, unless we want to move on to the really.
I'm going to go on to the other one, so you go ahead and do what you're doing first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I watched a lot of that stream through clips, and just because I was just baffled by it. The thing is, they had people on the stream that Zack Snyder made that statement. They had people there, and this dude, Jeremy something, on Geeks and Gamers, the head dude of that channel, spent most of the time asking his co-host questions and then saying how great he was about how like the Snyder Cut movement wouldn't have happened without us, and how dare he betray us like this, and of all the things like we talked, and they like start like saying things that clearly Zack Snyder told them in confidence, because he like at one point must have like trusted them, and if not, then they just made crap up to make the Snyder Cut seem bad when they have been trying to get this movie made so long.
Honestly, I would assume a mix of both, even if some of it is based in fact. Some of it, I'm not going to say is outright lies, but like exaggerating to make it more. Yeah. And
then there was parts where they were like, Warner Brothers told them to say these things, trying to get it like, no, let's redirect our energy away from Snyder because it's Warner Brothers. They're the evil people. Like you're right. And like going back to what Ryan said, Ryan's right. It was never about the movie. It was always just about harassment and hate. And
it really boggles my mind, because they're on the precipice. They are there. They won. They're getting their 4-hour Justice League television show.
That night.
Yeah. And it's all he said was, hey guys, we just had a national tragedy and I have Asian kids. Like I want us to try to have a really nice conversation. Like I just don't want it to be full of hate. Justice League, the movie, really, it's about love and it's about tragedy. So like it makes sense. Like Zack Snyder's in a very specific mood and he wants to have a good time talking to his fans, and they turn on him. Like this was awful for Zack Snyder. He's having a good weekend for people who weren't really his fans, kind of like me. We're like, this dude just wanted to make the movie, and you guys are the ones being assholes. Like, it's been such an interesting weekend where like the sides have flipped. Like I'm a fan of Zack Snyder, and now all his fans hate him. It's like this weekend was insane, you guys. Yeah. It was insane.
Yeah. I think it did like kind of just from an outside, like didn't watch the Snyder Cut perspective and everything. It did remind me of like. And I don't feel like I've changed on this, but it did just remind me that like it's not Zack Snyder that's been my problem. I don't enjoy his take on these characters. That's always been the thing that I'm not that thrilled about. But the Snyder Cut specifically, it never bothered me that like he was gonna get it made. It's who got it made. Yeah. It's the people who spearheaded that campaign being rewarded for the way they went about
100%.
it, which we talked about was at the top of it a whole lot of hate. Not everybody involved in it, certainly, but the people who were at the head of it.
Yeah.
So when I texted you guys earlier this week when I was at work, there was a news story came out about a Snyder Cut, and they said along the lines of these fans rallied to get their film made, and I'm like, rallied by being bullies and assholes on the internet. That's one of the reasons why I'm at, because I mean, yeah, they're technically not wrong, but at the same time, it's like they were so mad, they were so mean, there was so much vitriol, they were just so toxic. It wasn't a look. We know the movie came out, but we would really like the original vision to come out. Instead, they're like, "F you, Warner Brothers, we're gonna demand this." They were so, and people who came out and said, "Hey, I kind of like, I'm not a big fan of the Snyderverse," they would just attack them. It was like they unleashed the hounds and like say, kill them, sick them.
I think it's also been really telling that, we've talked a lot about the Ray Fisher stuff in the past few months.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen most of these guys who spearhead Ray Fisher in his stuff either. No. Like they're not championing him. So that's its own thing. But
yeah, I mean, to clarify, I'm also glad that Zack Snyder was able to make his original vision. I'm just mad that these people who are so toxic and so mean and just evil. Okay, maybe that's the wrong word, but they were just dicks. No, they were dicks.
Yeah.
One of our slogans is "Don't be a dick." They were dicks, and they got their way. And it's like you're not supposed. That's not supposed to happen.
And now, like they turned on the one guy who had their backs. So now, like a lot of those fans, like guess what? They lost double time. So like now, like no, like whatever movement or whatever you want the stupid thing is called, like it's kind of over now. They ruined it themselves because one, the movie's out now, and most of the people who've seen it like it. Yeah. So like they won, but they're still mad about it. So like I don't know how they come out on top on this. Like I don't know how they return.
So, to be perfectly honest, I'm glad people are liking it. I'm glad like a lot of people on my Twitter feed are saying like, "Yo, this is actually really good." To be honest, I thought it was gonna crash.
Don't get off topic. I wanted to just finish my thought by saying that Jeremy, the guy who runs Geeks and Gamers, he kept talking about how his streams are the ones that raise money for the Snyder Cut or for suicide awareness, which admittedly they have. But he talked about like how important he was to Zack Snyder personally, to the Snyder Cut.
That's an ego thing right there, my guy.
And it was just so crazy to watch this guy just like go insane for 3 hours.
It's something I saw a lot on Twitter when people were coming to defend Geeks and Gamers from what Zack Snyder said was like, look at all that they did to raise money for suicide prevention. I'm like, look, that's good. But like one good thing doesn't absolve people of their behavior or like shirk off responsibility of their actions or their words.
You don't get to be a dick just because you give money.
Right,
like,
exactly. Like you can do a good thing and a bad thing. You can do a good thing and several bad things or several good things and one bad thing. They're still worth critique on that level. Them doing this fundraising doesn't absolve them of what we're criticizing them about. If we're content with that, I'd like to move on to the other part of this that got so out of control, which is that the big stream that was a problem was the one hosted by Ethan Van Sciver, which has, and I'm going to read the quote here because it's gross, and I'll even talk about the context, which is that they're talking about the context around why Zack Snyder said what he said. Okay, that's about it on context. So Ethan Van Sciver
I might need to trigger warning.
So Ethan Van Sciver said, quote, "He'll never stop me from killing Chinese people. We haven't killed enough. Give me a Tommy gun and line him up against the wall." So, we've talked about Ethan Van Sciver on the podcast before. I don't like talking much about him. I don't like saying his name. This was truly abhorrently disgusting, and there is no defense, and it is stunning to me the people who have come to defend this as just, this is in this week of all weeks, I cannot believe that this is being said, and people are defending him saying it. I can't. I just can't. And this right here is the core of the biggest problem I have with what we called the Snyder cult, which I hate calling it that even anymore because it's not on Zack Snyder.
No.
It's never been on Zack Snyder.
I like the movie he put out, and I don't want to be associated with those people.
He's never been out there resharing these things. Now, that being said, like Zack Snyder could have been more responsible. Like we've talked about that stream on the virtual event, that other girl shouldn't have been there with him.
100%.
Because of her racist remarks. However, this has always been the problem of this. It's this mentality, these kind of people like Ethan Van Sciver who are saying and putting out things like this, and everyone's just kind of brushing it off like that's all right. Not everyone, I'm sorry. But I mean, the people who follow them are acknowledging that like this is okay. There's another guy on that stream as Ethan Van Sciver is saying it who's laughing at it.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of that.
I can't.
They're all bad. It's the same stream, and it's the same guy who cut off Kelly Maitran's head, Rose's head off a Star Wars action figure. Like they've been bad for years, and unfortunately, again, like it's something we talked about in the past. Like YouTube, there's a difference between like free speech and hate speech.
This is the group that was all very much angry about Gina Carano being in The Mandalorian until she started tweeting about things that they agreed
and then they're
with.
mad about it,
and then they were mad about her being fired.
It's
this is who we're talking about. This is who we're dealing with. Anyway, that video got reported and I think eventually taken down.
It did, and he made a video responding like, "Oh, it's a conspiracy against me."
Let me say something real quick about that, because like, holy shit, to have the ego that man has really irked me. He legitimately believes, you know what? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he knows that his audience is stupid and will believe it. Or maybe he's just that stupid.
I mean, partially, yes, because like all he does is make like Patreon frog racist comics. So like he knows his fan base.
But he said that Lucasfilm, not Warner's, Lucasfilm, has hired a PR firm to take him down specifically.
It's the wrong company.
I hate him.
Because of things he said before.
Oh, before.
And that this is them enacting and being part of it is still this. Yes, it is. It's really gross. It's horrifying. Some of the Geeks and Gamers people are like, I've also seen people say like, I've also seen people say like, hey guys, Geeks and Gamers isn't responsible for the things that Ethan Van Sky was saying on his thread. And I'm like, two of them are on that stream. Like, yes, they are.
They're the same.
It's all the same. Like, stop it. If you are on that stream and you're not going, whoa, what did you just say? Then yeah, you are responsible too. It's really ugly. It's really gross. I hate that is something that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'll tell you what.
There's another interesting angle on this that happened, which is on Twitter, where a group called Rewriting Ripley Podcast, which is also a new podcast that I haven't had the time to listen to, but they're all about collecting this feminist data and presenting a stance on why things like the Mary Sue has taken off in pop culture and things like that, but using a lot of like critical analysis data to do it. Well, they're the people who got the clip of Skyver saying that trending, and then it was very quickly that that whole group started building a coalition to take down this really new Twitter position, saying that they've been a problem for a long time because of the way they do things and all that.
Jesus.
Fascinating.
What a weekend. Let me tell you, when the Snyder Cut got released, this is not what I imagined. Them imploding. It's crazy.
You know what? It was quieter this weekend, though.
It's so weird, right?
Yeah. All those channels gone.
God. And it's like, man, I expected like to hate that movie and all the fans to just like be reveling in it. But now like we got an okay movie and all the fans are like pissed. And I'm like, what a weird world. Like 24 hours changes the world.
You know, Justice League is actually, this is the second time this has happened to this movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because Justice League was not the most controversial film of that year.
And it's also created a clear distinction of the people who were like, yeah, I like Zack Snyder's vision of these characters, and yeah, I wanted the Snyder Cut. I was never this though.
No.
I was never this person, and I'm like, yo, that's fine. Like that's the person I was fine with. This is the extremism that is just out of control, and I'm honestly a little sad that it didn't get more attention than it did.
Yeah.
Frankly, like I wish that there was more of an eye on like how bad this reaction was.
You know what? Thank goodness that article came out around the same time.
Which article?
There was an article about Gamergate, about how alt-right movements seek into fandoms to recruit them through the internet, starting with Breitbart and going down the line with Ben Shapiro and all of them. That's why they start talking about like fandom stuff. That's why Ben Shapiro all of a sudden gives a shit about Star Wars.
That article is written by the people who are doing the Rewriting Ripley pod.
Nice. I really enjoyed that article. I thought it was really great. I shared it. Then that article, you know, I think had a hand in leading to this.
Yeah.
So I want to get my 2 cents in. Sparks, you brought that clip to my attention. And you guys, of course, know, and some listeners might know, that I am dating and actually even planning to marry a Chinese American woman. So hearing that line from that complete total waste of oxygen, Brandon, I'm sorry, I have to put explicit. I am fucking pissed. What the flying fuck do you think you are, you goddamn motherfucker? Don't.
Oh my god, Ben.
Really, Ben?
How dare him? How
explicit.
Dare he? Sorry, I told you. I'm sorry. I've been trying to mentally prepare myself, but when I saw that, I showed Fanny the clip. I talked to Sparks a little bit. Because I just heard the clip and I just saw a white guy say that we need to kill more Chinese people. And we're already living in a day and age where, unfortunately, Asian American hate is through the freaking roof because of this virus. And I am glad that in my close social circle with my friends, I mean, some of my friends actually have experienced bits of racism now because of what has been going on this past year, and it makes me absolutely livid. And then we have this horrible tragedy in Atlanta. Freaking assholes may listen to this guy.
That's
freaking do shit because it's like, well, he said we have to do it, so might as well. As much as I love living in this country, there are times where I absolutely hate it, and it's shit like that makes me like, no, don't say shit like that, because some crazy crackpot guy in the backward part in this world is gonna be like, oh well, he said it, I gotta do it, and he's gonna do shit like they did in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I am absolutely. I'm not done. I am absolutely livid.
Hoping you would take a breath and then continue. Breathe.
Sorry.
No, I love it. I love the passion. Sparks, what were you going to say?
Yeah, that's the part that just gets me over and over about is the gall to say it in general, but the gall to say it this week. Yeah. In light of what happened in Atlanta, I can't even wrap my head around that. It's super disgusting.
Just rotten in the soul.
Yeah,
it is vile. And Sparks told me, he sent me a link, and he's like, "Look, we're gonna have to talk about this. This is not gonna be fun for you to watch." And I talked to Fanny about this. I talked to Sparks, and this sucks. This absolutely sucks. I am so grateful that she had nothing super bad has happened to her. My friends who have experienced bits of racism, it was just stuff inside a store. It wasn't actual attacks. No one in my friend circle that I know of has gotten hurt or assaulted physically. It's one of those, it's like subtle racism, like, hey, are you doing this to me because I'm Asian? And it's like, well, then try to make up excuses. It's stuff like that. But people are getting hurt. People are getting killed. And you're going on the internet on a public forum, you're saying stuff like that. Some asshole is laughing as he says it. And to bring this into the nerd sphere, you are quoting Stan Lee. Are you fucking serious? Sorry, Brandon.
Oh no, you're right. He did.
That's
the man who you were quoting, a man who created the X-Men to promote diversity. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Apparently he is, because he's making comic books about stupid frogs or something.
The thing is, and by the way, the frog thing we're talking about is a Comicsgate thing, so don't worry about it.
No, that's him. He has a series that's about a cyber.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. It's Comicsgate comic. By the head of Comicsgate.
Sorry, yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, I forgot. Never mind.
Sorry.
No worries.
As we're gonna leave this because it's super upsetting, but it needed to be talked about because in any sphere that we can, it's important to raise your voice to say this is wrong. I really hope that Zack Snyder not only doesn't draw back from what he said, but continues to bolster this exactly is is gross and not what I'm about and not what I'm part of. Yeah, I really hope that from him going forward. Yeah,
it kind of sucks that more people listen to them than us.
Yeah,
well, I mean, he unfortunately also drew Green Lantern for 10 years, so he's kind of had a bigger audience than us a little bit.
That was the first pain Ethan Van Sciver ever gave me.
Yeah.
So once again, audience, Matt, I know Mag's watching, but whoever listens to this after the fact, don't be a dick.
At the end of every show.
At the end of the show, we say don't. We put my face pointing at you saying, "Hey, don't be a dick." But God, I'm sorry.
Do we feel comfortable? Do we feel comfortable moving on from that?
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep rambling about how he's a freaking asshole. I'm probably gonna make this even more explicit. Sorry, Brandon. I apologize. I've been trying to mentally prepare myself for this part for the whole week, and nope.
I get it, man. I get it. All right. It's upsetting. All right, move on to some delays then as we get out of here. Gotham Knights, originally supposed to come out this year. That's the new Batman game, Court of Owls. That's being pushed to next year, 2022.
Now, this is not me challenging you. Is it a Batman game if you're not playing as Batman at all?
Yes, because it's still the Batman family.
Okay, I'm just asking.
If we still call every time they give one of those characters a Batman title, then yeah.
I just want to. I was so excited for that game. No joke. I made sure that Arkham Knight was still installed so I can go do all those combat challenges with Red Hood and Harley Quinn and Nightwing. Because if I gotta wait an additional year, I got some combat challenges I can do.
Game delays are always good.
They are always good.
Mm-hmm.
I just really want to play Nightwing. I just like the.
What was that? Is scatting? Oh, they're muted now. Okay, well let's move on to are we pausing? What are we doing?
I don't know.
You just had to mute for a second. Keep going.
Okay, I'm sorry. You were miming to me. I thought you were trying to tell me something.
I was being silly.
Okay, Venom, Let There Be Carnage has sadly moved from its June 25th, 2021 release date to September 17th, 2021.
Considering that's 3 months away, totally makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. It's the same year.
I can keep waiting for that movie.
I can keep waiting for that.
I'm still waiting for that trailer. Give me something, Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now it's coming out before Morbius, and we've already got a Morbius trailer.
That is true. Wow.
There's a lot of films that will supposedly come out that don't have marketing right now.
Well, we've been getting a lot of trailers late. Yeah. This is a late trailer.
They don't want to commit to the release date right now.
Tenet.
I think they took No Time to Die. No Time to Live. No Time to Die.
It does. It unless we get a big surge from the variants, it does seem that
Black Widow,
that this is set, that what's going forward is going to stay.
Yeah.
I think Black Widow probably does hold its date, and they come out because at that point, the administration is saying optimistically that most of us will be vaccinated by the end of May.
Hell yeah!
So most of these will likely hold their dates.
Yeah. Okay. Some comic book news then. BlackHammer Reborn is coming. I'm very excited. This is just for me. I'm a big fan of the BlackHammer series. It's the main title has been on hiatus since BlackHammer Age of Doom ended with issue 12. A lot of really cool spin-offs happened, but I'm really glad to get back into a main title. Jeff Lemire is returning to BlackHammer for the third volume, BlackHammer Reborn, with art by Caitlin Yarsky, who will be replacing Dean Ormstrom on art.
Oh.
He's been doing the art since, and now he'll just be a writer with Jeff Lemire.
I wonder if he's working on something else as an artist.
He had some health problems before BlackHammer came out, which delayed BlackHammer, so I wonder if that might be in play again.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, it's a bummer. His art will be missed, but I'm really excited.
Right on.
It's set 20 years after the last BlackHammer. We're going to follow the new BlackHammer.
Nice.
Right on.
But also Skull Digger, Doc Andromeda, Sherlock Frankenstein, and Colonel Weird will all play major roles.
Love it.
June. Okay. Predator. We knew this was coming.
Nope.
Marvel has. What was that?
I was trying to do that.
But he ended up doing a buzzer.
All those misses.
It's experimentation. You know. You gotta.
Right. Well, anyway, Marvel has finally announced their Predator series coming in June. Will be a new Predator ongoing from Ed Brisson and Kev Walker.
Kev Walker rules. This is much better art than the Aliens. What we're getting.
I saw what you tweeted. Oh my god!
Come on, Salvador LaRocca, you're good sometimes. What are you doing?
I want to read the solicitation because it made me happy. If harkening back to our Predator episode.
Mm-hmm.
In the near future, a young girl sees her family slaughtered by the deadliest and most feared hunter in the universe, a predator. Years later, though her ship is barely holding together and food is running short, Theta won't stop stalking the spaceways until the Yautja monster who killed her family is dead, or she is. Yautja.
Yeah. Hunting the predator. That sounds awesome. I'm so into that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, in the future too, so they can do like whatever the hell they want with like technology and stuff.
The hunter has become the hunted. The game is on.
Predator is a predator.
I just love that the solicitation said Yautja.
Yeah. They know. That's how you know if they're real. If they're real about Predator. If
they're a real Predator fan.
We told you in the Fortnite game when Predator showed up, the pickaxe is the blade of the Yautja.
Yeah, and then we found out. What did we find out? We found out about the Hish.
Oh yeah, like the ancient ancient one. Yeah.
The ancient predators.
That was in like the game, right?
The game, yeah.
Hunting
Hey,
Grounds?
you like Predator lore? That game is really cool.
Yeah.
We don't have any clarification from Marvel on what Dark Horse is canon and what isn't, right?
No, I assumed it's just wiped.
I wondered for Alien, it kind of made sense to me, but for Predator, I wondered if that would be the case.
I guess they
not
don't really
Alien
need to.
versus Predator, but with Predator specifically, I'm like, there's a lot less reason to wipe away all of Predator continuity.
I totally imagine it's going to do like what they did with Star Wars. They pick what they want to see.
I imagine that would be the case.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear, there was no clarification on what's canon, what's not. Alien is so much more tied to the films. Pretty much every comic that they did almost is, at least the world of the films. There's not a lot of wiggle room to spread in a weird way around what was established in those Dark Horse comics. But Predator doesn't really hold to the same restrictions unless it's Alien versus Predator. Then it does.
Yeah. How long do you think we get an Alien versus Predator comic?
I would honestly probably like next year.
I would say a couple of years.
I would at least let like the first 2 comics have like a year run or something to build to like an event, which will be in the Marvel universe because they're going to do some weird event that does that.
Yeah.
I can't wait. AVP versus the Marvel universe.
Okay. And then we all really like Immortal Hulk.
Oh, this news.
Its first spin-off series is coming. 5-issue mini Gamma Flight from Al Ewing and Crystal Frazier, with art by Lan Medina.
This is really, really great because if you're reading Immortal Hulk, you know that there's a trans character in that book. Al Ewing's very great about being diverse. Her name's Crystal Frazier. Is that correct?
Yeah. She
is the first trans writer to write at Marvel or miniseries.
Oh, yeah. And
it's monumental for her. They found out and was like they couldn't believe it on Twitter. Like, there's got to be someone before me, right? Like, I can't be it. And it is because that's the
she has actually been working with Al Ewing all throughout the Immortal Hulk as a consultant on Dr. McGowan because she is a trans character.
That is so good. And I know Al Ewing was like, "Yo, get her in here. Like, get her on this book." That's. I love you, Al Ewing. You're the best. You're the best ally.
I'm really stoked for this. And Christopher Frazier has a story in Marvel Pride coming out in June.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah. I just man, Puck's going to be the lead in the book. That's I love it. Sometimes Marvel's great. It's great.
I really like Dr. McGowan, so I'm happy to see her get the spotlight.
Yeah. This is a lot of what, we've talked about where Marvel's really clicking it with the diversity and trying to get the voices behind it, doing it.
Yeah.
Even if it's a mini, more Immortal Hulk stuff is always good. It's eventually going to stop and we're all going to be really bummed out. So just keep it running as long as we can.
We're nearing the end too.
Just quick yes or no question. Do you think there will be a big Immortal Hulk event to coincide with the ending, or do you think it'll just end?
I personally want an event.
I do too.
But I think it'll just end.
Yeah.
I have a suspicion that Immortal Hulk might just end, but the character of Hulk from that will tie into a major event
like Devil Hulk
with other Al Ewing stuff.
Yeah. Because that whole mythology with the Green Door, that whole other world, you can't just leave that alone. That feels like an event in the making.
Yeah, I think you could do a really cool event like that. But Immortal Hulk already kind of feels like one because it's all the Gamma powered characters in one book.
Yeah, that's why I think it's going to remain a personal run. But I could see when it's done, stuff carrying over from that into Al Ewing's other books in a major event. A major event way.
I just want all of this weird shit to be in a big, huge book. Is what I want. That's what I want. I want Empire, but it's all the Thing monsters. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Gamma Flight.
Some Captain America news. The Captain America comic will be Ta-Nehisi Coates specifically will be ending his run at issue 30 of Captain America.
Yeah.
Because of the pandemic, it feels like he's been on that book way longer than 30
for sure.
He feels like
but
he's been on the book for 5 years.
But he really hasn't. Yeah. Solid. I'm glad that he's set an end date for it and he's gonna bow out. I think his run's been pretty good. What I've read of it.
Same.
So I'm glad to know that the end is on especially knowing he's gonna be focusing on other things like Superman. Good that he's got an end in sight.
I'm not saying. Yeah. Actually, we'll talk about it with the next set of news because I want to bring up a writer who might be taking over Captain America.
He No, I lost it. Okay. The United States of Captain America, which we talked about last week. We now know a bit more information from it. Christopher Cantwell will be introducing a new Captain America every issue. And the first one they will introduce in the first issue is Aaron Fisher, the Captain America of the Railways, who's the first gay Captain America.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I love this idea. I think this is the sickest idea that they could have done. Just some like teen kid who like ran away from home or something. He lives on a train helping homeless people and other like abandoned kids. And he's Captain. He's just like a dude. I'm Captain America and I help homeless people. That is the most superhero thing I've heard in my life. I can't wait. That sounds so cool.
So funny enough, my roommate was actually asking about this Captain America because we were talking about Falcon and Winter Soldier right before we started watching it. I was like, oh yeah, Sam Wilson. And he's like, oh, is he gay? I was like, not that I know of. And then he showed me the sketches, the drawings of it. I was like, oh, that's a different one. Must be a brand spanking new Captain America that they're coming out with.
Brand spanking new.
Christopher Cantwell is gay, which I don't know.
Oh, cool.
He bi because he's married.
Bi. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, it's fine. I'm not saying he's the guy who should take.
He could be married.
He could no. I'm sorry, but yeah,
he's
sorry.
married to a lady.
Sorry, but sorry. I should have prefaced with that. Yeah. Everyone's wrong here. I just really like that dude's writing, and I think he has such an interesting take on, again, of like morality, something that Ta-Nehisi Coates does really well as well. But it's way more interesting having a black guy write Captain America. But I still would like Chris Cantwell's take on Captain America because that dude does some really cool stuff with character work that Marvel lets him do weird stuff with characters that I would love to see him do.
Hey, man, you know Cantwell is swell, so I'll read him on anything.
Swell on Cantwell.
Is that our episode title?
Yeah. Our running list of writers podcast. Yeah.
All right. Finally, I talked about Demon Days X-Men, which I really loved. They announced this week.
Did I not say that I read that? I'm sorry. Did I not say that I read that book yet?
No, you did not.
Sorry, I read it either this week or last week. Hey, that book's really cool.
Yeah.
I love that it's not. You said that it's not 616 or 1602. And for some reason, I still expected it to just be the Marvel Universe. And it's not. It is straight up like a Japanese story with like 3 Marvel characters.
Yeah.
Excellent. Continue.
I really enjoyed that. Okay. I know you're not reading King in Black, but King in Black #4, if you can pick it up, has a backup story which leads into Demon Days, so it's more Demon Days, and it introduces Emma Frost. So
King in Black 4, why are you doing this to me?
I don't know why it's there. I really don't, but it is.
Cool. Okay.
I thought you might want to see this version of Emma Frost.
I do.
Yeah. Anyway, but they just announced that the second book in her Demon Days saga, which is apparently 5, which is cool, will be Demon Days Mariko. Once again, written and drawn by Peach Momoko, and it's going to introduce the Black Widow of this universe.
Ooh.
Teasing. It was teased at the end of the first book. So.
Isn't that the lady Wolverine marries? Isn't that? I'm pretty sure that's the lady.
Is it?
Oh, maybe. No, Wolverine. Sorry, you didn't. No, I remember Logan, the Wolverine.
Logan. Yeah, that's well, also in the comics. Like Mariko is the girl that he marries and has a kid with.
I know. Yeah.
I'm thinking, but this is the comic, like so it's Black Widow and it's also her.
Yeah.
That's what I'm bringing up.
But Wolverine in this universe is a real Wolverine.
That is also true. They're definitely not married.
No, that'd be interesting though.
Yeah, she gives a little Wolverine a kiss.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just meant like that lady's also in this book. I think that's cool. That like again, they're not picking the big characters.
Literally. Yeah, and they talked. Peach Momoko talked about Creating Demon Days X-Men, about how she built like a new version of Psylocke. This is not a Psylocke that we've ever seen before. It's a new version. And then Jubilee, and then Hulk is in this, and Venom.
Yeah, all that stuff was really cool, really awesomely executed.
Yeah,
and not like a lazy way, just like, oh, this to this. Like it all made sense.
Yeah, and you don't like expect. Like I didn't realize that was Jubilee until like the very end.
Yeah, I didn't. The main character is Psylocke, but her name is Sai, S-A-I, and it took me halfway through the book to go, oh, it's Psylocke. Jesus Christ. It just flew over my head. I'm like, oh, we wonder why she's purple. Duh. Yeah, that book's cool.
Yeah, I enjoyed that book a lot. I can't wait for the sequel.
Brand, before we move on, I totally forgot to put this in the news. I apologize, but it's going to be less than 5 minutes, I swear. I want to talk really quickly about the Square Enix Presents that happened this week.
Did that happen this week? I apologize.
Yeah. No, it's totally fine. It was my fault for not putting it in the news. So I'm only going to talk a little bit of it. So a few games were announced. We'll get to that later. But one of the games that was first showed off was this game called Outriders, which is a new Destiny-looking game, but it's completely new IP. It actually kind of looks really rad. It looks really
Ben,
cool.
Have you not watched any of the trailers? This game's been announced for like 3 years.
No, this is the first time I've heard about it.
Game Pass for free next week.
No, this is the first time I heard about it.
Oh, yeah. We've definitely watched trailers of it before.
Oh, man,
it looks really cool. It looks like Gears of War Destiny.
It does look awesome. For all you Tomb Raider fans, the Tomb Raider, the reboot trilogy that came out, it's getting a full re-release. All the games, all the DLC are going to be on one complete package, so you don't have to keep going back and forth to buy them.
But it's only on sale for $20 for this week, and then it goes back to full price at $50. So you get it right now, or else it's going to go back up in price. So get it right now.
Yeah, that sucks. So they teased this, which actually kind of made me a little excited. They announced a new Space Invaders augmented reality mobile game. So kind of like with Pokemon Go, if you turn the camera on, you can see Pokemon in the real world. They are making a game involving these little dudes, the Space Invaders. So me being a big retro guy, and I freaking love the history behind Space Invaders, I'm actually looking forward to it. They didn't show anything that's just like, hey, it's coming, so it's a ways away in development. But cool, Space Invaders in a new light. I'm all for it. We talked about Black Panther and the Avengers and Avengers expansion. Sparks, you've played Life is Strange, correct?
No,
I have.
Oh, okay. Ryan, you've played Life is Strange.
No, I
haven't. They announced the third Life is Strange game. This little thing, Life is Strange True Colors, is coming out. Full game is coming out on September 10th, and it's the whole game. Because apparently, with past entries, they would release them in episodes.
Yeah,
but
it was like the Telltale games. They came out in episodes.
But you don't have to worry about that. It's the whole game. Whole release is coming out. And they're also going to re-release the first two Life is Strange games as like a HD remaster sort of way. So both the first two games, they're coming out. And if you get, I want to say, the Ultimate Edition of Life is Strange True Colors, you get all three.
Good. I love when games do that.
And actually watching this trailer for Life is Strange True Colors, I actually think it looks pretty cool. I really like the character of Alex, especially how she's an empath, and if she uses her powers too much, then the emotions that she's feeling can take control of her. I think that's pretty cool, and I'm looking forward to it. I've never played a Life is Strange game. I know these are heavily loved. There's a huge fan base for it, but I'm glad that the fans of this game they don't have to wait for new chapters. It's boom, whole thing. There you go. Have fun. So yeah, that was pretty much most of the stuff from the Square Enix presents.
You forgot about Forspoken, Ben. You're going to do a whole conference and not even talk about one of the major games they announced?
Forspoken. That was just an yeah, I forgot about Forspoken.
No, it's okay.
Forspoken looks I mean, that tiny little bit, it looks cool. But I just need to see more. I need to see gameplay. That was just a cinematic trailer they're working on. But
since we're talking about... sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, but the fact that you have a lady that looks like it's trapped in a post-apocalyptic / fantasy world where the first words out of her mouth are, "Is that a mother effing dragon?" I'm like, ooh, this is good. This is all right. This is gonna be cool.
Where's her butt? Oh, okay, there it is. I got confused with the perspective of the cat.
There's her face.
Audio listeners,
we're petting a cat. Since we're talking about video games, I talk about how great Xbox Game Pass is all the time. Last week, all the Bethesda games got put onto there. So that's 20 extra games got added. This week, EA has their own subscription service called EA Play. If you have Xbox Game Pass, you now also have immediate access to EA Play. So in the last 2 weeks, 100 games have been added to Game Pass. Wow. 100. So if you have an Xbox, there's no reason not to have Game Pass. It's $15 a month for 250 games. It's amazing.
And not like tiny games.
No, every Gears of War game, every Halo game, Outriders is coming day one. All Xbox games are day one. Halo Infinite's day one. Xbox is the best.
All the Dooms.
I was thought about playing Doom Eternal, but I don't want to buy the DLC, so maybe.
All right, moving on.
Yep.
Batwoman.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, cat.
Oh, that was my roommate's cat this time.
Oh, Batwoman. Wallace Day has been cast as Kate Kane.
Yeah. So this happened as in like the this wasn't a casting announcement. This happened earlier tonight. An episode of Batwoman aired, the 8th episode of the season, and at the end of the episode, they revealed that Kate Kane is alive. To the audience, they revealed that, and that it was this new actor playing her, and this is kind of crazy. So I'll just read real quick what the showrunner had to say about this. It would have been a clunky transition between season 1 and season 2 if we had just full-blown recast Kate with no organic story behind it. And she says in the back of her mind, she always planned to bring her Kate back in a new way since she was not killing off the character. We've talked about Batwoman. We've talked about this choice ever since Ruby Rose left. I'm happy with the Black Batwoman. I think Javicia is really good in the role. I think they're having to do a lot of forced work to make the character fit, but otherwise I think she's good. But I never agreed with the logic that recasting Kate would have been confusing without being addressed, which is still the logic they have. Yes, there is a new Kate, but she is in universe being treated as having been altered. Her face changed, her appearance changed in universe, which I think is dumb diddy dumb. And that's a bummer for me. I also think it's set the whole show on this weird trajectory. I don't know what they're going to do with it exactly. The whole thing has been tough because this new character of Ryan is living in the shadow of Kate. And the whole show has been leaving this idea of the characters thinking Kate might be alive. Some characters convinced, some characters assuming she's dead. And so there's a hunt for Kate Kane. And it's like, they're going to have to resolve this, has always been my thing. So I'm glad that there will be a sense of resolution. I still think that it's creating a lot of, I think the simplest solution was to just have recast Kate from the beginning. Yeah. Even if you wanted to work Kate out of the story and have this new character, Ryan, take over, you could have done it with more time and cleaner and less forced. This has all just been very messy in a way, even though I think there's been some great moments in Batwoman this season. And I think this actor taking over Kate is really good. She's from Krypton, is what I know her from. She was really great there. I really enjoyed her. I haven't watched tonight's episode, but I'm excited to see her come in as Kate. It's just a weird roundabout way to be doing this. And I guess we'll have to see if it pays off for them or not.
I'm just wondering, because we talked about it briefly before, like they're still trying to like develop this new Batwoman from like the start, from fresh, right? So like the fact that they're already in this first season bringing back the original Batwoman, like just sounds to me like just let her be the Batwoman. Like, you don't need to bring in this character. Like, let the mystery settle in. She's only been gone 8 episodes. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Again, like the show might do something better with that. But to me, that doesn't give me hope for that show.
So they also spoilers for Batwoman, guys. They also have characters who have been seeking Kate. Now convinced those who weren't convinced. They're now convinced that this episode that Kate has passed, even though then the audience learns that that's not true. And I'm like, this is just such a weird way to handle this. I think this whole thing has been a little clunky. I understand Ruby Rose leaving left them in a lurch, but I do think like the simplest solution was obviously to just recast Kate, and everybody could have gotten on board with it. And again, like if you wanted to work in this new Batwoman, Ryan, you could have done it smoother. You could have done it over a longer period of time, crafted what you wanted to do with it, and made it work. This just feels so clunky. It feels clunky. But I am glad that I honestly, as I've been watching the episodes I'm like, I don't know how they tell this story and don't involve Kate at some point. Like, are we going to get weird appearances of like the back of what would be Ruby Rose's head and stuff like that? I'm like, how are we doing this? How you got to acknowledge it at some point. And so they clearly made their choice. Sucks that Ruby Rose will never return, but that's officially dead. But still, unless they do a weird thing in like the second to last episode of Batwoman and they decide to have her get surgery to fix her face back to how she used to be.
I cannot imagine that. That's then disrespectful to the actress they just recasted.
I agree. I agree. The whole thing is a
mess.
What a choice. I never like in universe let's address the casting kind of things. They're almost always terrible unless there's something like Deadpool.
Yeah.
It's almost always garbage unless it's meta.
Batwoman.
All right. Our Man. Gavin James and Neil Widener are writing a Our Man movie.
Oh, cool. Is he on Stargirl right now?
Yeah, his kid is on Stargirl. This is Rex Tyler, Our Man, the guy who's got a hourglass. He turns it over. He's got super strength for an hour.
This is for HBO Max for sure, right?
It doesn't say, but
no, I know it doesn't say, but like I'm asking your opinion. Like,
this is the HBO Max one, yes.
That's like it's been a while. That's his powers. He turns this thing and for an hour he has super strength.
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely an HBO Max show. That's not a full movie.
These are the same guys who are apparently writing the San Andreas sequel.
They're making a sequel.
Definitely an HBO Max movie.
Definitely an HBO Max.
You mean the movie about the earthquake? Oh,
the Rock movie.
No,
which is not bad. It's fine.
It's not a bad disaster film. You're right.
All right, so because when Brandon said San Andreas, my mind went straight to Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Of course it did. San Andreas sequel. Man.
More. They did make a San Andreas sequel.
But again.
It's like they did make a San Andreas sequel. It's called GTA 5.
I hope that the sequel is titled San Andreas Time to Move.
Oh my god.
Spoilers for San Andreas, I guess. But at the end of that movie, California is split in two.
Then it's gonna split in four.
It's split into like down the middle vertically, right? Not horizontally.
No, it's the San Andreas Fault has split.
Oh, okay.
It's only part of California is in the ocean.
51 states.
They wouldn't even. They're so committed to the 50 state thing.
Never.
We gotta buy more flags. You kidding?
It's either got to be like an additional like 10 or like nothing, because you're not gonna add like 1 or 2. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure we got a lot first. Yeah.
We're collecting states.
Yeah, give me them.
50 is a nice round number.
Okay, Naomi. This is the TV series Naomi, based off the Brian Michael Bendis created character that Nia DaCosta is working on.
Yeah.
No. Yes? Ava DuVernay is working on.
Ava DuVernay. There you go.
Yes. Casey Walthall has been cast as the title character of Naomi. Alexander Wraith, Cranston Johnson, and Camila Moreno have also been added to the cast.
Cool. Yeah, they released a little video of her like under a street sign that said Naomi, and she's like, "It's me. I'm the Naomi." And I'm like, again, we always talk about those cute videos when those happen. This is one of those DC characters that's really new and I haven't read anything about. I'm probably gonna at least check out the first volume when this gets closer to coming out, just so I have a basis of judgment.
She's on the Justice League.
There you go. She's on the Justice League. Like, I don't know who that character is, and I usually know the Justice League.
The current Justice League run by Bendis. He brought Naomi over.
I would have, man. They were sold out of this week specifically because I went to the comic shop today. My entire wall of DC comics were sold out, so I couldn't pick anything up if I wanted to.
I passed on Justice League. I'll wait for the trades.
Yeah.
Okay. Monsters at Work has announced its cast. This is the Monsters Inc. sequel series coming to Disney Plus in July. So Monsters at Work has cast Alana Ubach as Cutter, the officious rule follower, Lucas Neff as Duncan, an opportunistic plumber, Henry Winkler as Fritz, the scatterbrained boss. You can see all these character images on the web, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Bed Feldman played Tyler Tuskmon, who is the lead of the series. Mindy Kaling has been cast as Val Little, an enthusiastic member of the Monsters Inc. facilities team.
Are we not following the two guys?
No, they're in it. They're just not the leads.
That's cool. I'm happy about that. I was expecting it just to be Mike and Sully.
Oh, I thought I told you that from the D23 a couple of years ago.
I don't remember.
Yeah, they explained that it's all about like a guy who's terrible at telling jokes, like wanting to make a good impression, and so Mike and Sully are not the leads of the show.
They're in it. Cool.
And then reprising her role as Miss Flint, Bonnie Hunt will be returning from Monsters Inc. Will play the formerly in charge of training. She was formerly in charge of training new scarers at Monsters, Inc. Miss Flint now manages the department responsible for recruiting and training the funniest monsters to become jokesters.
Nice.
More Monsters Inc., please. I'm cool with it.
I'm excited for the show.
Hopefully, a friend of the podcast is still somewhere in there as well.
I wasn't gonna jinx it, but it was in my brain. I was just reading those names.
I was thinking about it. I was like, don't say it.
And did you ever think this was happening? Ace Ventura 3.
Not really.
Ace Ventura 3 is a go at Amazon Studios.
Not with Jim Carrey.
With Sonic the Hedgehog screenwriters Pat Casey and Josh Miller writing the script.
I can't, it's not like those Ace Ventura movies are high art, so I can't. That seems like a fine comparison.
Old Man Ace.
If it's not Jim Carrey, I don't give a shit.
I don't see why it wouldn't be Jim Carrey, since it's the guys from the Sonic the Hedgehog team that worked with him.
I'm just saying. Oh, you're right. But I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's why it's happening.
I didn't put two and two together.
And they're working on the sequel, and he's returning for the sequel.
That sounds great. That sounds okay. All right. I don't know if
we turned you around fast.
I know. I just don't know still if this is the character I want. Actually, I just like Jim Carrey, so whatever. Who cares?
If it's good.
Sure. I just don't want it not to be Jim Carrey. But it's the people who work with him, so good.
Yeah, considering it's the team from Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm like, I assume that means they're doing it because of their relationship with Jim Carrey.
Man, I'm just looking at a lot of these movies that get sequels way later, and I'm like, I don't know.
But it's your favorite trope.
It is my favorite trope.
It's comedy, Old Man Ace.
To Ryan's point, there's not a lot in the comedy genre that work, but other genres have found success in them.
Yeah, it's the comedy genre that suffers.
The other Jim Carrey one that did this didn't land so good.
No,
it landed okay at best.
Yeah. Speaking of the trope, the Hawkeye stuff, you play as old man Hawkeye for a bit. There's a part where there's past President, future Clinton, and I'm like, oh, it's my favorite trope.
Well, I think that older Dumb and Dumber movie overall is just fine. The gag about him having pretended to be catatonic for decades is so good.
Yeah. Got you. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Oh, for Ace Ventura, yeah.
The Dumb and Dumber movie. It's Bryan Cranston. I forgot about that. No, it's Bill Murray. He's Bill Murray in the hazmat suit.
Yeah. I think Jim Carrey found a lot of rejuvenation in playing Sonic the Hedgehog. Undoubtedly, he's the best thing, I would argue, in that film is him just reconnecting with a lot of that youthful crazy energy that he had. Mm-hmm. If he's gonna bring that caliber, and he feels like he can bring that caliber with this team, then I'm open to an Ace Ventura 3.
Yeah. It's interesting because Ace Ventura 2 is the reason why he has this no sequel policy.
Yeah,
had his no sequel policy.
I remember liking that movie. I don't know.
Too.
Do you know what I'd rather see him return to?
What?
Old Man Grinch.
Oh my god.
Oh,
a new sequel.
Old Man who?
Grinch.
Old Man Grinch.
His grandkids are a bunch of assholes and needs to teach him how to be nice.
I was gonna say, are you gonna say 23?
No.
Number 22.
Okay. We talk about Game of Thrones every now and then, right?
It depends on what you're about to talk about, Brandon.
Well, HBO is developing 3 new spin-offs.
All right, you can stop.
Okay. Resident Evil.
Didn't we just talk about Stop at Game of Thrones and they got 3 more? What's going on?
Nice talking about Game of Thrones.
They are in various development stages. Tentatively titled Sea Snake, Flea Bottom, and 10,000 Ships. Sea Snake is the one that's furthest along because it has a screenwriter, Bruno Heller from Gotham.
He did Gotham, and I think he's also working now on Pennyworth.
Ooh. Pennyworth.
That Epic's exclusive show.
Well, now he's got a Game of Thrones.
Wild. The failure upwards.
What's Sea Snake about? Because I have no...
Oh, okay. So Sea Snake, said to focus on the explorer Corlys Velaryon, who sailed... who sailed everywhere from Dragonstone and Lies to the mysterious lands of Yi. Wait, of Yi to Lang.
Yeah, that's way super east Essos. But...
He eventually traveled north in search of a passage that would take him around the top of Westeros, but only found frozen seas and gigantic icebergs.
That's just the terror. You're just describing the terror right now. They go to Antarctica and they get trapped.
That's just like some guy thinking, "Oh, I could find a spot," but then he doesn't find it.
This sounds like a really small scale. It explored living in Game of Thrones. So this one I'm okay with. It's not trying to be 300 years ago about the dynasties. It's just like it's a story in Game of Thrones. I'm okay with this one. I'm okay with that.
I mean,
Flea Bottom will showcase the poorest areas of King's Landing. And 10,000 ships will follow the warrior princess Nymeria and the surviving members of the Rhoynar people as they flee Essos for Dorne, following wow, that was a lot.
But I understand everything you're saying, though. So.
Yeah, me too.
Following their defeat at the hands of the Valerians.
Okay.
This
so stuff in the past still,
yeah. So, Flea Bomb, I feel like we don't need.
That sounds like a show that's like, look how sad and poor we are.
Because we got a lot of that in the regular show of Game of Thrones. We got a lot of stuff from Flea Bottom, and we got a lot of people who were from Flea Bottom and rose up. You got Gendry, and you also got Sir Davos Seaworth. They're both over Flea Bottom. So it's like we don't need a Flea Bottom show. We don't even need. I mean, the third one sounds really cool. I really like the old stuff when people leave. They go to found the kingdom or make the kingdom of Dorne, but at the same time, we don't freaking need it. We don't need all this other stuff.
I mean,
maybe the Explorer one. I'm kind of with Ryan. I was like, actually, yeah. If it's just a guy looking around, it's like, hey, what's over there? Cool. But just HBO, stop. Just make one. Just make one. See how that does, and then focus on the other stuff. Stop saying, hey, we're getting more. We're getting more. It's like you already messed up once. Don't oversaturate it. Okay.
That's what Warner Brothers wants to do, though. They just want to keep making more of a thing.
Yeah.
I know.
The only Game of Thrones spinoff I really want is one they're never gonna make.
Is it the future?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
One just like because there's concept ideas that are out there where it would follow if that world got technology that brought it up to about modern day, and what that world would be like. And I'm like, yo,
the Targaryen party.
I'd watch the crap out of that. Like how that world would have evolved. I'd be like, yo. There's no rules. Like, be whatever you want to be about it. That'd be so cool.
That's why I love Korra.
But
I think I watched a concept trailer of that. Like, you were looking at King's Landing. It looks like a New York City. You have Targaryen Square. You have a master in a hall who looks like he's running for office. Cars are driving down the wall, are driving next to the wall.
Yeah,
so it's like, it's like, I would watch that. Hell yeah, but.
At least it's something like different instead of just look. It's just so much more Game of Thrones.
Right. I do like the idea of like going back to the past to see the reign of the Targaryens. That is the only thing I'm cool with because hey, more dragons. I like dragons. But everything else, just make the one thing, stick to the one thing, make it, see how it does. Then you can work on the other spinoffs and not just constantly saying we have stuff in production. Because cool, it's in production. Doesn't mean it's gonna come out.
It's been a year, and like all we've done is talk about like literally like 10 prequel shows or 10 in development shows, and none of them have come out. And like
Game of Thrones television series is now the Transformers writers room from a few.
We got 7 movies in development.
Where it's just all over the place, and you're like, oh like, no,
listen,
bro.
You have the one show that is like getting made, like the one with Matt Smith and Naomi Watts. Like that show's getting made. Just get that one out. Maybe they just think it. Maybe what they're saying they believe in it, so they're going to fast track another one, but don't fast track 3 at once. Like it's crazy.
Do you know what I'd be more into? I'd be more into now that they have like HBO Max set up and everything. I'd be into like a lot of these being like just one-off film special things.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're just going to tell this one concise story in the world of Game of Thrones. I'd be way more into that than like this concept of just buckle in for a whole lot more episodes of content.
That's why the first one that they said it's an explorer just trying to find passage through the snow. And I'm like, that just sounds like a dude in Game of Thrones. That sounds like an adventure. That doesn't sound like 300 years of conquest.
They're more accurately probably doing what happened when they kept announcing a bunch of DC movies that never happened.
Mm-hmm. We just put up that wall that came out in like 2017. Look, Flash and Cyborg and
Blue and Gold.
All
right.
It's like we have a bingo card of what has and what gets announced at Warner Brothers and what never gets made.
Yesterday, we got this announcement at SXSW. Resident Evil has a title. The new Resident Evil movie, not the TV series or the anime. This is the remake. This is the reboot movie. It's called Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City, and it will be a adaptation of the first 2 games.
That's totally fine and cool. I mean, like, you obviously can. There's enough content in each of those games to make their own thing, but there is a way to combine them, I suppose.
Absolutely.
I think because like again, those 1998 like story isn't like super in depth or anything.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited that we're getting like literally 3 different Resident Evil things in the same year. Like whatever flavor of zombie you want, you're gonna get probably. This cast, I like this cast too. This is the cast I like.
This is kind of what I like too. It's a period piece, genre piece, because it takes place in 1998.
Oh,
when that game came out.
Yeah, that's the year when the game came out.
So that technically makes it a period piece. Be still my aging heart.
It's just gonna be just like they're wearing this like flannel. Like
we're reaching that point. The 90s are for period pieces.
Oh,
yo. Hold up, I got a quick tangent. So I went to I was shopping with Fanny the other day, and we went to Forever 21, and all over the store was like shirts saying 90s baby, 90s kid. And I'm like, what's with all this stuff? She's like, well, that's the end thing. I'm like, oh God, I'm old.
Yeah.
It's the end thing.
The 90s aesthetic is now the in fashion trend. And I'm like, ow.
So yeah, set in the year 1998, Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City will tell the events of the city under siege from infected zombies. Both the mansion from Resident Evil 1 and the city itself and police station from Resident Evil 2 will be present in the movie.
Love it.
And that's why we know we saw it. Kind of makes sense because we saw that they cast like a ton of characters from that game.
All the characters from the Resident Evil franchise, and I'm like, that's crazy if there's one movie. So this makes sense that it's 1 and 2.
Yeah. I'm excited. I've never played the games, admittedly. The movies are slocky fun. I'm excited to see a good one.
Yeah. I just hope, like, again, yeah, those movies are fun for what they are. Like, it would be cool to get into, like, honestly, holy shit, I just, like, the Resident Evil franchise has so much in common with the Alien franchise because it's about an evil organization trying to do really bad shit.
We said this actually earlier.
We did. We said it earlier today watching Alien Resurrection.
Alien Resurrection is definitely partially inspiration for the Resident Evil films that Anderson made.
It feels like
Ripley is Alice. Like, no joke.
Yeah.
You're so right.
Yeah. I think Resident Evil is cool, and I can't wait to get to that like super stupid science like mumbo jumbo. Also zombies.
Anderson would have been the right age to have like been young and like in high school going to the theater seeing Alien Resurrection and being like, yeah.
No, he made Mortal Kombat in 1995.
Yeah,
you said high school
or whatever.
He made Mortal Kombat 2 years before that movie.
Whatever.
The dude's like 60.
Is he really that old?
He's been making movies since 1990. Yeah.
I want to make him 60.
Okay, he's older than high school in the 1990s. That's yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm excited.
College.
Man, I wish I made Mortal Kombat 21.
He made Mortal Kombat, then went to college.
Hell yeah, that's how he got into college, was with this Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah.
All right, trailers.
Wow.
Prepare yourself.
For what?
D&D Dark Alliance.
Hey guys, I like multiplayer games. I like games where you can level up characters. Every game is turned into that game. But guess what? Now I can do it with Drizzt, the coolest dark elf that's ever been alive. Do you know who Drizzt is, Brandon? You ever heard the name Drizzt?
No.
Okay. He's the most famous D&D character ever made. He's like the one guy he's a cool dark elf ranger guy.
Cool.
Yeah. Hey guys, I like Left 4 Dead. So do you. This looks like a cool mission-based D&D game. Like,
you sound like an infomercial. Hey guys, I like Left 4 Dead. So do you.
Let me tell you about D&D Dark Alliance.
No, it looks fun. It looks really goofy.
Yeah, I love and this is actually, it's based off R.A. Salvatore's set of books, which came out, I believe, in like the 80s and 90s. So it's following his character that he made, Drizzt. And those are about like these supervillains came together, which is this trailer of all these this lich and this troll all came together.
Like some of the most famous D&D villains are monsters that you can never fight.
Yeah,
band together and you have to go kill them. Just watching this trailer. Seen one of the wizards or the spellcasters just like fling spells, and then you got a guy with the axe just charge in and hack and slash. Like, oh man, this game was like made for a basement arcade episode. we need to play this. Ryan, when you tweeted this out, I tweeted at you. I was like, dude, we need this game.
Yeah. I'm just like, this is the last 6 months I've just been D&D in the brain, and super excited.
Do you have D&D in the brain?
I got worm brains. I got brains.
Then I have a pill for you.
Oh, cool. What are the side effects? More brains? More worms?
More brains.
Do you go sleep at night just dreaming of D20s?
Yeah.
Bird Girl. The spin-off of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
Guys, Adult Swim growing up was my shit. I was watching that as way too young. But Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law was the best. Stephen Colbert was on that show. That's how I discovered him. There's a reference I always make. Did you get that thing I sent you? And nobody ever knows what that is because it's from Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. I cannot believe this show's coming out. It looks so fun. I love it. It's so stupid.
Paget Brewster plays Birdman's daughter.
Yeah, she sounds great. The animation is like an update of that classic, like early 2000s style. Like, I'm thankful. I'm #blessed.
Yeah, it was fun.
Cool.
And then finally, The Irregulars. I thought this looked really good.
I also thought this looked really good. When you described it, Brandon, like last week or whenever we talked about it, I thought it was going to be like a young adult, like a bunch of young kids hanging out with Sherlock Holmes. That's not what this is at all.
I did too, because that's what the description of them are, and then they just like completely overhauled those characters. It looks really spooky. I love the design work of it, some of the prosthetic and VFX work on it. I think this looks really cool.
Yeah,
it looks like Sherlock Holmes: The Runaways.
Yeah,
This is out next week.
Hot dog.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like Sherlock Holmes is cool. I wish we had more like really supernatural stuff, and like especially like Sherlock Holmes supernatural stuff. This looks cool.
Yeah, I'm really stoked for this. Sherlock Holmes and John Watson are in it, but they're not main characters. And Sherlock Holmes is missing.
Oh.
He also looks like he's like a weird like hippie dude. I like his look. Yeah. He got like the long hair. Like he's not your traditional looking Sherlock.
This ain't your daddy, Sherlock. What they said during the Guy Ritchie one too.
There you go. He's not your dad.
All right, that's it. We're gonna get into our topic now. Y'all ready? All right, well, if you've been living under a rock, then you probably don't know this, but if you haven't, then you know that we are going through all 6 Alien movies because there is a new Alien comic coming out by Marvel on the 24th. That is this coming week, so check that out when that's out.
Yeah!
We decided to discuss all the Alien movies because we've done it for the Predator movies, and it was only fair. So last week we did the Ridley Scott films, Prometheus, Alien Covenant, and Alien. And this week we're doing Aliens, Alien 3, and Alien Resurrection, the sequels.
First thing I want to say is I enjoy doing these retrospectives, and I think we should do it more often. Second, I think it's funny that Ridley Scott maybe made the worst Alien movie in his own franchise. Because I liked all 3 of these movies. What am I going to tell you?
Real quickly, though, may I speak to you about some of my Prometheus rabbit hole?
Oh, yes, let's do it.
Okay, I found out some shit. Okay, mural. Think mural. Remember the mural on the wall, the thing that breaks the movie? The fact that that's a xenomorph? That's not. It's called the Deacon. Do you know what the Deacon is?
I saw it, but I didn't do enough research to really care, so please help me.
The Deacon is what comes out of the engineer at the end of the movie.
The protomorph?
That's not the protomorph. The protomorph is what David made on the engineer's homeworld.
Oh no.
So Deacon was that thing. Okay, so the Deacon was the thing that looks like an alien but wasn't an alien, and we thought was an alien because
it is an alien precursor. It is what is considered the purest form of xenomorph, because after the engineers evolved beyond everything, you know why their eyes are black? Because they can see in extra dimensional sense. They are beyond everything, beyond sex, beyond reproduction. So their species ended up dying until they ran into the Deacon, which created the ability to rebirth. Obviously, Deacons. So the original Deacon they worshipped after was dead and used its blood to seed life on other planets.
Wait. They didn't even make it?
No, they found it.
They found it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, hey, you know what? No, Ridley Scott, you know what? No, take the franchise away. I like Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection so much more in Aliens. Come on, Ridley, no.
There's more.
Time out. Question. So the black goo is the blood of the deacon?
No.
Okay.
So the gold goop that we see the engineer drink and seed life on our planet, that was the deacon's blood. Now, they ran out of deacon blood, so they decided to create more, which mutated into the black goop that is the major crux of this move of Prometheus.
Okay.
It is replicated deacon blood. However, it's faulty because it makes everything more aggressive.
Okay.
So you're telling me that before they were more just normal animal type things?
No, the deacon was always an asshole, but he wasn't quite the asshole that we know the xenomorphs to be.
So the xenomorph didn't exist before then?
No.
Just the deacon did? This is so much worse. Brandon, this is so much worse.
Except because I told you there is 20... I'm not making this better. I know that. There are 20 drafts of the script, so many of them written by John Spates. Now, Damon Lindelof came on board in the last draft to write with the final draft of the script because they wanted a known screenwriter. Damon Lindelof came up with the idea that Prometheus would... And he's the one who muddied this all up because he said that Prometheus exists in the same world as Alien. It exists before Alien, and it does dive into the Xenomorph's creator, but it is not going to lead to Alien.
Okay.
It will lead to a different side quills. So there are some drafts of the script where in fact the engineers did create the Xenomorphs while trying to replicate the Deacon.
Okay.
And so there's other drafts of the script where there are engineers on LV-426 getting ready to destroy humanity because they don't like how we evolved, and there was going to be 2 planets, one with the xenomorph eggs LV-426, and then one with the goop LV-223.
Okay.
So it was learning about the Deacon opened this movie up so wide to the possibility that there, I guess, was a plan, but maybe the more ambiguous plan was better. Was the better direction.
I
did find out he's in Fire and Stone, though, that comic book.
Okay.
He was supposed to be a major antagonist of the Prometheus version of the comic book. The Deacon. The one from the end of 223. Prometheus. So, the Deacon... is still in that comic, but now he has mutated around the Prometheus into a giant mountain.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I know
the
that.
Deacon.
That's
okay. So
I assume something else happened to make the mountain.
If they're very easily like one line of like, I think they worshipped it or something, like when they see that Deacon mural. Just give me a couple lines to try to explain it, because then we're just going to get all this bullshit that we're going to talk about.
Wait, how come the thing at the end of Prometheus would be the Deacon if it's still made from the faulty goop?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because apparently there were other versions of the script. And see, here's the thing. Because there's so many different versions of the script, nobody knows what the final draft was meant to lead into. Mm-hmm. And most of these scripts are actually... So I talked about this documentary that I watched. A lot of these script pages are in that documentary because in the very beginning, they talk about how much the story kept changing, even up to filming.
Wow.
Which is always the thing you want to hear.
And hey, guys, you know what movie is awesome? Aliens.
Real quickly, Sparks, to answer your question, though, some drafts of the scripts had the Deacon blood be used for creation, and the trilobite and the Deacon itself... had already existed to be a way to wipe out the thing. The Deacon comes from, though, the concept of the Ultramorph, which was going to be the central antagonist of Prometheus before the Deacon was created, which was going to just be, hey, an engineer had a facehugger on him, and what came out of it was a larger pale white xenomorph called the Ultramorph. So there was that too.
Man. Talk about just muddy.
It really just makes clear how like Alien Covenant is stronger because at least it has a sense of direction, whereas Prometheus is like always feels confusing because everybody's confused and they had no plan and they had no answers to a lot of the questions they wanted to ponder.
And what we talked about with Alien Advent, the idea that should be in the movie, but David was trying to perfect an idea that the engineers already had, meaning that the xenomorphs already created. That was also, I guess, meant to be in Prometheus. It's just never used.
Yeah.
Leaving it much more ambiguous. So it was always supposed to be that the engineers had already created the aliens somehow.
God.
Alien Covenant can work in the world of Alien and everything else, but Prometheus can't. But also Prometheus is the backstory of David for Alien Covenant.
It's, again, that whole, as good as Covenant could be at times, like it's still buried
hindered by Prometheus.
Yeah, that's again, just watching this trilogy of movies, I'm just like, I so prefer other people's ideas of this franchise. Just fundamentally, like I love all the Weyland-Yutani stuff from all three of these movies. Like I wish, like I know Ridley had his own way of going about it and making it more heady than it originally was. But like, man, I would
gotta have a point if you're making it heady, though.
Yeah, that's the point, and it's not. It's pointless. It's like literally you don't have a point.
Yeah.
Aliens rules, guys.
So let's get into it. That's all I got. That's all my rabbit hole have created. Crazy stuff.
Last week, Brandon, like I did not nearly as much research as you, but like I saw Deacon stuff, and I'm like, this is another rabbit hole that I'm just like, I can't. Ridley Scott, what are you doing, dude?
Took me a while.
It's crazy.
Anyway, so why don't we just start with Aliens? Now, Ben, I'm actually very interested to know what you thought of this because this is your first time seeing it. What did you think of Aliens?
Ben, did you watch the director's cut?
No, I don't think I did. Because I only watched the director's cut for Alien 3 and Resurrection.
I didn't need to do it for Resurrection. It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, there was a director's cut for Aliens?
Yeah, there's a director's cut for all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Not a director's cut. There's a director's cut for Alien and Aliens. There's an assembly cut for Alien 3. And then there's a special edition cut for Resurrection.
Right.
I just watched the extended versions on HBO Max for 3 and Resurrection. I just clicked on play for Aliens.
Okay.
Cool. HBO Max may not have the extended cut. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, I freaking love Aliens. That movie's great.
Yeah, that movie rules. That's my favorite of the franchise.
I had a blast. So Mag was talking about, he had a comment that I saw that we didn't pull up, that Ripley was one of the inspirations for Samus Aran, the main protagonist in the Metroid games. And as I'm watching these films, the Ripley films, I'm like, yep, Samus probably do shit like that. And I think I just made a connection a few seconds ago that the main bad guy, Ridley, possibly could be named after Ridley Scott. I'm about to double check that if it's true, but Ryan's shaking his head, so I'm pretty sure it is.
It makes sense. I don't know if it's true, but it makes sense.
It does make sense. I'm about to Google that right now, but I had a blast with Aliens. I'm like, damn, James Cameron can make some really good sequels. This Terminator 2.
This was his first big thing. Before this, he had done Piranha.
Yeah, I was about to say he made a Piranha movie, which is a lot of fun, but not very great.
He also walked off that set very early.
Yeah, that's funny. This is also my favorite Aliens movie. It is, when I think of Aliens, this is what I think of. Not just because it's so what's the word, everyone knows the Space Marines and like the aliens and the Alien Queen, like the imagery is so iconic at this point, but just like the silly Marines who think that they're better than they are and they get overwhelmed, like that scene when they're all getting annihilated is like, it's just such good filmmaking and the tension is so real. And like the aliens living in the walls and then like coming out of the walls, still some of my favorite things that I ever seen in film. Like just the practical effects of the aliens, like living in their environment and also being the environment, it's still spooky to me. Also, it's a great action movie. It's not as scary as Alien. No, it's not trying to be, but it is still scary. And it's like, it's so good. I love everything about it.
So that scene where they first get into the nest and you see the aliens start moving in the darkness, that freaked me out. I was like, ooh, because I'm talking with you guys because you guys said that Alien, because Alien is a horror film, Aliens is an action movie, and you're completely right. But you get into that scene where the Marines are going into the nest, and then you see like they're all this great H.R. Geiger design, and then it starts moving. I'm like, oh, I hate that.
Well, James Cameron never forgot the horror roots of that of Alien, but was more interested in what his strengths were, which he knew he could do an action film.
Right. And also, to earlier point, because I just looked it up, according to the Metroid fandom wiki, Ridley's name is likely derived from Ridley Scott, the director of the Alien film, because they have said that the producers have said they've taken a lot of inspiration from the Alien film. So it's very likely that Ridley is named after the director, and also if you look, he kind of looks like a xenomorph, and he is very loosely designed on a xenomorph. So, watching these films made me want to play, because I just played Zero Mission a few weeks ago. I have Metroid 2: Samus Returns on my 3DS. I'm gonna play it. And
don't the Metroids don't they lock onto your head like a face hugger?
Yes, they do.
There you go.
I have this beauty. This is my 3DS one, but it's the reverse cover. I'm gonna be playing this soon because holy crap! It's like I gotta play some Metroid now. This is awesome.
One thing that I really love about this movie is the thematicness of motherhood, with Ripley having lost her daughter in the 54 years that she was asleep, and which sucks, so heartbreaking.
Oh yeah.
And then finding Newt as like a surrogate daughter.
Yeah.
Who is so good.
Yeah, Ben, it's a shame that you didn't watch the director's cut or whatever, because there's like 20 more minutes of like character building for all the stuff with the colonists. You get to meet Newt, and you get to meet Newt's family, and you get to see everything before.
You see her family they're the family that first encounters, they go to the engineer ship from Alien.
Yeah.
And her dad is the person who gets a face hugger and brings it back to the colony.
Oh no.
Yeah, you get the whole because otherwise you just like meet Newt like in the gutter or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Newt. I love her so much. I love Ripley so much in this movie. And I really love how when you see the company guy, it starts with a B. Burke. Oh God, I hate that guy. When you first meet him, he's like, "Oh, I'm on your side." It's like, you are gonna be a sleazy company. Like the first scene when Ripley is after she recovers and she's talking to the heads of Weyland-Yutani, and they're trying to grill her. Is like, "You blew up the ship because why?" She's like, "I told you." I lost my entire crew. She's trying to tell them, and of course they're like, all they care about is the bottom line.
Ben, real quickly, Mag is asking us a question. Was Queen Alien created by Geiger? I don't know, actually. I don't know if James Cameron consulted H.R. Geiger.
I was trying to look it up, and I didn't immediately find it. I'll look it up real quick if I can.
I would imagine, because so much of the design is H.R. Geiger.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, but I love how when they find out that the alien nest has taken over so much of the colony, and Ripley and like a bunch of Marines die, and she's like, "Nuke it from orbit, let's get out of here." And of course, Burke's like, "No, but we need to. The company has a huge dude. Your investment's gone. Cut your losses and get the hell out of there."
Got it. The Queen was designed by James Cameron in collaboration with Stan Winston.
Interesting. Wow, I didn't know that.
Stan Winston, he's the guy who worked on Jurassic Park.
It's obviously just like building on Geiger's concept of the xenomorph and making it bigger with a crown.
Big puppets and shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I really loved my favorite character in the movie, Bishop, obviously.
God, man, this is definitely the best. Like, I mean, David obviously is like cool, but like in these older movies, like this Bishop rules. Lance Henriksen's so good. He has such an interesting like personality. Like he has like a really dark comedy to him, but like he's not a human, so he's really like monotone. It's a really good performance.
It was surprising to me coming from the Ridley Scott trilogy, and like Ash was sleeping with them in cryo sleep, and that made sense because he was secretly synthetic
undercover.
But Bishop, they all know that he's a synthetic, so it's a little bizarre that they sleep. That they have him asleep and not just awake and running the ship.
Well, that's because
yeah. Oh, Brandon, you're 100% right, dude. I wish you were a little louder because that point is very true.
Sorry, I had something in my throat. I didn't sure you guys got it.
I don't think there's a real answer.
No, there isn't. I thought it was interesting that like in this case that he was. If
I had to make a stupid reason why they didn't want the androids to interfere like with what might have happened with David or something.
I would even assume that like it's just that they didn't really consider it honestly at the time. I'm just saying like I think that made a lot of sense when I see it in Prometheus and Covenant that there would be a synthetic just running things while they're sleeping. 100%. It actually made a lot of sense to me. So I was kind of surprised that wouldn't be a standard. It's not something I would think about without those movies having existed. But because those movies exist, I was like, oh, it's kind of a weird, interesting thing.
Yeah. I love this movie. I think it's great.
Yeah, I'm glad I finally saw it. I was like cheering when Ripley comes out in the
Power loader.
Yeah, the power loader. And it's like, get away from her, you bitch. I'm like, kick her ass, Rip. I'm like in my seat, like it's like 4 o'clock in the morning when I'm watching it, but I'm like, kick that queen bitch's ass. Go save Newt. Go save your daughter. I was like cheering. And like when they get on the ship with Bishop and Newt, I'm like, can we just end it here? I don't need any more. Live happily ever after, and then we get Alien 3.
There's just something, and again, like my favorite horror movie is The Thing, and it's really because of those insane practical effects. But there's just something about the era of like the 1980s and monsters that just works for me on such a level that no other decade works. Like the Alien Queen looks so good, and none of it is special effects. It's all practical. It's a pit. Like there's no CGI or anything, and every shot looks so good. And some shots are so good I don't know how they did it, because now it would just be CG. Like it is such a blockbuster. Like they just don't make movies like this anymore.
Seeing that alien, when you first see the Alien Queen, I'm like, oh shit.
The big head, the moving head.
Yeah,
that's a cool design.
The Queen constantly laying eggs, and Ripley with. Like, you get a sense of dread when Ripley's trying to go save Newt, and you see the Queen, and she, like, unloads, and you see the counter going down, and, like, Ripley's mad, she's pissed, and just all these emotions when she's unloading on the Queen. I was like, do the thing.
This is one of Sigourney Weaver's best roles, period.
Oh, yeah. Hands down. I absolutely love Sigourney Weaver in this movie. Absolutely love it. Aliens is this. Okay, I know it's probably low hanging for me to say it, but this is my favorite Aliens film. It only took me one watch to say it, because I've seen Alien like 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. But after watching Aliens, I'm like, that one. That's my favorite.
Seen most of these except for Alien for the first time, right?
Actually, yeah, I saw Prometheus before. I saw Conan for the first time last week when we watched it, and
you've watched all these for the first time this week.
Yeah, I've watched the rest for the first time, but I'm like, nope, Aliens. That's my one.
Hey guys, we all love Halo. How much does this look like Halo?
So much.
Oh baby.
The Space Marines, the Pelicans,
the sergeant is
literally the sergeant.
Oh. Okay, Ben. We're going long.
I love the Space Marine aesthetic so much. Like, again, it's why I like Halo so much, and why I like Warhammer and stuff. But like, I love the cocky, like sure nature of these Marines, and just like they are the baddest boys. Also, it's cool world building, because it says, "Oh, sir, are we on another bug hunt?" Does that mean that they fought the other aliens before that are not the xenomorphs? Just things like that are just. I
don't necessarily think that it's that they fought them. I think that it's that they've been looking. They've been sent on missions looking for them.
Got it. Yeah. Just great world building. I like those Marines. I like Hut's Bill Paxton. He's game over, man. Like that is an iconic, goofy performance.
Finally getting to watch the scene where that happens. I'm like, now I can finally say I saw it, because I only knew the line. I never saw the scene. Now I have. Michael
Biehn, he's really good as Hicks. Like it's a really subdued performance, but like that dude, and in Terminator, like that dude's a really good subtle action actor.
Okay, so I wasn't really trying to ship Ripley with anyone, because Ripley's her independent woman, and she definitely don't need no goddamn man. But
not until free.
But I love the respect that they have with Hicks and Ripley.
Yeah.
Where I could be wrong, because I've only seen this movie once, but it's like Hicks isn't trying to hit on her. He's not trying to bone her. He's like, yo, you've seen, after that first encounter with the aliens in the nest, he's like, okay, you see some shit. I'm going to go on your lead, because you know how to deal with these. You lived the first time. I don't know what the frack I'm doing over here.
It's the actually, I don't. Rogue One, do they kiss at the end, or are they just like holding hands, dying together?
They kiss. No, they don't kiss. They do the forehead touch, and then they die.
Okay, never mind. I'm just saying, like, not every relationship or every boy and girl has to be a romance in a movie,
right?
Which is nice.
But they are Newt's surrogate parents.
Yes.
Hicks is very much her dad.
Yeah. In which would have been really nice.
And Bill Paxton's her weird uncle.
Yeah. That would have been a nice sequel to get.
Just like seeing Hicks like pick Newt up and just put her down, and Newt is just sitting there, and then he's like, "We're just gonna take care of this girl. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna yell at her. I'm just gonna make sure she stays alive." And when Ripley's like, "We're gonna go get Newt," he's like, "Yes, we are. Let's go do it."
That dude. the company man trying to kill the two of them with the face huggers in the lab.
Burke.
It's such a good scene.
So I really, really like Burke as a character. I like that he's not just like by the line kind of dude. It's ballsy of him to go there knowing what he did.
Yeah.
Like once it's revealed that like he's the one who sent the message for the colonists to go check the ship because he wanted to start a reason for them to have to go there.
Yeah.
Knowing what he was possibly putting them at risk of, and it happens, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll go down to the planet." I'm like, "Yo, man." Most people in your position would be like, "Nah," and he's got the balls to do it. And I also think it's really impressive that he does have moments where he backs Ripley on logical plays, like against Gorman. He's like, no, like you let Ripley do what she's doing. Stop it.
He's a really, really good antagonist without being like evil.
Because he's not just like only motivated by the one idea. He's playing all the levels in the best way that he can. Like still the antagonist for sure, but really, really complicated and crafty about it.
Yeah, that face hunger scene between those two is so tense and so well shot.
Yeah.
The scene in the med bay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, I really, how many times can I say I really like this movie?
Yeah,
I watch it every few years, and I'm just like, there's a reason this one is a lot of people's favorites. Like, not just because like it's different than Alien, but like it just expands on the world so much while still being faithful to that original movie. I just think it's so good.
Speaking of Burke, his super lame defense of like she's paranoid when she outs him for the facehugger thing. He's so like once he's pinned, he falls apart.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of?
No.
When he's like, she's paranoid. It reminds me of someone accusing someone in Among Us, trying to think of a bad excuse. And if we were,
it's me. You can call me out, Ben. I get it. It's me.
Like if we were to put that as like, yo, Burke acting sus.
Yeah. Yep. This is a. Do we all agree? Is Alien our favorite? Or
it's mine.
Aliens? Yeah. Do you have a different one, Sparks, or is it Aliens?
No, I'd say it's Aliens.
Yeah. I think this one's got it all: horror and action, great world building, great characters.
Really cool stuff. I've actually got some notes I want to run down.
Go for it.
I really like. Okay, so all of the Alien films have super unique openings. Specifically, the non Prometheus Covenant ones. From Alien all the way up through these, like they're all so dynamically different. I'm really impressed that they're not always trying to replicate like the tension of Ridley Scott's first opening sequence. This one lets you know right from the beat. It's got that loud, harsh noise as the light comes up. The logo is different. Like they're like this gonna be different.
Aliens.
And sets a different tone. I thought that was really good. I really love the touch that when they find the pod that she's sleeping in with Jonesy, that they send in a scanner first because they already know they're checking to see if there's an alien on board. They don't send in people because they're like, that's what they're looking for. They're the company, they know what's up, and they're looking for it already. I just think that's a good touch because you could have just as easily had just like the dudes just go straight in and look for her.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, send a thing, have it scan, take our time. It's good setup. I do love the whole story. We touched on a little of Ripley having been a mom, losing her daughter, just finding out that her daughter passed because she's been asleep for 57 years.
That's rough.
And then the way that Newt ties into that later.
Oh, was that in the director's cut? Because I don't think I heard anything about that in.
Oh, I guess it must be. Yeah, it's in the director's cut.
So in the director's cut, Burke reveals to her that her daughter, who was living on Earth, because they're on a station just off Earth's orbit, she died 2 years ago from when Ripley wakes up at the age of 66.
Ben, you've played Alien Isolation.
That's her daughter.
That's her daughter.
Amanda Ripley is that lady.
Oh.
So, spoiler alert for Alien Isolation, eventually she gets off.
Eventually, she wins.
She goes to Earth and like never again. I really like the whole scene where she's challenging them for questioning her experience, what she's been through, and I think it's really silly that they're like, "Yo, you're court-martialed, but we're not going to convict you. You just can't fly anymore." And I'm like, "Yo, if you're really committing to believing her, then you are saying that you believe she murdered her crewmates." Like 100% put don't pussyfoot it. Like you are clearly just trying to keep her shut up. They know what's up. I just think that's well done. All the company stuff is well done.
Yeah.
Burn wailing you turning to the ground.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Ripley specifically states, I'm not a soldier, that kind of thing, yet they subtly make her a lieutenant by the end of this movie.
Yeah.
It's never like overt in the film, but she becomes a lieutenant all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess.
I'm fine with that.
I struggled with, like, why would Ripley go after knowing what they've done? And I guess, like, in watching, I was like, so there's only two reasons I can think of. She either thinks that it'll somehow make the nightmares stop if she goes. Mm-hmm. Because it's after she has that really bad nightmare about chest bursting again that she calls to Burke, but then she also says, promise me you're going to kill them all. Mm-hmm. And if she's going because she doesn't believe that they're going to kill them all and she wants to make sure, then I could kind of buy it, because I'm like, otherwise why would she put herself through this? Because she has a reasonable logic. When Burke first comes up, she's like, why the heck would I help you? You just threw me under the bus.
Yeah
Because when she calls Burke, she's like, all right, tell me you're going to destroy him. And he's like, you have my word. He's like, all right, they're going to kill him. I'm going to be there to make sure they're all dead. So then she can finally sleep. And then, of course, it's revealed that, nope, he wants to bring one back. And he wants to bring two of them back and put them inside Newt and Ripley.
That's the end of the species, too.
Yeah.
Should have been.
Wow.
I really love that they have to remove their magazines to not cause a thermonuclear explosion in the hive.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely Gorman needed to tell them why, because they're just like, why don't we have bullets?
Because you'll kill us all. Yeah, I don't know why they just didn't say, because it's explosive down there.
Yeah.
Because if you miss, you're going to cause a nuclear reaction, buddy.
So I guess I don't even remember what the original of Alien is like anymore, but I guess she doesn't find the crew members encased in the stuff on the walls,
in the goop,
because or in the original, not in the director's cut.
No, in the original they do.
Right, the non-director's cut version.
Yeah, non-director's cut. They find people on the walls. One of them looks up, and then all of a sudden it's a chest burster, and then and then that's when.
Are you talking about this movie or
I'm
Alien?
talking about Alien.
Oh no, I forgot.
Okay, so in Alien's director's cut, she definitely finds two of the crew members being encased in the thing for later harvesting. Yeah. But I don't remember if that's how the theatrical version is. Because I'm only bringing it up because when they get there and they're looking at the stuff on the walls, Ripley says that she's never seen it before.
Yeah, so it's only, I think that's only a director's cut.
So it seems like it's kind of, if you watch the director's cut of Alien and make that canon to this, it's a little bit of a small inconsistency, but that's fine.
Never mind, because of Alien, I did watch the director's cut of that, and yeah, she does see her friends. Never mind, I thought you were talking about
Apparently, Alien was a hugely influential film to James Cameron, which is why he lobbied so hard to do Aliens.
I believe it. I really like Ripley's developed relationship with Bishop over the movie. I think it works really well, especially in the director's cut. The Queen this is the first time we're shown any indication that a xenomorph has intelligence, which is the Queen. She has a sense of intelligence when the threat of burning the eggs comes up. Yep. And then everything after, she uses an elevator, for God's sake.
Can you imagine just like, three.
It's like the scene in Jurassic Park, unless they learn how to open doors. She's like, I can use an elevator, bitch.
The entire disembodiment of Bishop sequence looks so good, especially when his top half goes sliding across the floor.
Oh, yeah.
It looks great.
I felt bad. I mean, I knew it was coming, but I'm like, no.
I love Bishop.
And oh boy, would Ripley's arm be broken from holding on to that thing. There's no way.
Oh.
That girl would be in space.
No, I get she's strong, but like, holy crap, yeah.
With it holding on to her, broken arm.
Yeah.
Nah, you're in space. You're in space, girl.
You just the next thing you hear is,
yeah, like arm out of the socket. Even if she can hold its grip there, loose. Like it comes off. Like no way, space is too much.
Shall we move on to Alien 3?
Yeah, Aliens looks really great. It's so good.
All right.
10 out of 10 we'll watch again.
We all watched the assembly cut of Alien 3 this time around.
Yeah.
So
the 2.5 hour one, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's the one. That's the one where I told Zara we're watching the extended cut, and she's like, "How long is it?" And I said 2.5, and she's like, "How long is the original?" Less than 2.
If I'm being 100% honest, I kind of wish I watched the original, but just had some of the more detail of the longer movie. But I didn't want a 2.5 hour long version of this movie.
It's so
you know what I mean?
It's so complicated because like I was refreshing my mind because I really like the assembly cut better. I had to refresh myself on what the theatrical version is missing, and the theatrical, like, it doesn't have any of the exterior setup shots of the prison planet.
Yeah. It's a dog.
You don't find Ripley on the beach. None of the lice stuff is set up. She's just in the pod. It's very simplistic. Yeah. Everything around Paul McGann's character developing is gone. He just randomly stops being in the movie at some point, and you just assume he died.
That's awesome.
Paul McGann again?
Paul McGann is the one who lets it out.
The crazy one.
Yeah, he's the one who goes crazy and seeing it and everything. And I'm like, that is one of the more interesting things. They basically cut that whole sequence of them trapping it and him letting it out because they felt it added too much time for the theatrical version, which I understand. But like, here's my thing. I don't think Alien 3 is actually super great unless I connect with the characters.
Yeah.
And I think I connect with the characters better overall because of the assembly cut.
I do too.
And in the theatrical version, while I think the assembly cut is too long, it absolutely is. The theatrical version just nixes all of the good character
That's literally
beats.
the Snyder cut, dude. That's literally the Snyder cut.
That's what I wanted to bring up. That's what I really wanted to bring up is that we talked about the Snyder cut. I said we were going to talk about it again. This is it. Alien 3. This is the Snyder cut of Alien 3. What happened was David Fincher was being forced by the studio to do a lot more to make the movie closer to Alien because they weren't liking what they saw. So he quit, or they fired him. It's unclear. He did not finish the movie.
I gotta show you. Keep talking. The behind the scenes stuff of Alien 3 is almost as crazy as the stuff behind Prometheus. Like it is insane. I'll find it later.
So David Fincher did not finish the movie. So the release of the movie was in the theaters was not his movie, and even the assembly cut isn't his movie. The studio wanted to get closer to what his vision would have been, but he did not come back to do this.
Right.
So who knows what his version even looks like? It could be shorter.
Yeah.
I just want you guys to know that the third Alien movie, it was going to be the underhanded Weyland-Yutani Corporation facing off with a military aggressive culture of humans whose rigid society has caused them to separate from Earth. It was going to be a human versus xenomorph movie. Hicks was the star. Ellen Ripley was only a cameo, which would have led into the next movie, which would have been a huge galactic warfare movie.
So yeah,
that's before David Fincher even came on board.
Yeah, that's the William Gibson script when Sigourney Weaver didn't want to come back.
The fact that this movie turned out as good as it did is insane.
Yeah.
David Fincher got brought on like super late. Like it's so much. It's insane. This movie is as good as it is.
So just like really quickly brushing over the differences before we just talk about what we watched. You lose just so much of like, what are the good character beats? Yes, this cut is long. It is very long, but the best character stuff is in this cut.
Yeah.
And the theatrical version tries very quickly to get you to the action beats, which, especially today, don't hold up. The alien most of the time looks really bad in the way that it's put into the film, which makes it so what I rely on is that the character beats are really good.
Yeah.
And while long, they are. I find them interesting and engaging. It is beyond crazy to me that even in the assembly cut, Peter Postlethwaite is in this movie and underused.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Who's Peter Postlethwaite again?
He's in Dragonheart. He's in Inception. He's a bald British man.
Lost World, Jurassic Park. Yeah.
He's a bald
okay. That okay.
Romeo plus Juliet.
He's there, and he's one of the most underserved dudes, which is insane. Knowing that guy's career.
You know,
Clash of the Titans.
I didn't see. Yeah, Clash. I saw him. I was like, "You look familiar." I know you.
I don't blame him for not recognizing him because like you don't know who that actor is very well either, and most of these white people look the same anyway.
They're all bald.
They're all bald white people.
Yeah.
I did recognize Charles Dance though. I mean, well, Of course, I recognize Charles Dance because it's freaking Tywin Lannister.
Yeah. I can only keep track of I can only really keep track of the guy who, I don't know is the character's name, but the guy who survives at the end, and is taken away. I can keep track of him. I can keep track of Paul McGann. I can keep track of Peter Postlethwaite because I know him, and Charles Dance. And then after that, it gets a little muddy.
There's like 2 or 3 that I'm just like, are you the other guy?
There were moments where when a lot of people died in the fire, where I go like, you just died. Right?
I had a few moments like that too, but also I really like the priest or like the head of the religion. I really like him. I
can keep track of him. I was talking about all the bald white dudes. I can keep track of the black dudes.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the bald white dudes. I was saying that him as a character, I really enjoyed.
One of two black dudes. There is one guy who dies fairly early into the killing of people, who looks like Paul McGann is even traveling with him at one point.
Yeah.
Who kind of could confuse me, but he dies, and then I'm like, okay, I can keep track of Paul McGann. It's okay.
He's got real bad teeth, so that's easy to take care of.
Yes.
I really like this cut of the movie. I've never seen this movie before, and I really enjoyed it.
Oh, nice.
Discussing the cut, the one thing that is a change that I think I know how Brandon feels about it. I know how Ryan feels about it. In the theatrical cut, Ben, when Ripley is falling into her death, the alien bursts out of her chest while she's falling. And she grabs it and holds it as she plunges into the lava.
Bishop's like, no! It's a good no. That's a very good no. Normally those are pretty bad.
Lance Henriksen, Henriksen is good in this.
Yeah.
That's the only thing in the extended cut that I missed was the final chest burster sequence with her clutching.
It's the only thing from the theatrical cut that I wish was still in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I like a lot of this movie, but there are parts of it that I really don't like, and the parts that I really hate is the very beginning where they kill Newt and Hicks.
I totally forgot to mention that because we've had enough time to live with that disappointment. You just saw it.
I was pissed because I'm like, how dare you? Part of me just wants to say nope, Alien 3 and Resurrection, not canon. Ripley lives happily ever after with Newt. She has a family. They're fine. Everything's fine.
You got some comics. You want to read those?
Cool, yeah, maybe.
That was going to be Blomkamp's film. Was them still being alive. Ben, you are saying the thing that a lot of fans feel about Alien 3. I can only imagine how much more you'd feel that way if you watched the theatrical, because the theatrical really speeds through any amount of her giving a shit about them being dead.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I prefer the assembly cut, because I also am like, it is rough that they take out Hicks and Newt at the beginning of this film. I at least appreciate that the first 45 minutes of the film are about Ripley dealing with that.
Yeah.
I do like how you see an alien egg on the ship.
How to get there?
Oh, I know. That's one of the things I was trying to think about. I was like, how the hell did that get there? Because the Queen lost her egg sack.
Burke.
Oh yeah, Burke. Oh. No,
that's how he said that to me, and I'm just like, I'll allow it, whatever.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Okay, so between this one and Resurrection, there are times where I was trying to figure out, where are the inconsistencies? Because Aliens was like, cool, done. We're good. But then going to Alien 3, seeing the alien angle, like, how did I get there? And then seeing the facehugger, was like, who's on the face? Is that facehugger on Newt? Is that on Ripley? Who's the facehugger on? How the alien? Where the hell did the alien show up from?
It's not even that I'm mad that Newt and Hicks are killed in the beginning of the movie. I'm mad at how quickly they just destroy Newt.
Yeah.
Oh, she's you see her broken jaw and stuff.
No, she's still together. It's Hicks who.
Oh, sorry.
Hicks is just mangled
because they dissect her.
That's right.
Hicks is just a mess.
His is completely.
That's upsetting.
I will throw in that what you realize later in the film is that there were 2 facehuggers on that ship, so 2 eggs, not just one, because one gets on a bull and one also that's in the theatrical cut. It's someone's dog.
It's lucky.
It doesn't work as well. The bull is better.
That's another thing, because when they bring the bull in and they say, "Hey, what's this?" I'm like, there's only one facehugger. Where'd that one come from? Because you only see the one egg in the director's cut. So I'm like, so it's me doing a girlfriend reviews of, hold up a minute.
You don't need to. I mean, I've never cared where the alien eggs came from. I don't think it's a big deal. I think in order to get the crux of an alien movie going, you got to get an egg somewhere.
Yeah, you got to get eggs up. But
again,
I do
just assume Burke had like an ulterior plan just in case.
But what I do like is, as I'm watching this, I mean, this film is a very long movie, but I do like when she does turn Bishop on. Bishop's like, no, it was always with us. It was there. It's like we were.
No, it said it traveled with us.
Yeah, it traveled with us. It was with us ever since we left the Skull, whatever it is, the ship, their first ship.
The ship.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay. I mean, because there are parts of this movie that, as it goes on, it's like, okay, we get some explanation, we get some of this. It takes a while, but okay, some of my questions are answered. But then we get into. It's weird because the very first, I want to say 45 minutes of this movie, I'm like, okay, this, and this problems, this questions. But as the movie goes on, I forget about this. Like, no, I care about Charles Dance's character. I love that scene he has with Ripley about why he has a prison tattoo, even though he's not technically a prisoner. I love his story about him being a doctor and losing his license. I like how at first a lot of the prisoners I'm just gonna call him the priest, where the priest is like, I am a murderer and rapist of women, stay away from me. Dylan, thank you. Where Dylan's like, you better stay away, but he comes to her aid. He's like, I need to re-educate these brothers when they attempt to rape her. And then he straight up says, like, how dare all of you do this? You're trying to you are here to fix yourselves, and you are not doing that. And then they look at Ripley to lead them as the alien is coming in, and I it's like, okay, I'm actually kind of into this. I like how, even though she's not in prison, she doesn't have any of the resources she had in the previous two films, she still makes it work. And I love how the alien gets out, because when they trap him in the waist thing, I'm like, that was too easy. Something bad is going to happen. We go back to the crazy guy. I'm like, there it is.
I definitely, like, one of my least favorite things in the film in general is the rape scene, the attempted rape scene. And my biggest reason for that is I don't mind it in itself, because Dylan shows up and prevents it and that kind of thing. My problem is that later, when, like, they're all having to rally together for survival against the xenomorph, it's not a character fact at all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter between the relationship dynamic of her and those guys. There's no moment where, like, you know, there's a tension of if she'll leave them to die or something like that. It's never built on, so it feels unnecessary in every way. And that bums me out, because it's really just furthering, like, my one gripe about the film is this idea of, like, automatic unburdened misogyny. Like, the men are not responsible for their actions because for the first time ever they're around a woman. And they can't be expected to control themselves. And even Dylan perpetuates that idea. The only person who doesn't vocally perpetuate that idea directly is Charles Dance's character. Who's aware of the tension of it, but he doesn't say that means it will inevitably be a thing. Now that being said, like, yes, obviously this is prisoners, many of them convicted of crimes of rape or violence against women. So it's like, yeah, okay, but it's still such a given that there's no amount of rehabilitation for the time that they've been there that they can control themselves or consider something different. And it was unnecessary to do this scene, especially if you're not going to have it
any ramifications
pay off in any way of their dynamic going forward in the film. I can't even place those dudes later in the film because the relationship is so unclear, and that makes it utterly fruitless.
Xenomorph, he's fast when he's green.
This is the...
Go ahead, Brandon. Ben?
They eventually become, the guys you're talking about, Sparks, they eventually become canned fodder for the alien anyway. So you're right. There is no ramifications, except they're just getting their asses beat with a crowbar.
I don't think there's another alien in this movie.
So canonically, this is called The Runner. And since the theatrical cut would be the one that's canon, it comes from a dog. So NECA or Dark Horse, someone has created what would come from a bull. What kind of xenomorph would come from a bull? But I really liked how the xenomorph shows up in this one. I think it's a really cool sequence with the bull.
When it first comes out, it's cool, but then when you get you see the alien when it's running down the halls, you can see it's really bad early 90s CGI. This came out in
That's not even the problem. That's not even the problem I have with the xenomorph. It's what Ryan said. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's not really enough.
And again, like it's a thing like with kaiju movies. Like, if you don't have enough of the monster, you need good characters. And I do think this does have good characters, but this isn't a big monster movie. This is a small monster movie, and I just needed more of the alien. This movie.
I think it would have been enough for a theatrical runtime.
Sure.
But you're getting all that extra character. And again, like the stuff in the assembly cut is stuff I want.
Yes.
And there's other things that I think could have been trimmed away from it that are the character beats, but then retaining the things that didn't make it to the theatrical. And then I think you cut that down and you would have the appropriate amount of alien
There's
stuff.
one more cut that I think we can do. If we combine both these versions, there's the perfect movie there.
It would be the director's cut. It would be David Fincher coming back and finally putting together what his movie would have been.
Give him $70 million, bring the cast back.
Update the CGI.
But I think that's the issue is that like the amount of alien stuff I think is probably the right amount for a theatrical cut of this film. This film's just like the assembly cut that we watch is just longer than it needs to be, but has the right stuff.
It's 30 more minutes of character stuff, but not really an additional alien stuff. Or again, the theatrical cut would be fine. Again, the character stuff I like, but it makes it just a little more disjointed.
There's other things that needed to be trimmed. Yeah. For sure. But
because the movie feels longer. You feel it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it looks great though. I think like David Fincher had a good eye for what he tried to do with this movie. Like it feels like an alien movie, just in a prison.
There's a visual thematic feel for the film that is really nice and distinct. It doesn't feel like any of the other alien films
they all look
in the
distinct.
visual way.
Yeah.
And I dig the vibe. There's something both. He doesn't use a lot of tight shots, but there is something that still feels claustrophobic.
Absolutely.
I
love the shot of Crazy Paul McGann opening up the nuclear door and it's like walking into the darkness, like ready for the dragon to take him.
There's that one incredible shot you and I talked about, which is the one where like most of the screen is the black room and they're only in the lower corner as they come through the door and everything else is darkness. And I'm like, man, what a good shot.
Yeah.
What a good isolating shot.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of good stuff in this movie. And I wonder if this is one of those movies where like it's going to get forgotten. It won't get like a special 25-year anniversary thing. But I think it deserves it. I think there's good stuff here.
Yeah, I don't think this is the worst alien film by far.
No.
I think the movie's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think the cremation of Newton Hicks is a strong sequence. Again, like what's in the assembly cut makes all of that feel the weight of it. Like if you're going to kill those characters, I want to sit in the weight of that. And this movie in its assembly cut really allows you to do that. It allows you to feel what Ripley's going through. And it feels like that painful loss, which I appreciate because most films would just kill them and forget about them in the first 10 minutes and move on.
True.
And I really appreciate that this version doesn't. I really love the concept of the convicts being driven towards this manufactured faith that they have.
Oh yeah.
It's not just straight up Christianity. It's this whole other thing that they've had to kind of craft as the only thing that keeps them going.
Yeah.
The only thing that functionally allows their little society to work. That concept, like the whole idea of this prison place that she's ended up with this stuff is really good. I'm really glad that there is you don't get the explanation about the lice in the theatrical cut for why Ripley shaves her head. She just shaves her head.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm really glad that the assembly cut has that explanation of like, yo, we got like crazy big lice. It's a big problem.
It's a super planet, a super bug planet.
I think that's really good. I think it's really funny that they find the dude diced up in the air shaft before they find the bull with its shit open, but they do. There is a lot.
That's what sorry, I wanted to tell you something about the. You guys didn't watch it with subtitles, did you?
No.
Okay, so in the subtitles, what's really funny is the alien is supposed to be born in the theatrical cut. The alien is born in the ventilator scene.
Yeah, with
a dog. So in the assembly cut, the subtitles are lifted from the theatrical cut. So as the dude is crouching down to look into the vent where he will see the xenomorph, you see the subtitles are saying Spike.
No, he says it.
He's looking for his missing dog, who he has.
He says Spike.
Yeah.
In the director's cut?
Yeah.
In the assembly cut, he says Spike. I made a note of it. Yeah. They
just change it from being that dude's dog who gets to be xenomorphed into just a bison. That dog exists in both cuts.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's really weird that the dog isn't physically in the second.
Yes, it is weird.
You never see the dog, but that is who he's calling. He is calling the dog.
I didn't hear it. I only saw it on the subtitles. I thought it was taken out of.
That is a funny thing. Yeah, they don't even show the dog, but he's talked about that. That is a
I made a note of that. Yeah,
because I read that the dog was not David Fincher footage. It was the studio footage. Just put the dog in.
Yeah.
So the fact that guy would say it in that scene is weird.
Yeah, but he does. You do hear it. You can hear him say Spike.
Weird.
There is more blood in this one than I think in any of the other Alien films.
Not the next one?
No, not more than Alien. Like, there is a lot of like human blood. Like this one, because it's more animalistic, maybe pulls people up to the ceiling and spills blood over Paul McGann.
That's true, yeah.
There's the bloody mess when it pulls the super lieutenant up.
Yeah, you're right.
That the guy has to just mop. Blood is a big.
That's such
big
a big
thing
scene
in this one,
where the dude's mopping the blood and he's
it's
like
a
looking
great
up.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal a moment from you real quick, but I like it. I like the Home Aloneing of the whole place.
Same.
Of putting gas on all the vents and stuff to try to zone it out, and it ended up failing and killing half the people.
See, I think that's where you could have trimmed a lot of time. Is I think a lot of that stuff could have been montaged faster, and you could have cut down the time, but not lose a lot of the character stuff.
Yeah,
and get us back to the xenomorph action faster.
True.
I really love Paul McGann babbling. Once he comes in, I really like that he thinks of the xenomorph as a dragon.
That's how he describes it. He's probably my favorite character. He's obviously very disturbed, and you think at a point maybe he's not so bad. He's just a little nuts. But then there's a turn in his tone and dialogue. It's so scary.
It is a little bizarre to me, and I don't think that it's even in the assembly cut. I don't think it's justified that when it does come to the scene, he's questioning why am I still chained up if you caught the xenomorph, and I'm questioning why is he still chained up if you know the xenomorph is real, and there's no justification from anyone that they're worried about his mental sanity.
Yeah.
And I just wish a little bit more of that was there, because it does come from they were right to be worried, but I don't know why they were right to be worried.
I just think I agree. I could have used more. I just think he plays it really well.
He does play it really well.
The doctor, everybody.
Poor Charles Dance never stood a chance.
Yeah.
Nope.
Again, another thing killing your lead. In the next movie they do that too. I like that. I was like, oh wow.
Cold. I really, really like the sequence we get that proves we're in the shit now. Permission to terminate denied, especially as they keep giving information. Wayland is willing to speed up what they're doing for rescue and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, oh company, company,
they're the best.
So here's the weird thing, and it just doesn't jive, I think, in general with Alien films. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Ripley is able to go an obscene amount of time with the alien inside of her chest.
Yeah.
And it's never really explained. I guess the inference would be because it's a queen, it gestates longer.
That's what I heard.
Though, again, my other thing is that this is really the only thing that makes it very clear a queen comes from a specific egg rather than a queen evolves out of the species naturally.
Yeah.
Which the other films would kind of hint at. I told Ryan that the novelization of Aliens says that Bishop suspects that he hypothesizes that the first of the species evolves into a queen, or that there is a type of jelly inserted into the egg that creates a queen. And he says it's one of the two things, and clearly in this they decided to make the choice there's a special egg.
Yeah.
The comic we read, it's this kind of similar thing where the xenomorph queen would be birthed, and then they'll take a pack to a different location. Yeah,
the comics also made their distinctive choice on what it was going to be, but it's this one. I feel the concept of the queen is still very vague, but this one I think just doesn't jive cleanly with the world of Alien outside of it. Certainly not in the way it's established, but I accept it because I enjoy the film anyway. It won't kill its future is such a good concept. I do like for that. The fact that she knows she won't be touched because she's carrying the queen. And I think that's pretty good. How does it survive hot lead? No way.
Yeah. But real quickly, our friend Matt brought this up to me. I remember the scene where the dude is trying to keep the xenomorph down there. He's like, "Hey, come here!" And they just start duking. That was cool. That was really cool.
Yeah, it is good. Went out like a champ.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does the lead thing.
At least the cold breaks it apart. So if that didn't happen, I would have been pissed. What does it take to kill it?
Yeah. Especially because we see other things take care of it much more handily in other parts of the Alien
fire.
the Xenomorph's resiliency is not consistent.
Not
in
at all.
any way. The only other thing that really put me off a little bit during the film is that I have a really hard time believing that Ripley, where she's at, who she's become at this point, is not capable of taking her own life.
Sure.
She goes to Dylan and says, I need you to do what I can. And I'm like, I have a hard time believing you're the person who's at, like, Alien, maybe even Aliens, I could see you being this.
You've been through a lot.
You've been through enough. I feel like you could do it. Yeah, I feel like you're capable. And then, of course, she is when she tosses herself back when she's got no other choice. But it rung a little hollow to me when she goes to Dylan. She's like, I can't do it. And I'm like, I feel like you could. I feel like you're not trying.
I mean, like, at this point, you know you have a queen. You went through 2, now 3 encounters with these things. If you knew you were carrying the queen, you probably, as soon as that thing was dead, you off yourself the instant you were like, cool, bye.
If Gorman can do it in Aliens, Ripley can do it in Alien 3.
So Bishop shows up. Lance Henriksen shows up as the person who created the Bishop androids. Thanks to Alien vs. Predator, I've always assumed that was a descendant of Bishop Wayland in some way. And so I told Zara that, a funny little anecdote. I told Zara that I had always assumed that was Bishop Wayland's grandson or something, a great grandson. And Zara's like, but Wayland couldn't have any kids. I'm like, no, I'm not talking about Prometheus.
That's where you get messy.
I'm not talking about that.
No, yeah.
Because
Alien vs. Predator can't live in a world where Ridley Scott's Alien.
Yeah, I think the David stuff with Fassbender is amazing. I love the Bishop Lance Henriksen stuff. Yeah. Even if he's in this movie very little, like he comes to this planet and he gets his ear almost cut off and he's like, Ripley, I'm a human. Look how invested I am in this shit. That is a corporation man to the letter, man. I love it.
What a cool reveal, because we've seen we like this face. And then he shows up like, hey, I'm the real face.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Good movie.
I will say that I'm like, yo, are you actually a synthetic though? Like that they just made look real human?
Oh god,
because so much of his head is hanging off the side and he's still just fine. And I'm like,
I think he's just like the adrenaline. Like this is like his life's work in front of him.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like I can buy either way. But it is just nice to have him. I think it's a cool nod, even if it in like the wider lore of the universe, you can't necessarily connect heads or tails.
We got the Ridley Scott universe and we got the better universe. But,
yeah.
Real quickly, I noticed I have notes for Alien Covenant that I wanted to say. I guess during Alien Covenant, they weren't sure whether or not the xenomorph in that would be a proto-xenomorph leading to Alien or its own thing.
You should go in the movies knowing what you want to do. I'm just saying.
Especially if it's prequel.
So there is a prequel to your movie. Maybe.
All right. Alien Resurrection?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. What happens when you give a weird French guy $100 million to make an alien movie? This is what you get. I remember not liking this movie as much. I think this movie's a lot of fun and weird. Super weird.
I think this movie is very weird. Joss Whedon, real quickly, is the only credited writer, but he has come out and said, and the studio has confirmed, that there were 4 people who wrote the script after him.
Okay.
So he's really pissed that he's the only credited name.
Yeah, because some of the stuff in there, I'm like, wow, definitely 2021 Joss Whedon definitely feels like that.
Yeah, there are obviously Whedonisms. A lot of this cast ends up at Firefly. To Firefly. So you see where the Whedonisms are, but like there were many passes after he left. This one also had a troubled production like Alien 3.
Yeah. I think for me, this is the best the aliens have looked. I think the xenomorphs are so gooey and their teeth are back to normal instead of having human teeth, which was weird for one movie. They look so monstrous like this. And like they have a different design too. Like they have like different hands. Like, and the Queen looks so good. This is my favorite look for the aliens. It's not my favorite alien movie, but this is my favorite look for the xenomorph.
My favor's still Aliens. I like the bone head.
Yeah.
Brandon, I know you watched the theatrical for this.
I did.
I'm looking over. I've been looking over the differences. I definitely like the special cut. It's barely changes much, but the opening and ending are massively different. The opening is really cool. If you haven't seen it, Brandon, it opens on a close up of the mouth of a bug, that looks like the alien and pulls out,
and it's just like a fly.
And it's just this weird moment of a dude who works on the ship just like killing this bug.
And like it's like the fly is right here, and then it zooms out and he smashes the fly, and it keeps zooming out, and it keeps zooming out, and it keeps zooming out, and you see where he's working into the space place of the space station. It's almost like Valerian. Yeah, it's great.
It just
that sounds familiar. I must have seen it a while ago.
Okay. It just sets a different tone. There's some other minor changes. Like the biggest things are the opening and the ending, but there's other minor changes like just increasing Ripley's character beats. Things like her waking up mid the surgery and reaching up and grabbing the doctor's hand and breaking his arm when she's being operated on. When she sees the picture of Newt, her pause is drawn out to give Ripley more characterization about what she's feeling.
There's surprisingly a lot of still her reflecting on Newt in this movie, which I liked, considering she's like a weird clone monster
who has memories.
Yeah.
And then I just want to, we'll talk about the ending later, and I'll get into that because I got specific shit to say about that.
This movie is 200 years after Alien 3. They've cloned Ripley to get the alien queen out of her.
And she has alien DNA now inside of her, so she's like super strong and has like a connection to the alien.
The cloning was not good.
I don't understand, like, because they got blood samples while she had a queen alien in her, they could separate out both.
That's what that
eventually.
Listen, Burke put an alien thing on in the Alien 3. Like, I just gotta, who knows? Yeah, clone it.
So this is not my favorite. I actually did not like this movie all that much. I mean, I was like, that was cool, but most of the time I was like, can this be over already? I'm done.
Was it too weird for you? Or you said
I don't know if it was too weird. It was mostly what?
There's a dude in a wheelchair who picks parts to make a gun. That's amazing. Cool. That's my favorite thing of the whole movie.
That guy
was cool.
No, the guy in the wheelchair. The guy in the wheelchair when he's pulling his.
He's just mentioning the other guy.
There's lots of cool gun stuff in this movie. Yeah.
The what is it? The thing that becomes a gun. The thermos that becomes a gun.
The thermos. Oh, that's another cool gun. You're right.
Yeah.
So that part was fine. My whole thing was, how the hell were they able to get were they able to clone Ripley with an alien inside her? And then like when Sparks just says like, because she had the alien, they got blood samples when she had the queen inside her. I was like, nah, that's bullshit.
So that's
movies, baby.
That's the thing that's breaking you for this 200 years in the future fourth alien sequel.
Every now and then, Ben, you get hung up on the weirdest things.
Yeah,
and it's not consistent. Like sometimes you'll just be like, all of a sudden, the thing that breaks you is something that's totally not a thing.
They don't say 200 years. They just say it's been decades.
They say 200 years.
I must have missed that line because I say 200 years.
Yeah,
you're Ellen Ripley. You died 200 years ago.
Paul says you're Ellen Ripley and you died 200 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I will say I don't know if this is the direction I would have taken with Ellen Ripley, the character. That being said, her being this really, really like full of herself, half alien like goddess, 100% on board.
I think once you've killed her in Alien 3, it's the best choice.
She is so weird in this movie, and I love it.
I do like her one-liners, like when they finally got on the bench. She's like, "You gave me this shit. You gave me this shit's even older than I am."
She did that basketball shot.
Oh, what? That's a real thing. She really did that.
I love like the 30 shots, scene. Like 30 shots of doing that. Yeah,
the basketball scene is so good. Just her
and Perlman,
her just fu Perlman energy is so good.
She's so different in this movie, and it must have been so fun because she's played a different Ellen Ripley basically every movie. It's not the choice I would have made, but it's the cool choice.
This is the one where you're like, this is not the same Ellen Ripley. There's something very different about her. And what I really like about is the character choice. That when the aliens are closer, she starts to pick up their.
Mm-hmm.
The closer she is to the queen, she's like, I can hear them. Like
they're awake.
Yeah. I really like, so she's able to remember her life, pieces of her life as Ripley, because she's inherited stuff from the xenomorphs. They pass on their memories through genetic coding.
This is smart.
which is incredibly interesting, which means that the xenomorphs, as they respawn, are constantly carrying the memories of generations and generations before them, learning as they go.
That's like a Groundhog Day thing. Like they're always learning and getting better.
By the way, I love the scene where they killed one of their own kind.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is my favorite thing is when they're seeing the dude like argue, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna kill one of us, and then they escape.
They have like their own conversation where like a xenomorph head looks, and then he does the mouth, and then he looks at that guy. They look at that guy. Don't kill me.
Yeah.
It's like a whole stupid like silent scene.
They're so very much like the precursor of how Velociraptors talk in Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah.
This is so similar on that level. They're definitely at their most intelligent in this one, by far.
And then when they push the button.
Yeah, they also look the best.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
I think that they've ever looked in the franchise. They're most of the time they're practical. They don't just look like a dude in a suit. They really do look like monsters.
Yeah,
they glisten in a good way. They feel
the gooeyest
they've ever been.
I think the CGI. I think the CGI looks really well. It looks really good. The way
CGI holds up pretty well.
It helps that like it's underwater and it's just like a moving black sphere.
It looks so good.
It looks really good.
There's one bit that I really like when it's the xenomorph jumps out of the water and gets onto the ladder. That's all CG, and you can see like the lights glistening from the sparks, and it's like slick. That's really good stuff. That's really advanced for the time.
Yeah. I think the xenomorphs look fantastic through and through throughout this film, especially coming out of Alien 3. Like it just always looks good, and I'm like, this is CGI or practical, and I'm glad it's mostly practical.
Yeah,
it really works.
The xenomorph who pushes the button, I really like because he's very vindictive. So because he couldn't get the dude with his tongue, so he made the tongue push the button to kill the dude.
I love it. It's good.
It just like unnecessarily killing that dude with cryofreeze, but all right.
I
that
like
scientist is super stupid when he just walks in after they create the acid hole, and he's like, oh, we won't check the schematics for where they would have ended up or some scanners or something. I'm just gonna walk in and look down the hole.
Like Aliens, I like most of the bounty hunters or mercenaries, whoever this crew are, all the people who get killed. There's the pirates. There's a really deep, like gravelly voice guy who just sounds so cool, and I love hearing him talk. And he's one of the guys who gets killed early.
He's a voice from Treasure Planet, by the way.
I looked it up. He's one of the bad guys from Treasure Planet or whatever.
Silver.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like the cast. I think Winona Ryder.
Ripley shoots the gun through there's a lot of really cool moments in this, like really inventive. Like Ripley shoots the gun through the body.
It is really cool. It is really cool that the captain was ultimately an unnecessary, useless character.
Yeah.
Like he was not important. The captain is the dude who gets killed first of that crew is pretty impressive.
We got Cole. Sorry. Call.
Yes. ABC. Call.
W.
I love
W.
I love her dynamic with
she's my favorite character. She's my favorite character in the movie. I think Winona Ryder plays the character really well, and I really like the dynamic between her and Ripley. The bit when the chapel when she's into the computer is some of my favorite stuff in this movie.
Yeah, I really love the interactions between this new Ripley and her because they're both coming at it from a perspective of these non-human entities and how they kind of connect on that level, which I think is great, especially when she says, of course you're a robot, you are too human, too humane to be human.
I agree, Brandon, like when they're in the chapel and she's like, I don't like doing, she says a line that's so like haunting. It's like, I don't like doing that. It makes my insides feel weird. Or it's like, I don't like disappearing like that. Like doing the robot shit that Bishop would always do. And I'm like, that's a very human thing to say. That is super spooky.
They talk about the synthetics and they say, so these ones were made by others. They're second generation and they didn't like taking orders. So most of them were hunted down.
Like Blade Runner.
And a few of them escaped.
Yeah.
Very much like Blade Runner. And most of them reject all of their synthetic parts. So she's destroyed her modem, which is why she can't automatically connect with technology.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a bit about Prometheus that'll make your skin crawl?
Please.
One day Ridley Scott came into the office and said, what if it was Wayland Tyrell? Connecting it to Blade Runner.
Oh. I mean,
that didn't. So the idea would be that Alien and Blade Runner are in the same universe. So he did not go forward with that, but that was an idea that was bounced around for a second.
Like he made both. So like, if he wanted to do that, sure. Please no.
Stop.
I love the kooky general. That dude's acting is a little over the top.
The hairy man?
Works. Yeah,
hairy
but it works so well. Look, when he's like talking to the guys and it's like, well, it's not a problem that she's learning. He's like, oh, excuse me, she's just gaining memories. Yeah. Not an issue. I freaking love that guy.
When the grenade that he throws is one of my favorite sequences because we follow the grenade into the thing. I love it.
Yeah.
It's so over dramatic how he's just like,
yeah, I love it.
And then comes and kills him right there.
He's like, oh.
I want to talk about one of the things I do hate about this. They acknowledge that Weyland-Yutani was bought by Walmart decades ago.
Ruined it.
Stupid.
Ruined it.
Utterly unnecessary. Dumb.
My least favorite thing of all these movies.
That must be in the extended cut because that's not in the theatrical.
Yeah, so in the cut, they tell you that Weyland-Yutani was bought out decades ago because Ripley's still blaming the company.
And he's like, honey, that was way in the past. Walmart bought those companies.
No, they do say that Weyland-Yutani is no longer around. It's a different like thing. But they don't say who bought it.
That took me out of it so fast. I was like, oh.
It's sucky because like in my mind, what I think is so good about Weyland-Yutani is that, and I've noticed this a lot about like far future things, they tend to, I understand why, they tend to, everything has become under one umbrella company that controls all things. Well,
Resident Evil?
By and large in WALL-E, this is a very common trope where like capitalism has uber capitalized into a single oligopoly. And Weyland-Yutani should have been that, and so bringing in the Walmart factor is like, no, it only works if they're the company. They are the company.
Yeah.
People don't say the company as shorthand for Weyland-Yutani if it's not the only company that matters.
That was such a 1997 like American thing to do.
Yeah, in the theatrical cut, then the implication is that they weren't bought out just because it's been 200 years. They were replaced by something.
Makes sense.
Still dumb. Like
something worse.
It's just unnecessary. Like especially because it doesn't matter in this movie. Just say that Weyland-Yutani is still behind this.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
The idea was that I think it's not like a company. It's it's implied that the military has taken over. Everything.
I get that, but like Weyland-Yutani clearly in the previous films always had military contracts, so it wouldn't even be weird for it to still be with the military, but under Weyland still like operating with it. Like the scientists come from Weyland-Yutani and the military is involved, and then that's it. Like you don't need to complicate it.
Yeah, I know. I just kind of feel like maybe it's meant to be like world building where it's like it's like 200 years. Like no company is going to last 200 years.
Surprise.
Sure, but I had this conversation with Ryan where I'm like, it's super fascinating that like the world of the Alien films, it feels dystopic, but we never actually see what the planets are like to know if they're dystopic. It feels like a dystopic future, but we'll never know. In fact, we get QVC on the TV in one of these, in this movie, and it's like, okay, so it can't all be completely dystopic.
Yeah. And Ron Perlman is like, Earth's a shithole. And they mention a plague, and it's like, wait.
Let's talk about it here. So, Brandon, if you watch the extended ending, they actually land on Earth. They walk on Earth, and Earth is desolate. It's mostly destroyed. They end up in Paris, and Paris is in shambles. And they're looking out over, and it's implied like, this is the kind of place that people can get lost in. So Ripley and Call are just going to go hide out from the company and the military on Earth. But it's kind of interesting because it is the only time in the films we ever see Earth. Truly, and it's just this barren waste that they've destroyed. Very WALL-E like.
That's why it was so weird when I read the Aliens graphic novel. What we did for a book club, the sequel to Aliens, and Earth is fine, and it's kind of jarring because you're always like, oh yeah, I guess we've never been here.
Yeah, see, like Earth in this movie is kind of what I'd expect based on just the tone. But there's totally a reasonable conclusion that Earth is actually, and like most planets that people live on, are totally fine. But space and the alien universe definitely feels like a dystopia.
Yeah,
it feels like that. But it's interesting that we never really explore that angle of it.
Maybe that FX show, baby.
Oh yeah, maybe.
The way that they face hugger those cargo people all just in tubes lying next to each other is messed up.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Let's see.
I love like the whole ladder scene where they have to go up the ladder and the guy's stuck on the backpack.
The ambush.
why does that guy, like, they're all like, oh, he dead now, and I'm like, he dropped into the water with an alien body that had no head. Yeah. He can climb back up.
Yeah, he only got a scar.
I don't know why they went to died.
Okay, I was actually one of those things. I was like, just kick it off. I don't think the alien has a super grip that it's good. Just bigger. I was like, that thing.
Ben, if you
move your foot and then boom, it's gone.
Ben, if you recall, there are plenty. There is also in the same scene a new alien ability seen in this movie. So perhaps we've seen 2 super strength and acid spit.
Super strength.
No, I'm not talking about the acid spit. I'm talking about when the alien was.
No, I know what you mean. And the same, I'm implying that we have seen 2 new abilities. Super strength.
If it rigor mortis, look, if it rigor mortis onto his foot that he's got to do more than he can just kick it, I can buy that. But like, why does he fall into the water and we're just like, oh, he died?
That whole the whole swimming scene, I was super tense because so I can't hold my breath for shit, and I held my breath for like as long as I could, and I would have definitely died in that scene.
Yeah, I would have that too.
The aliens look good in the water, chasing them look great.
I think I brought up the spitting acid as a joke. I actually think that's a rule breaking ability because they could just spit acid.
If it's not a different type of xenomorph, then I agree. If it's just supposed to be just like, this is the xenomorph, then like, what? How come we've never seen that before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey man, we're gonna have it in Fire Team. So
we're gonna have literally 22 different types of xenomorphs. Get ready.
I really like the shot where they let us know that Call knows something's up when she hears Ripley's name. Mm-hmm. It's like this specific shot where it turns on her. I thought that was really good. I think the scientist who's studying the xenomorph is super great. Like, what a good like side bit character where he's just doing the faces at it in the glass.
Brad Dourif.
Yeah,
Worm
super
tongue.
Good. Yeah.
My favorite line. Go ahead.
No, it's super creepy in the glass, and then when you finally see him at the end of the movie when he's encased and he's like talking like, look, she's perfect now. She's giving birth. She's not laying eggs. It's like, wow, you are batshit crazy, buddy.
I really like the line where Call's like, where the dude Ren is trying to get trying to say father, and Cal's like, father is dead.
Yeah. I love that it's father in this one instead of mother.
Did you notice, at least on the DVD thing, father is not spelled the way father is spelled? Did you guys know this?
No, I didn't.
Father is spelled FU-TTH-UR.
That's how mother is spelled too.
MU dash. Yeah, it's like a weird computer thing, but yeah, I thought that was cool.
There are some weird camera movement choices in this film.
It's French,
super
man.
Strange.
It's
constantly in motion.
Yeah.
There's definitely some like early inspiration for the Matrix in like the basketball courtroom when they get into the gunfight. Like it's definitely doing some of those shots where I'm like, man, this is where the Matrix took some shit from.
One of my favorite bits in this is actually in that sequence when they're like when Ron Perlman takes the gun from the soldier and then just gives it back, like, don't touch me. Like, you had the gun.
Don't you ever touch me, gives him the gun back. That's a great character beat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman's so fun, man. Yeah.
Those experiment tubes that Ripley finds.
Kill me.
All the different variations of the cloning are really, really cool to see. Like,
horrifying.
This is the new version of David's experimentation room, and then the kill me scene is something.
I like this movie so much more than I remember the first time.
Yeah, me too. Another one I want to say another line where it's like Ron Perlman's like, "What's burning?" The dude, us. Shit.
I think the whole bit where the guy's screaming, "What's inside me?" while they're talking over is fantastic. I think that's such a great sequence where he's constantly just delivering that and they're talking over him. I think that whole moment works so well.
Oh yeah.
And how he kills Ren is one of my favorite kills in the whole franchise.
He knows he's going, so he sacrificed himself to take out the dude that did this to him. Chest burster through the head.
Oh,
super
that's so good.
Yeah.
So
good. I really like that. I think that's a great sequence. I love that the xenomorph set a trap with the eggs over the pool of water.
That's so smart.
I thought that was really good.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Yeah.
That the guy in the wheelchair, he's worked with this director before in a bunch of other French movies that I've seen, Delicatessen and The City of Lost Children. Those are both awesome French movies. And then he came into America to make this big ass blockbuster, and for the most part, it works.
I think it's really nice that it doesn't feel as clear. I think I would compare this to Aliens. It doesn't feel as clear who's going to make it out and who isn't. throughout the film.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really nice to have that kind of ambiguity feeling.
The call reveal is really good.
Yes, her reveal is a super strong one. Ripley being swallowed up by the heaving Geiger mass is a little strange.
Yeah. It looks cool, but it doesn't make sense.
No,
movie's weird,
but
I like it.
But the alien human hybrid looks something straight out of Bloodborne, and that is nightmare fuel.
The alien human hybrid is really cool, but I also really like when we're seeing Ripley being carried to the Queen,
and she like nuzzles it.
And she like nuzzle. I love that.
Yeah, this is
also
the mother self gets extreme.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but I also saw that her nails were like green and pointy. I was like,
and she also has her jacket is shaped like alien shoulders.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I liked her outfit in this, so she looked really metal.
Me too.
The new reproduction that the Queen gets from her, which is super bizarre, but it is a cool creature that they create. Very, very interesting with the human eyes deep in the sockets. Very, a skull of a human crafted onto a xenomorph.
Really, I love it. It is
genuinely
scary.
one of the freakiest looking monsters in history.
Ryan, you'll get this. You know what it reminded me of? The Orphan of Cause.
Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, the big naked gross man. Absolutely.
Yeah, so Orphan of Cause is one of the final secret bosses in Bloodborne. It's from the DLC, but he's super hard to beat. But he is just
he's like a pale fish man. Yeah,
he's a pale fish man, and his weapon is like a bone scythe on his arm. It's like it's a bone guillotine. That's what it is. It's like a rounded blade, but he's pasty white, and he obviously a lot of monsters don't talk, but he just gives this guttural scream of agony as he's attacking you. And watching this alien human hybrid, it's like this looks very similar to a certain Bloodborne boss I had a very hard time killing, and
immediately kills the mama.
Speaking of the blood curdling screams of sadness or whatever you said, I actually really feel really bad when it starts to die.
Yeah, I think you're certainly meant to feel complicated. If not bad for it. It's super strange. It's a unique. I think that there's definitely I understand why people kind of don't like it.
Yeah,
just as an attempt at anything, but it's so unique and weird, and I find it hard to deny that it leaves you with a weird feeling watching the kind of horrifying and tragic death of it as it's sucked out of the airlock.
Because it's really something seeing that thing get sucked out of that thing.
Yeah,
it really is. It's very gruesome in a weird way, and you're like, this is a horrifying monster, and at the same time, this is a tragic
and Sigourney
death.
is selling it. Like she feels bad too, because this is her baby dying.
Yeah. It's definitely a hard scene to forget. It's been one of the most iconic from the Alien franchise. It's the most graphic murder of a creature of anything probably in the Alien films. It's very, very weird and complicated.
Doesn't Spider-Man reference this movie in Infinity War?
No, he references Aliens.
Oh, okay.
Because they knock it out of the airlock.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But yeah,
got it.
My one other note that it stood out to me. I don't think I've ever thought about it before, but this time I did, which is that it's super weird that the drones just seem to stop pursuing them.
Oh yeah.
Once they have Ripley, they aren't chasing them anymore. They're we don't even see them again. Honestly, we don't see the drones. We just see the hybrid.
Oh, I see.
Once the hybrid is born, we never see the other xenomorphs again.
Don't we see? Or is that an Aliens? Where the aliens are going behind. I think that's an Aliens there.
That's an Aliens. Once the last time we see a drone is when it's carrying Ripley.
Yeah.
And then we never see another after that, which is super, super interesting just because in general, they usually are chasing after them.
Yeah. We see an alien when the ship's about to crash.
Oh yeah, just one shot of the drone just hanging out
I mean, that's true, but it is we are at the finale, and maybe to honor the Queen, they're gonna let them have their moment or whatever.
No, for sure. Well, it's still
because we got so much Alien before this, so
it's a little bizarre that they're not the drones
just
grabbed Ripley, but none of that. There's 11. There's 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Okay, there's maybe 9, but there's a good group of them still that could go after and capture the last of the crew that's left. That's getting to the Betty, and they just don't even bother.
Betty.
I really wish
in other films they usually would.
Yeah.
I really wish the scene where they land on Earth and it's desolate was on the was in the theatrical cut, because like they just crashed that ship into a continent and you're just like, I hope there was nobody down there.
It just blew up hardcore, yeah, and it's like, whoa, shouldn't that matter? And then you get to Earth and you're like, oh no, it didn't.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and then in the Mad Max, the next alien would be like the Mad Max version of it.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They leave this. I like the implication. So in the theatrical cut, it's like this conversation where it's like, "What's Earth like?" And she's kind of like, after they've just dropped that ship bomb on it, it's like, "Oh, it's nice.
It's so nice."
Yeah, and then I like the extended cut better, where it's just Ripley and Call both sitting there, and it's like, they're gonna come for you. You could get lost in this place. Mm-hmm. What do you want to do? And it's like, who knows? Earth is new to me too.
They'll never leave us alone.
And it's it just leaves on that really ambiguous, kind of tragic note of where they are. Man. And I kind of like that better.
I do too. I would have loved, eventually all franchises get to like a bad point, like at least in horror, but like I would have loved to get like Alien 5 would have been Alien 5. Like, and it's the Mad Max movie where it's like a bunch of crazy people on Earth and then a xenomorph somehow gets there and it's just that they're on Earth. Like, I would have loved, like, every one of these Alien movies is so different from the last in so many ways. And like, I really enjoyed doing this retrospective again, because like you start a franchise one way.
You would have gotten Resident Evil Extinction, but with Ripley on Earth with the xenomorphs.
100%. That sounds fantastic. And just like the different ideas that these people have for the franchise. Again, like not to shit on Ridley, but like I like everybody else's versions of his idea than what he returned to in a weird way.
Including the comic we read. That would have been the follow-up originally.
Oh, God.
The different take on the engineer.
That is still my favorite like Alien sequel. The one that's the comic.
So I asked before we started recording, I always forget to do this, so I want to remember this time. I asked before we started recording what our audience's favorite Alien films were. We are all in agreement that it is Aliens. So is everyone who commented. Fedal _ape says second. Chris Renteria 27. I'm sorry, I never had to pronounce it before. Aliens. Mag. Thank you, Mag. Aliens. And John Comics with used to say Alien, but now it's more like Aliens. They're both great though.
Yeah, those two are definitely cream of the crop for sure.
Yeah.
I think Alien 3, especially its assembly cut, holds up better to modern audiences.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that theatrical cut is worth much because it doesn't have enough character stuff to keep it going, and the Alien stuff isn't good enough to keep it going. But the assembly cut is the only place where you can get something that's pretty worthwhile out of it, I think. Yeah. And Alien Resurrection, I've always had a soft spot for. I like that it's very, very different.
Yeah.
It takes everything in such a fresh direction. It's kind of like the Halloween 6 of the Aliens franchise, but in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah, I am definitely, if I had to put these in like in order of this week, like Alien 3 would be my last one. Like I am, not that it's bad, of course. I'm thinking so fondly of Resurrection just because like as I've gotten older, I just gravitate towards more like weird and interesting stuff. And this is definitely the most unique Alien movie. Sure.
Alien Resurrection has the most amount of like camp to it.
Yeah.
But it never feels like it breaks the tone. No. It works overall. Like things like Ron Perlman bending backwards to shoot the alien and things like that.
Oh, it's so good.
They still landed. Then him popping back up and shooting the spider.
Yeah.
I did like that.
The really only film after doing this that I dislike anyway is Prometheus.
Yeah. That's the only one that's like a thumbs down.
I've liked every film with the name Alien in it.
Yeah, as long as it's got Alien, you're good.
Prometheus is just clearly such a bumbled mistake. I definitely feel like there is a better cut of Alien 3 somewhere in between the assembly and the theatrical.
Yeah.
But I do recommend, like, if anybody's trying to go through Alien 3, please just don't bother with the theatrical.
Yeah,
I don't think it's ever going to be worth it. I understand that the assembly cut is longer, but
it's better.
There's just no they cut all the good value out of the theatrical.
Yeah.
I think that's why that one gets so much hate. I really wanted one other thing I kind of forgot while we were talking about Alien 3. I know a lot of people also hate it because they kill Ripley at the end. I think it's a really good end for Ripley.
So
like for the original Ripley, I think it's a good death.
And she goes out on her own accord.
On her terms, yeah. I think it's a really good death. And I'm glad that Resurrection honors it in a way. These movies are really good at keeping like the consistent character built upon tone, even as Ripley becomes a clone of what she's gone through.
And she still stays like a cool character like to follow.
Yeah.
Like Sigourney Weaver is good in all the things. She's never phoned it in. Even in like the weird one where she's a monster clone.
God, we didn't touch on it, but that moment in Alien 3 where she's hallucinating and sees the pipe as a xenomorph, and she's like, I don't even remember anything before you. And I'm like, oh, yeah, what a line.
So I wanted to ask, I know we're running along, I apologize, but I wanted to ask, what do we want to see from this franchise, from Disney, with this franchise?
Honestly, anything about that comic that we read. Anything like that. Anything with more of the company getting crazy. I just love the Weyland-Yutani shit. Like, I love the seedy umbrella. Like, I love crazy evil corporations. I think it's a lot of fun. I always like that stuff.
Now, I want to see Resident Evil Extinction, but Alien 5 with old woman Sigourney Weaver.
Yes, come on, FX.
On Earth. I think that'd be so dope. It's hard for me to picture anything that could exist in the continuity of like what exists now. Like, you got to kind of cherry pick now what your continuity is going to be. I think if you tried to throw something into the mix at this point that would keep the canon of all of them, it would just all fall apart.
Yeah.
So you kind of got to decide what route you're going to go.
I feel they're just going to do the Aliens thing where it's going to be Aliens, and then this. It
feels like it'll be a Halloween logic where Alien and Aliens are the only canon.
Yeah. You're talking about the TV show.
If you get weird enough, huh?
Yeah.
You're talking about the TV show, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking in general, like anything that they'll do film, television wise at this point. I highly doubt that they'll treat anything from Alien 3 or Resurrection as canon.
Do you agree?
To an amount, I almost don't want to follow Resurrection unless it's what we specifically talked about, because they've hollowed out everything else.
Resurrection is after Aliens. That's like it's almost 200. It's almost 300 years now from the first movie. So like it is such a different franchise. Like I don't even know. Like you have to go back, right? You can't go forward, right? You have to go back.
And if you want to use, no, you don't need to use Ripley.
You don't need to. But
Ben, why don't you answer and then I'll answer?
For what I want to see from Aliens, just Aliens. Don't dip into the Prometheus pool. Stay out of that pool. Don't even try. Just sweep it on the rug. Just go forward.
What does that mean for you? I mean, like, give me more than just not Prometheus. Like,
for me, just like maybe we can see something old woman Ripley on Earth, and somehow an alien does show up there. Who knows?
You don't want to see a continuation of Covenant, is what you're saying specifically.
Yeah, I don't want to see a continuation of Covenant.
Yeah. I don't either. As much as I like it.
Personally, I would even like to see maybe a what if story of what if Ripley, Bishop, and Hicks and Newt made it to Earth safe and sound, and then 10 years later, you get old woman, and then Newt goes out, and she has to fight the aliens again, because guess what? There's still more of them out there, and she stumbles on and goes, oh shit, these guys again. I would like to see a what if of that. I just pretty much my whole thing is just like don't look at I don't want to see the engineers. I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to look at them. Just keep them out. Just Xenomorphs.
Oh,
Xenomorphs just be around effing shit up.
I have an actual question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, like a midichlorians and them just kind of backing away from it, do you think there's a possibility in this world that we live in that Disney will reverse the engineer thing and just turn it back into the elephants? Is that something do you think could happen?
I don't think they'd even need to.
I mean, do you think they will ignore Ridley Scott and go forward with their own stuff? That's what I'm asking. Do you think Disney will do that? Because I think they would.
I think they're going forward. I don't think they'll ever go back. But I don't know if they'll ever need to retcon Prometheus and Alien Covenant. I think they just need to ignore it.
Yeah.
I would not be opposed to like somebody else coming in and making something that made a logical bridge between those and Alien. I'm not opposed to that. If you can make a story that makes it all coalesce, I'm open.
The Clone Wars of the Alien franchise is what we're actually asking for.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I don't think it should be Ridley Scott. But I do think if you can have someone come in that can tell a story, maybe the history of LV-426 or something, that would make a seamless blend from Prometheus Covenant into the other Alien films, I'd be open to it. I'm not anti them making it work. but I don't expect they're going to try.
Yeah, because I think the engineer concept is so cool, and I would like to revisit it, but just not in the way that Ridley did it.
You could still keep Prometheus and Covenant canon, and also they'd have to look the same, but you could acknowledge that the humans just totally misunderstood what they were. If you keep it from a human perspective, like even David didn't really understand what they were doing.
Sure.
You know why David can understand their language? Because he can see in the extra dimensions that they can. Okay.
Oh.
My answer to the question, look, we're already getting the Alien series from Noah Hawley. I think that's awesome. I'm really excited for that. The Neil Blomkamp Alien movie is probably a pipe stream at this point, but I'd love to see that. Even if it ignores Alien 3 and Resurrection, I don't mind. Honestly, I'd really like to see them tackle AVP again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Maybe not a sequel to Requiem. I don't need that, and it wouldn't make sense. But a new Alien versus Predator, honestly, I would like to see at this point. Tackle it from a different perspective. Try again.
Yeah.
I think AVP can always work as long as you keep it in the timeline of the Predator films.
Even if you wanted to tie it in with what we're doing now, do a future, like a sequel to Resurrection or something.
Man, it's just that's so tough.
Yeah.
Because it's hard for me to buy like the way Predator exists. That's not something they've ever like. That you get to the original Alien and that they're like, man, that's crazy that she encountered that thing. But like on some level, people would have heard of Predator.
True.
Oh yeah, because it is hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
I would like to see them tackle. I always like the idea of tackling adaptations again, and Alien vs Predator as a comic book first.
I would love to see Alien versus Predator again. I'm very curious what you can do with Alien that stays in the timeline of most of these films, if not all.
Yeah.
And I don't think any of that would have anything to do with Predator. I think that almost always has to stay kind of nebulous away from it, just with how complicated the Alien world has become in its films. But that being said, anything could happen. I really don't know what to expect out of where they're going to go with this Alien.
It's always
one more, if I may, before we move on. I do want to see Ridley Scott finish his trilogy.
I
agree with Matt. I want to see David's story end, and I want to see it end well.
Listen, as the guy who just was all about Zack Snyder getting to finish his trilogy, I do agree with you. I think the David stuff is the most compelling stuff of all of his setup trilogy. I just wonder now that Disney owns it if he's kind of done with it.
I would like to see the end of David's story. I don't necessarily know that I want to see Ridley Scott do it because I don't think he knows how to do it well. And I certainly don't think he knows how to tie it into Alien. I'd rather see someone else come in and do it for him.
In the documentary not a documentary, but one of the special features for Covenant, he's talking about the story of how the next time we see Shaw, we're going to get to the lake and the cabin on the lake. And then, oh wait, I don't want to tell you what happens next because that's the next movie.
So it's, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I shouldn't have bought a ticket to your movie. That's how I feel. Ridley Scott had 2 opportunities to make that world feel like it was coalescing into something, and Covenant got close, but there's still so much that's so muddy. I don't think he'll ever clear it up. It's very clear that in his building of these films, he doesn't know what he's doing or where he's going.
The best stuff is left on a cutting room floor.
While he makes engaging films to watch, I would rather see, for story purposes, someone else retool David's stuff into connecting to Alien. Dude, I would like to see the end of David's story. I don't think I want Scott to do it.
Dude, give Denis Villeneuve the David trilogy finale. Are you kidding me? He would take Ridley Scott. Oh, he already did. It's called Blade Runner 2049. He already did it.
Well, Blade Runner's not in the Alien universe yet.
Not yet.
I would.
There's always been a fan theory about that. What?
It's exactly because of things like that. I don't want Scott to come back and touch another film.
There's always been a fan theory that Blade Runner and Alien exist in the same universe because there's space travel referenced in Blade Runner.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't care. I keep it out. I like Blade Runner as it is.
Alien's really cool, you guys. There's a new Alien comic coming out next week. My hype for it's a little lower than I was before, but I'm still excited for it.
Yeah, I think we're done with the Alien film. So next week,
hey, Alien's great, you guys. I'm really glad I got to watch all of them.
Hey,
Yeah, this was fun.
I'm really glad to finally watch Aliens, Alien 3, the good version, and even Alien Resurrection, because there are parts of Alien Resurrection I did like. I was the least warm of those films. The one I was hyped the most, and I'm glad it is a disappointment, was Aliens. So I'm pretty sure Alien and Aliens are the two films I'm definitely gonna go back to the most. I may watch Alien 3 because is some good stuff, but I can definitely tell you I'd never want to watch Prometheus ever again.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you're so much more positive on 3 than Resurrection.
Me too.
Not in a bad way. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, in Resurrection, I mean, hearing you guys talking about like, yeah, that was cool. I don't know, just my initial thought after it was done, I was like, I mean, that was all right.
Yeah, sometimes things don't.
Resurrection just didn't click for me. Although I do like how I did like Starkey Ripley. It's part of me was just like,
Ben, I'll tell you, the first time I saw Resurrection, it didn't work for me.
Right.
I thought it was a little too weird, especially the alien human hybrid stuff. It was upon second and third watchings that I started to really like it.
Who knows? Maybe that'll happen, but I don't plan to rewatch these films anytime soon.
All right, shall we get into our book club?
it's time for the Monsterverse. Welcome to the Monsterverse.
Late night.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys, we're doing Skull Island: The Birth of Kong, which is written by Arvid Nelson and with art and colors by Zid. Yes, Brandon. It's really good. I really like it. I've always really liked it. I think of the Monsterverse comics that are out there are 3. It's by far the best.
This is 100% the best of the 3 Monsterverse comics. This one, that last one was good. This one is like a compelling comic to me. Like, I actually cared about all the characters. The weird priest guy, the weird 5 languages guy. The art's insane. The art is so good. I don't know why he keeps having flashbacks to Kong's fight or whatever, but it's cool.
I don't care.
I don't care. It was great. Yeah.
Aftershock sucks. Awakening's pretty good. I absolutely love this one. I agree. This is the absolute best of them, and it's like, hey, this is actually really cool. I actually like this. The pre how the Kongs fought the Skullcrawlers on their Eden, and then the shit got taken over, and then
It bums me out. It bums me out that this is the only one not available in hardcover.
Yeah.
I think the art is awesome. I think the paneling is in particular
it's really
extremely
inventive.
good.
It's not regular.
That sometimes you're like when you're focused on people, you're getting like basic boxes, but when you get animal stuff, monster stuff going on, it breaks up and it gets more jagged and weird. I think all the art is incredible.
The final fight between Kong's mom and the Skullcrawler is so well paneled.
This felt epic, and I think the story is actually really, really good, and it's really compelling, and it's about the doctors from Kong Skull Island.
It's Houston Brooks, who's the guy who went with John Goodman to Skull Island, and worked in Monarch. His son was upset that they're hiding evidence about Skull Island from the world because they're entrusting the fate of it to Kong to protect people, and so he has to go and investigate for himself in the 90s. 1995. And it's a really good story, and this is all about Houston finding out in 2012, just a couple years before Godzilla would show up, that his son has been there this whole time.
It's kind of like a modern 1995 more modern version of Skull Island. Like it's a second team going there, like with a little more modern technology and dealing with way more creatures that are super cool.
The Iwi have evolved.
Yeah, one of them speaks English. Yeah,
learned it from his dad, who learned it from John C. Reilly's character.
Oh yeah, man. Tell me, go back here real quick. One more page. Does that look like Tom Hardy?
Yeah, it does. We get a lot more look at some different monsters that are on the island, and there's a bigger focus on them being like part plant.
Flora, fauna,
which is really interesting. That's something they leaned into.
Now,
it's present in Skull Island, but they lean into it hard on this.
We in the trailer for Kong versus the big boy. We see Kong fighting flying creatures. Are they the same flying creatures that are in this book?
No, because those are snake-like.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Just making sure.
They're but you know what? There are No, those are called war bats. I think those are in the Hollow Earth. I don't think they're on Skull Island.
So there are the psycho vultures,
which are hella
which
cool.
take down the plane at the beginning of the book.
Shoot lightning from their mouths, unexpected.
Which is the one of the rare animals in the MonsterVerse and the kaiju pantheon who have a projectile weapon like Godzilla.
That's cool. I thought that was a nice little thing.
It could be an evolved version of the Psycho Vultures. I really hope that some amount of what we get here is at least present in terms of the Godzilla vs. Kong film.
The bamboo spiders show up again. I love those.
Yeah, we know that people are regularly on Skull Island right now, that they have turned it into a protected biome. There's a defense grid around Skull Island. We've seen that in the trailer.
Yeah, Kong
I would have to assume that's part of Houston having gone back.
Yeah.
That they decided to do that.
But he's in King of the Monsters.
Yes. And playing a different actor, I think, right?
No, it's being played by a different actor, but it's the same character. He's with Mothra.
Yeah. But I'm saying like him going back to look for his son probably started maybe we set up a thing here.
Yeah.
Is what I mean. Not necessarily that Houston will be on the island still.
Yeah,
but that decision is what brings Monarch back to Skull Island and brings them up to putting up this defense grid.
Yeah, there's like some type of shield keeping Skull Island like things. Well, I mean, it's not like they would escape anyway, but there's like a shield around it. Yeah.
Yeah. Which shows like some kind of lack of faith or distrust in Kong.
Yeah.
In comparison to what happens here.
Again, like the human story of like these soldiers trying to get back to their helicopter that crashed. You got the one guy who slowly goes mad because he's like his devotion to Kong is growing stronger. He's drinking that juice. He's drinking that Jesus juice that's probably making him go crazy and have hallucinations of 1,000,000 years ago. Again, that doesn't make sense, but I don't care because it's hilarious monster stuff. That character is so fun to me, and it's like I saw like, oh, that's your bad guy. Easy, I love it.
And it's one of the things I really like about his visions are it's the most we've gotten of primordial times that we've ever gotten in the MonsterVerse. Something that I've always been very fascinated by and wanted more of. And this comic gives it to us really well with the history of Kong's family.
The Iwi we also learned. Sorry, real quick, Ben. The Iwi we learn are descended from slaves.
Oh yeah.
That they were on a slave trader ship and that crashed there, and that's where they descended from, which I think is a really cool thing to learn how they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
One of the things I really loved about this book was that it actually felt like I was watching a monster movie, like an hour and a half quick monster movie, because you see the flashbacks of what happened with the Kongs and his ancestors fighting the skull crawlers. And then it's not until the very end when the Iwi's village is attacked by the crazy Jesus dude or the crazy religious side. Is like Kong, like you see Kong full on fighting and kicking ass, and then the guy gets his comeuppance. It felt like
Kong is very unhappy that wall went down.
Yeah, like you see bits of like kind of like in Kong Skull Island in the very beginning of the movie. When you don't get like the first full view of Kong, you see like him and his back or parts of his leg or parts of his fist. Like when they first get to the island and what's her name gets ripped apart, which is a very brutal death.
Yeah,
you hear the doom. You get the onomatopoeia of the doom, 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 and then the bam, and then he just walks away. You don't get a clear full shot of him of adult Kong until the last issue. And I thought, I was like, man, this is like a monster movie. This is
what I love more than Big Kong? Baby Kong.
Yeah. Real quick on what Ben was saying. What I really like about that is because I think it's really effective because this isn't a movie where you're expecting to see an amount of Kong. You couldn't get away with this in a film, but they're able to drag out the reveal of Kong because it's for Aaron. Yeah. It's for Aaron to have his first moment really looking at Kong when Kong moves in towards him. And that's when he has that great bit where he's saying the communion with Kong wasn't meant for Ricio. It was meant for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's really great.
This is so good. Like I wish this was a Kong Skull Island sequel. That's just like, yeah, we went back to the island. It's his son this time. Like,
yeah.
Kong has a really interesting growth rate in the MonsterVerse.
Yeah, they do what they gotta do to get that boy big.
This is how big he is in 72 or whatever Skull Island takes place in. So in 95, he's the same height. So he had one hell of a growth spurt after this.
He's like 11 and then turns 12. And then when he turns 13 is that extra 600 feet.
I think that they just, artistically, they weren't thinking about the fight with Godzilla at this point in time.
Yeah.
I don't really mind. I think that I think that it's just a really effective story.
This is. I mean, I don't think I've explicitly stated it, but this is my favorite as well.
Maybe that's why. Maybe part of the reason why, when Houston would go back is 2012. 2 years later, Godzilla will show up and Kong starts getting big and they get nervous. So they're like, just build the shield.
Just in
we
case.
don't know what's going to happen.
And then they end up kidnapping him. God.
It's like, we got Godzilla doing stuff. Keep Kong
The
there.
world needs Kong.
It would on some level make sense that would be the reaction, because even if like you trust Kong and you trust Godzilla, after Godzilla, even though he was like the savior, he just wrecked San Francisco, and the Mutos just wrecked a whole portion of it makes sense that they build a shield around Skull Island at that point.
100%.
And then especially enforce it after King of the Monsters.
Yeah, and then years later, they see the devastation in Boston, and also, well, not just Boston, but Boston, Mexico, and a whole bunch of other places. They're like, let's just keep them there. Let's not move them.
Well, the world needs Kong.
Until the world needs Kong. So Brandon, you talked about you want to see more of the primordial stuff. I think we are going to get at least a little bit in that next movie, because there's Rebecca Hall in the trailer saying Kong's been here 1,000,000 years and he's had the primordial blah blah blah. She says some exposition shit. I want to pray that we get just like a 1-minute scene of a $10 million big battle between a bunch of monsters. Just let me
I don't know. The thing is, I'm hearing about that movie. I'm hearing it's not big on mythology building.
That sucks, because I already hear it's bad. I don't need to know that it's not also on mythology.
I would like to see more of this in the Monsterverse. One of my favorite things is the mythology built between all of the kaiju and the titans, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've all retreated underground to various places except for Skull Island is so interesting. And, they talk about that Godzilla and Kong have an ancient rivalry in the trailers, but, like, this Kong can't have, because he's incredibly young.
He's a baby.
Yeah, it'd be referring to his species.
Yeah. And, like, that's the other thing. Like, we know that Godzilla is the last of his kind. We saw a skeleton of Godzilla in the first Godzilla movie. So, like, I love the idea that there were more than one of all of these creatures somewhere around.
Maybe it's a thing of like, like Godzilla's like king of the sea and he's like the king of the land. And there was like an unspoken truce 1,000,000 years ago or some bullshit, whatever.
That Ghidorah ruined.
It's true, yeah.
Or maybe it's just a natural instinct that when they see each other, it's like, I gotta fight that guy.
Yeah, I don't like scales. I'm a monkey.
And of course, it's like, fur must burn.
Yeah, I just like the idea that like there were multiple members of each of these species at one point in primordial times, and now we're seeing like the last of all their lines with Rodan and Godzilla and Kong and Skullcrawlers.
I'm very much into that mythology too. Let's hope there's something. Man, this book is so good. I just want more of these books. That's because
definitely I recommend, maybe it'll even be a book club not too long after we see Godzilla versus Kong, because I gotta wait for it to come out, because they don't drop it until next week. But the Kong sided prequel to Godzilla versus Kong is the same writer coming back and doing it. So I have to believe that it's going to be just as good.
I want to read that.
I'm not sure what the quality level of the Godzilla one will be, but I'm hopeful for the Kong prequel.
Yeah,
because this is a solid follow up to that first film. Just really well done. I think what a great way to carry on what they set up in Skull Island.
It's called Kong Dominion, Ryan.
Gotcha. I'm looking. Yeah.
Or Kingdom Kong, maybe Kingdom Kong, one of those two. It might have been Godzilla Dominion. I don't know.
But yeah, I'm really glad that you guys finally got to read this. Ryan, it's definitely been my favorite from the MonsterVerses. It was the first one I read from the MonsterVerses, and I was so pleased that like it just carried on the spirit of Skull Island so well.
Yeah. Okay, so next week we're going to skip the book club because we're going to be talking about Invincible episodes 1, 2, and 3 in comparison to the first volume of Invincible Volume 1.
I would have pulled my volume out if we were doing that. Oh.
It was right here.
No, I know. Next week.
So stay tuned for that. And then Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah.
We're just 2 weeks away.
Woo!
That's still Pacific Rim. Whatever it's called.
No, I know, but it still rocks.
And of course, as I said, launching this week is my new show, Conversation. So check that out when it launches on March 25th.
Whoop, whoop.
All right, check us out all over YouTube. You can subscribe to this yeah, you can like this video, you can subscribe to this channel, and check out our other shows, such as our Fake Nerds Watch. We mentioned that we have already recorded Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That'll come out this week. So check that out. We're going to be doing that from now on. And you can check out our WandaVision if you have not already. We also have Basement Arcade and Basement Arcade Pause Menu. New content for those coming soon. We also have Little Char and the gang for Fake Nerd Book Club. We'll figure out a time to do that last episode soon. Of course, check out all that stuff. We got a lot of cool videos up on this channel. Did a Fake Nerd Book Club episode come out this week? No, that's next week. The audio version of it. Of course, you can also check out our Crafted by Z masks. Don't care if you're vaccinated. Wear a mask. Don't be a dick. Stay safe. Keep doing the safe things. Mag, good night to you too.
You're an MVP, Mr. 4 Hours. Thank you.
You can check out the link in the description to buy a mask. Also, you can check out our Patreon, where the 3 tiers. Just a week and a half left on that shirt, guys. Just a week and a half on that shirt. Get it while it's hot. But if you want other shirts, check out our TeePublic, where we got other shirts like this. I'm wearing a Fake Nerds Watch t-shirt right now. You can check that out. We got that. That's links below. All of the links are below, or you can check us out at www.fakenerdpodcast.com. It all of a sudden became very self-conscious about the fact that I say check it out a lot.
Check it out.
All the links are in the description below. Thank you to everyone who listens. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to Mag, who stuck with us for these 4+ hours of the stream. I got long.
You're the best.
And of course, we love everyone who watched the rewind and the audio. Can't do the show without you.
Can you imagine if we tried to do all the films in one episode like we originally thought?
Man.
I'm so glad we didn't, because I wanted to talk about these movies.
Yeah.
We ended up doing Predator as a special because we did The Predator the same week.
That's true.
Yeah.
So we should have known then.
Yeah.
Thank you to Jeremy Bellucci for our themes. You've heard the themes. You love the themes. You can check him out, at Instagram at Jeremy Bellucci Keyboards. His podcast also, Suburban Proctologist. You can find that at facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official, Instagram at SubProc Podcast. Of course, you can find it on iTunes.
I listened to the latest episode and then I gave Jeremy a couple of notes so that it could be finished up, and it's going to be out soon, I'm sure.
Oh, that's amazing.
Whoa.
We're now currently discussing plans for the next 3.
That old gum you like is back.
Nice. And screw it. And check out Mike Matola.
Check it.
You can find Mike Matola going through a thesaurus in my head. You can find Mike Matola at Mike Matola. He does our logos. Fake Nerd Podcast, Fake Nerd Book Club, Miscellaneous. I've been talking to him about when that next Impossible Movie Trivia Challenge is coming, and I can only say that sometime soon.
Good enough for me.
But we're doing it. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Ben?
You can find me still reading about retro video game history, as well as playing through Metroid Samus Returns on my 3DS at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter. And as we stated 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, 16 minutes now, I also write for OldSchoolGamerMagazine.com. No new article up today, but hopefully one will come out soon. I'm tired.
Sparks.
You can find me eagerly anticipating spring break at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
Ryan.
DJ Tony Snark everywhere.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. So rate and review wherever you get us. Like this video. Subscribe to this channel. Until next time, guys. Do it. Stay fake nerds.